Did you go potty? Who wants some Kifu? Kifu. Kifu. Me. There we go. There's a day's worth. There you go. fed you. And I watered you. Guys, I'm gonna get some food. I'll be like 5 minutes or so. Ah, my geared. Oh, my geared. Alright, testing. Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Whoop, whoop. Yeah, it's on. Alright, cool. Why is it so dim? Let's try to fix that. Okay. There. Alright guys, how's it going everybody? Big Pasta Gaming here once again, and today we are doing a PC stream. We're doing a PC stream, guys. Hope you guys don't mind. There are a number of games that, oh, I gotta take my pants off. It's hot in here. I'm gonna need my fan at some point. But yeah, there's a number of games that I actually bought, or that I've been playing on the PlayStation. But, polar bears. I cut my hair so long. I really need a haircut. I was thinking about just cutting my hair myself. Just to, because it's like $25 to get it well done. Not professionally, but well done, But God, yeah, heat that off. But yeah. So I was just thinking I'll just save myself the money and the trouble of having to go out, and I'll just do it myself, but I know it's gonna be like a really badly done job if I just go like that and snip all around. So I don't know how haircuts, so I gotta look up a video. I would have to look up a video on how to give yourself a haircut for guys, and I haven't gotten around to that, so but yeah, anyway guys, hope you've been having a fantastic, how long's it been since I streamed? 2 weeks or something. God. Okay, I didn't stream last week. Did I stream the week before? I don't remember. I had a lot to do. I had college work. I had to write. Ooh, Big Pasta talking. I had to write an 8-page research paper. 8 pages. Ugh. And it's double spaced or whatever. Still, blah. 8 pages. Jesus. So, anyway, I had a week to do that. Basically, they gave you 1 week to do all these assignments. So, I had to write an 8-page research paper. It's an argumentative paper in a week. So, I spent all of, last week? I spent all of last week stressing out about it. Monday through Saturday, I'm like trying to get up, do a little what I can do a little research, outlining, whatever, until I fall asleep or whatever, and I'm getting distracted, I'm procrastinating, and you guys know, like 98% of that the time that I was awake wasn't spent towards actually doing the paper. It was spent procrastinating. So anyways, come Sunday I had like pulled an all-nighter. I was doing it, I did the intro or whatever, and then I fell asleep in the middle of the day on Sunday. And then I woke, like, Sunday's the due date, right? Sunday night is the due date for this paper, so 8 pages. I did just the introduction, which is like 1.5, I guess. And then I fell asleep in the middle of the day. It was noon. I wake up at 6 p.m. I have 3 hours left to finish this research paper. I have 6.5 pages to do the bulk of the paper. I have 3 hours left for a week-long assignment. So I'm like, oh, crap. So I'm just like, fuck it. I'm just going to write whatever. So I write whatever. I don't put any effort in. I just write the most bland things and then just try to put my research quotes into it and be like, yeah, I guess I could talk about this, I guess. And so I put a quote and then I give my opinion on it. And then I put another quote and I give my opinion on it for like 2 sentences, right, each. So anyway, my paper is 4 pages now. It's not 8, it's 4, so it's half the word count. But I have an intro, all my main points, and a conclusion with my research in there, and I'm like, fuck it. Just fuck it. I'm just turning this in, right? Half of the length requirement for it. So I turn it in. A few days later, I get it graded 99%. I got an A+ on this paper that I didn't meet the word count. I wrote half of what I was supposed to. So, thing is, for this English class, I've been turning in every single assignment a week late, and she's been giving me full credit for it. And then this assignment, I turned in on time, right? I turned in like a few minutes before the deadline, but it was half of the page count. And you think, well, half the page count gets you half the points, right? No, apparently it gets me all of the points. So. Who's cat? Who's cat? Who's cat? Who's that? Who's that? Oh. Ow. Cat. But yeah, anyway, so I think I ended up doing the bulk of the paper in like 2 hours. So I didn't need to stress out the whole week about it. It's just what I do. It's just what I do. I gotta procrastinate for a week on something before I finish it all the night before. That's how it goes with me. So yeah. So college is almost done. I did this week's assignment for English, and then I have my communications class I gotta write a final paper for by Sunday night. And then that's it. And then my semester's over. I'm probably going to take the summer off, considering that I have something to do in the summer. So I have a gig lined up for the summer. It should be going on. I haven't gotten confirmation, but whether or not I do get confirmation for that, I'm probably going to also try to get another job over the summer, too. I got to start earning money. Which is actually, I wanted to stream on PC in order to show you guys this. So, I've been looking into, like, housing, right? Your shelter. You guys figure, if you guys are adults, you'll know this. The vast majority of the amount of money you earn at a job will go towards paying bills, right? You got to pay bills, right? That's the adult thing. Oh, I got bills to pay. I got mouths to feed. Ain't nothing in this world for free. But we can look at this background while I'm talking. So, you guys want to see this background? Look how cool this background is. Where can I put this? So I can put it here. There we go. You guys see this background? It's just this girl. I really like this image. Can I like... Okay, there we go. I really like this image. She's chilling. It's that feeling. It's that feeling of like, you know, you're in your room. It's like midnight or it's like 2 a.m. and you know all the lights are off. It's dark outside. You have your curtains closed, whatever. And you're just, you know, you're late, you're lethargic, you're tired, but you're not going to sleep. So you know you're playing video games instead, and you're just leaning back in your chair and you're just staring at the screen, which is just illuminating this light onto you. And it's that comfy neats feel, you know. It's, you know, oh, I don't have a life, I don't have responsibilities, I don't have anything, so let me just stay up until 3 in the morning playing video games that, you know. Look at this, she's playing freaking like Space Invaders or whatever. It's like, you know, playing a game that most likely isn't gonna mean anything, right? It's not like we're playing God of War or anything here, right? We're playing a, you know, that was essentially a crappy Flash game. So I'm not saying Space Invaders is crappy, but you know, all those retro games don't really like have a point to them. I guess it's you know, it's arcade games, so it's like mindless entertainment or whatever. But yeah, she's just chilling there, legs kicked up because she doesn't care, right? And of course, in this picture, she's in a spaceship, so she's in space, and she's in a spaceship, and she's still just playing video games in the spaceship. So it's like, you know, no matter what cool things are around you or what, you know, opportunities the future holds or whatever, still gonna be leaning back playing video games until the wee hours of the morning. That's life. That's a good life. I like that life, actually. Imagine doing anything else. Anyway, this picture is super comfy, so. But yeah, it's a good angle. Oh yeah, and one other thing I wanted to point out, her her boobs here. There, I think it's the zero gravity of the space that's doing this, and but her boobs are kind of like floating up, kind of, because her shirt's floating up, so her boobs are kind of doing it too. Because from my knowledge, and I'm not a girl, so I'm not 100%, and I'm sure it's different for everyone. When you lay on your back as a girl, as a girl someday, guys, and when you lay on your back as a girl, your boobs don't perk up like that. They're actually going to kind of fall flat, and they're going to look smaller than they are because they're, you know, kind of falling flat on your chest like a pancake, kind of. So, not saying that boobs are pancakes, but they become one. Or two, I guess. They become two pancakes. Two pancakes in need of a Benedict breakfast, am I right? You guys ever hear this one? What is it? Oh yeah, men are the best cooks because with just 2 eggs, a sausage, and a little bit of milk, he can fill a girl's belly for 9 months. You guys get it? A man can just use 2 eggs, sausage, and milk to fill a girl's belly for 9 months. He's a good cook. I mean, come on. What cook do you know that just that little amount of ingredients can fill up a girl for months? Can fill a girl's tummy for months. I don't know. I don't know. It's like anyway, what was I originally saying? Yeah. So I want to take a bite of my food. It's 11:30. Got a bowl of pasta. As always, I got a bowl of pasta. Mm. 1,000-calorie bowl of pasta. Very good. Keeps me going. Technically, I need 2 of these and a multivitamin every day to survive, but just 1 and some protein bars should be a good substitute. So, anyway, yeah. So, as I was saying, okay, it's over there. My webcam's mirrored. Or is it mirrored? No, it's mirrored for me, not for you guys. Looking into a mirror. But yeah. Anyway, you guys know how the cat. She's just sitting there. She looks so depressed. She's just like. Anyway, God, you can really notice my teeth. It's terrible. Ugh. No matter what angle I sit at, or whether I have my glasses on or not, I still have really long hair and missing teeth. So, I could technically get that fixed. I got my dentist is doing implants, like dental implants, right? So I can get fake teeth for, it was like 700 per tooth, $700 enos. So insanely expensive, but I have 2 missing teeth, right? So 1,500. Could get me both my teeth replaced with new ones. That'll be sturdy and everything. And then I won't have to be self-conscious about smiling around other people. This pandemic's gonna go on forever, so we're so I have an excuse to wear my mask all the time, so. But yeah, hey, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So okay. Rent, right? Or shelter. Right? Oh, you're an adult, you have responsibilities, blah blah blah, right? You have bills to pay, mouths to feed. You think, okay, what does a human being need? We need food, water, shelter, and utilities, right? Utilities being like heat and air conditioning, internet, electricity, things like that. It's not a need, but come on, let's be honest, right? I'm not going to work every day and coming home to a dark house with nothing to do, right? Come on. So, I don't read books by the candlelight. Come on. So, anyway, those are your 4 necessities, right? Food, very cheap. Water, very cheap. If you live in an already built house, water is very cheap. All right, water is a very cheap thing. I mean, a water bill for a house anywhere in the country would be like 10 to 20 bucks a month for water. That's less than, that's like 30 cents a day that you're paying for your water. That's nothing, right? Food as well. You cook your own. I mean, go to a restaurant every day. It's gonna be expensive, but you know, raw ingredients at the grocery store, cook your own food, especially buying food whole ingredients wholesale, and then cooking your own food. It's relatively cheap, right? I can go like 200 bucks a month on food, and that'll be good. Which it's 200 bucks, but at the same time, it's you know. So water's cheap, food's cheap. Utilities is the same. It's about 200 bucks a month, give or take, depending on how much you use or what time of year it is, whatever, right? And then housing, right? Your shelter. That's the expensive part. All right, I said food's 200. Utilities are 200. Water's like 20. Your house is going to be at least 1,000. 1,000. So at least 5 times the cost of all the other stuff. In rich people California here, it's way more expensive. You're talking like, I mean, the cheapest place I can get in my county is probably $1,000, and that's gonna be some worn down apartment with all the illegal immigrants in like the ghetto is gonna be $1,000 for me. So if I want anything that's like actually like decent and livable, but like still, below my needs, I'm looking at like at least like 14 to 1,500 a month. So now you're getting up into like 7, 8 times the amount of money compared to my food, or compared to my utilities or whatever, just for rent, just to be able to put a roof over my head. It's ridiculous. It's insane how much more money it takes to pay for a house. Especially these days compared to the past, but I won't get into that. Housing is a whole political issue. It's one that we should be addressing, but it's not gonna be addressed. But anyway, I've complained about that. So anyway, needless to say, the vast majority of your income is going to be spent on keeping a roof over your head, right? If I work 5 days this week at a job, 4.5 of those days, 4.5 of those days' income is going to be used to pay for just the house. And then the last half a day that I work this week is going to pay for my food and utilities. And water. So, the number one question is, okay, instead of working 5 days a week, to put a roof over my head and everything else, why don't I just work 1 day a week and eliminate the housing expense? It's a good idea. And some people do that. Some people are homeless and they do that. Or some people live in their cars or live in van dwelling, right? And they do that. This is the ultimate goal of people who buy their own house, right? If you buy your own house, yeah, sure, it's expensive and it's going to take you 30 years to pay off. But at the end of that 30 years, you're going to own your own house and you're not going to have to pay $1,000 or $2,000 a month for it anymore. And that's the ultimate goal of people who own their own house, which is a commendable goal. And it's, technically it's the most financially intelligent thing to do. But you're still going to have to be working those extra days every week, right? You're still going to, I'm going to have to work, instead of working 1 day a week for everything else, I'm going to have to work 5 days a week for everything else plus the housing cost, right? And even if I, go and buy a house, I don't actually own that house for the next 30 years. So I'm going to have to be paying that off for the next 30 years, which means I'm going to have to be working 5 days a week for the next 30 years, right? I haven't even lived 30 years yet. I can't imagine committing myself to an expense, to a livelihood that would trap me into, okay, you got to work every weekday for the rest of you, for, essentially until retirement, so that you own this house, right? Like, what a bunch of baloney. So anyway, it's ridiculous, but anyway, so I don't want to get trapped in that. But needless to say, whether you buy a house or you just rent forever, like what my parents did, then you're gonna be paying this cost, and you're gonna have to work for it, right? See, I don't care about money, but I care about my time, right? I care about, why do I have to work 4 extra days a week just to put a roof over my head? There are other ways to live. I don't need this roof over my head. If I go homeless tomorrow, I'm not dying. So, or if I get kicked out of this specific home, I'm not dying. So, anyway, so the problem now is, how do I eliminate this cost, right? I don't mind working 1 day a week or 2 days a week, whatever, to pay my bills. But you're asking me to work the majority of the time, all of the time. It's not going to work. So, take a couple more bites of my pasta before I crack one open. Sorry if this is kind of gross for you guys to watch me, just dunk mouthfuls of pasta in my mouth. Oh, that's good. So simple. Meatballs, macaroni, and tomato sauce. I put a lot of seasoning in the pasta too. Ooh, it's that good. It's just waved. Creepy. I didn't wave, but I looked at my webcam feed and it showed me waving. Creepy. It's like I'm saying hi to myself. But yeah, anyway, so it's kind of hard to focus without my glasses on, to be honest. But yeah, anyway, so the problem is, how do I eliminate housing costs, right? Because I don't want to have to work for the rest of my life just to put a roof over my head. To be honest, I would rather be homeless and work 1 day a week in order to feed myself. That sounds better. And the thing is, I've looked it up, and I can pull off a homeless lifestyle. With a little bit of starting money, I can pull off a homeless lifestyle, so not very well, and it would still suck, but it's doable. It's doable for sure. So yeah, that's what I got to do, or that's what I could do. But anyway, ideally, if I have a head start, I don't want to do that, right? I still want to be able to sit in a house, turn on my TV, play some games. That's what I want to do, right? Be able to go to the bathroom whenever I need to, right? It's, take a shower whenever I need to, things like that. So, what is the solution? Well, why is housing so expensive? Housing is so expensive because the price of, there's a bunch of reasons, but boil it down, the price of a home is insane, right? Why are you paying, $2,000 a month to buy a house? Well, because your house costs $250,000. So, your house costs $250,000, so of course you're going to have to be paying thousands of dollars every month for the next half of your life. So, the number one thing is, okay, let's get the price of housing down. Surely, not every single house in this country is $250,000. So, there's no way. I mean, people wouldn't be able to live, right? You got people working at McDonald's who are going home to houses, right? How do they do that? Well, they go into debt. But there is actually, there's a few ways to circumvent this. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to buy like a house in the suburbs in the middle of a rich city if I'm thinking of going cheap. But I can have something, right? Even if I'm in the middle of the forest where nobody can see me, if, an axe murderer comes kill me, I'm still going to have a house, right? And I'm still going to be allowed to legally live on the land, which legal is another thing you have to consider. But anyway, so my solution to all this is there exists cheap plots of land, right? A house that's already built is typically significantly more expensive, unless it's an area nobody wants to live in, which would be, in the middle of the desert, where I am. Unless it's an area like that, then houses are expensive, but you're not necessarily buying. When you buy a house or you rent a house, you're not necessarily buying the house itself. You are buying the land that it comes on with the house attached to it. That's what it is. You're not buying a house, you're buying a piece of land. You're buying a square piece of grass that just has a house plopped on top of it. That's what you're buying. And that's what people are paying, $250,000 for in most cities in America. So, but the thing is, the fact that the house exists already means that the price of the land itself goes up. Because most people want the house, right? Nobody wants a raw piece of land. So, what does that mean? That means raw pieces of land with no houses are cheap. What does that mean for me? That means I just gotta buy a raw piece of land, right? If I bought myself just a little piece of land for significantly cheaper with no house on it, and I just pitched a tent, right? I have a camping tent out there and a porta potty. I'm good to go, right? I'm honestly like that. I'm good to go, right? Sleeping bag, a propane lantern, one of those propane stoves to cook my food. Who cares, right? In fact, the money that I save, I could probably go out and get Chinese food every night. But yeah, ideally, I can just buy the piece of land, and then at least I can squat on the piece of land and be like, okay, here I can live on this. At least I'm allowed to exist, and even though I'm homeless, I'm still on my own piece of property, and I can still tell people who come onto my piece of property, get off, right? Having your own piece of land is going to serve you a lot better than just sleeping, in the alleyway behind the grocery store, right? I look at all the homeless people around like my city and my county and stuff, because California pays people to be homeless here. So people from all over the country are actually come to California to be homeless, and they get paid for it. So, but, and if that doesn't make sense to you guys, I can explain that too. There's a whole program in place for it, so it's silly. But yeah, With but yeah, I'd rather not be sleeping on the sidewalk next to a busy street with a bunch of people passing by me. That's not any threat of, oh, the police are gonna come and kick over my tent, or a bunch of edgy teenagers are gonna come and piss all over me, things like that, right? I've read the horror stories. You don't want to expose yourself. And so number one is gonna be buy your own piece of land. Buy your own piece of land and pitch your tent there, right? Be homeless on that. At least it's your land. At least if somebody comes and trespasses, you can call the police or whatever. You can, point a gun at them or what have you and say, no, this is my property, right? Yeah, I got to put a little sign saying private property owned by Big Pasta. No trespassers. And then if somebody asks me about it, they're like, oh, you're sleeping on private property, says the sign. And I could be like, no, I'm the owner, as says the sign, so get off, right? You can at least do that. Right? One step down. There you go, right? Even if I do end up homeless, I'm not, without a place to stay. It's just that my place to stay is going to be very bare bones, right? I'm going to be sleeping on my personally owned lawn, essentially. So the next part is once you own your piece of land, you need something to live in, right? Come on, I'm not going to be homeless for the rest of my life. So here we go. We are going to... Oh, whoops, not this one. This one. Yeah. I don't need this to be too big. How was I doing this last time? Oh, I screen shared on the second monitor. Okay. That's what I was doing last time. So anyway, I can just move this here. and then just other way. There we go. So anyway, number one is your piece of land, right? So this is, why do people pay $250,000 for a house? It's so that they don't have to deal with any of this, right? There we go. I can't see myself. So anyway, why do people pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for their house? Well, so they don't have to deal with any of this, right? I don't want to have to, most people who work a 9-to-5 job, they don't want to have to come home and think about, oh, I'm homeless. Oh, I don't have a house. Oh, there's no running electricity. There's no running water. There's, whatever, right? I live in the mountains, right? Nobody wants to think about that when they're working a normal job. And, America, we're all about like, oh, you got to work a job to be successful, yada, yada, right? That's crammed into our heads, right? Go to college, work a job, or go to college, get a degree, so you can get a job, right? But all of that's on the premise of, okay, you're going to get a job, right? I don't want a job. I don't want a job. I don't. I want to stay home and play video games all the time. I want to stay home and be able to sleep until whenever the heck I want. And I want to be able to read my books. And I want to be able to play with my cat. And I want to be able to, pace around my house when I don't feel like doing anything. I don't know. Anything. Literally anything except for having to go to work. Because it's not that work itself is terrible, but it's that you're going to waste the majority of your life at work. So I don't want that, right? Who would want that? You can imagine wanting that. So anyway, but that's the thing we've been fed down our, into our ears and stuff when we're kids. Oh, you gotta go to college so you can get a good job. Oh, you guys have been asked the question before. What do you want to do when you grow up? What's your dream job? The answer for me was the same. It's not. There's no dream job. That's an oxymoron. My dreams are to not have a job. Even if I had a job where it's like, oh, I gotta stream on Twitch, become a YouTube streamer, whatever, or a content creator, whatever, right? The people that, you know, the Zoomers these days are fantasizing about TikTok famous. It's still work. That's still a lot of work too. You guys, I mean, it's none of us understand how much work, just how much work goes into like these content creators doing stuff. So yeah, sure, some of them can get away with, you know, 10-minute unedited Minecraft videos, but you know, most of them actually have to work at it. So that's a job too. I don't want to work. I don't want to have to think about anything. I don't want to have to, you know, responsibility about anything. I want a simple life. How do I get a simple life? Well, you know, we're going to eliminate the need to work by reducing our expenses. What's your main expense? Your house. That's what we have to eliminate. So, here we go. Land watch. Boom. California lots for sale. We're going low to high. First one, $500. Look at that. Or 600, I guess. There we go. I already solved the problem, right? Here it is. I don't know where the heck this is. I don't know what the weather's like. I don't know what the community's like. Whatever, it looks like this is next to a parking lot. I got big lips. I got big lips and I cannot lie. Those aren't the lyrics, I just realized. Slob. 0.04 acres, undeveloped. I don't care. I don't care. Whatever. Obviously, for most of these, they're going to be far out of the way. So you're going to need a car as well. And not a dinky little electric skateboard like I have. I'd probably get like a motorcycle, to be honest. Or just a truck. But there's going to be your expense, right? Because, you know, I need food, right? So I need to go get food, and I still got to work a job, even if it's one day a week. So I got to get to that. So, look at this. It's the middle of nowhere, right? It's the middle, like, what, right? I'm looking in California. California has really good benefits. So, benefits being like, I can get my food stamps here, right? So I don't have to work for food. I can get paid to be homeless, right? Even though I'm not homeless, they'll still give me assistance. So I can get free money, whatever. Get disability, right? Get disability, and they'll pay you like $700 a month. That's gonna cover all my expenses and more, right? On the food, with the food stamps, with the utilities, with the, you know, everything else, with the Medicare, because Obamacare is up still, and you know, do be like that. But anyway, I don't know what the heck this is. Anyway, look at that. It's desert, right? But who cares? Oh, tiny house made of greenhouses. What? Okay, they just so these people already have like a plan. They're like, oh, you could buy this piece of land and then just build a giant greenhouse house with it. They say it's a tiny house, but it's a 4-bedroom with 600 square feet. That's a normal house. I can find a 4-bedroom 600 square foot house. I could probably find that for sale somewhere. Shopping. Go to the grocery store for it. Custom made tiny house, $20. Nah, that's just the floor plans for it. God, imagine actually building something like this. See, I'd build something like this. Wait, is this the actual home? Wouldn't that be comfy? Wouldn't that be comfy? So theoretically, based on the computer generated program, you can have a house. A PDF file with a license to build, giving you permission. No charge for the foundation? Damn. That's a deal. Heated square feet. Very nice. Build a home in reverse? What the fuck? Oh, are these... It's just the plans. I think it's just the plans. They're not actually gonna freaking build you the house. Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter. Anyway. Yeah, so you can get... I mean, they have tiny homes where they'll just build it for you, and then they'll just deliver it to your lot of land. These people are expecting to develop California Valley. It's not going to work for them. It's not going to work for them. They're like, oh yeah, look, it's a street. It's not a fucking street. Look at this. Look at this. Do you guys think this piece of land is going to do you guys think this piece of land is going to turn into like a residential suburbs with houses, you know, going all over the place? No, it's not. It's not. Nobody's gonna live in the middle of the freaking desert, right? Like, what rational human being would do that? Anyway, so this is something I could do. Give me a second, guys. What the hell? Hello? Fucking spam callers. Freaking spam callers. Oh my gosh. Using my phone as a webcam is a little inconvenient. Well, I did get a text. I was able to read the text. It looks like a spam text as well. So, ugh, why is the quality down? Can you guys... Okay. Good thing. Okay, it doesn't look that bad on the actual stream. So, we're just gonna leave it. It's a freaking tripod. Alright, there we go. And then we're gonna go like this. And then like this. I want like this. There we go. Alright, cool. But anyway, guys, so you find yourself homeless, right? $600. And then you get your own plot of land. See, this is what I'm talking about. $600, you know, that's nothing, right? That's like a week's paycheck if you work all that week, but still a week's paycheck. And then you own a piece of land. You're halfway to owning your own house, right? And it only took you a week to do it instead of 15 years. Oh. But no big pasta. You know, it's going to be hard to build your own house on there. Or the actual house is going to be expensive. Yeah, you're right. It is. Plus, this is a crappy piece of land. Look at that. Santa Margarita. I mean, the town is named after an alcoholic drink. So I can't imagine that it's a good place to live. So most of these are in the desert. This one is in Big Bear. This one's in Big Bear. I mean, you look at that, right? Because here in California, our problem is the desert. So, live in the desert, and it's going to be like 100 and gods. Death Valley gets up to like 125 degrees. That's like you're going to have a heat stroke in that kind of temperature. So, anyway, California's got this big old problem. Anyway, so here, looks like Big Bear is Big Bear's more north. It's in the mountains near a lake, right? So you can so it's over here. It's the plot of land's over here. So near the lake. So you're getting that lake breeze or whatever. I mean, it's in the middle of nowhere. It's in the middle of nowhere. Holy crap. How are you even supposed to get there? How are you even supposed to get into your plot of land? What the hell? This is so isolated. This is like, I took a hike and I just put a stake down, right? I'm like, big pasta land right here. that's where this is, right? Anyway, I mean, besides the location itself, it looks like a fine piece of land. So with any house, you gotta consider. I mean, you're buying a plot of land, right? You're buying a house essentially, right? Think about if you won the lottery, and you're like, oh, where do I want to move? You're not necessarily going to be thinking about how nice of a house you want. First, you're going to be thinking about where do I want to live. And so what do you have to consider when you want to move somewhere? You have to consider the weather. You have to consider if there's a city nearby or how good the city nearby is. As far as like proximity, whether they have like stores there, whether they have a place you can get a job if you need that. Maybe as a lottery winner you don't need that, but let's say God gave you $250,000 and you could buy a modest house in most places in the world with that kind of money, but that's it. And it's like, okay, gotta think about temperature, weather, gotta think about how close the place is to like any towns or whatever. Obviously this is in the middle of nowhere, so look, they're thinking like, oh yeah, we're gonna develop 100 homes here. They're not gonna develop 100 homes here. It's in the middle of the freaking mountains. There's no I mean, the closest, right, the thing is over here. My webcam's blocking it, but it's right about here. The closest town is here. So you'd have to take a road south and then to this high, or you could take a road actually north and then west along the lake and then down through the mountains, or down over here and then down through the mountains and then into the city. And that's where, and then this is the, I don't know what city this is, but whatever. So anyway, it's in the middle of nowhere, right? But for that cheap, you're gonna be getting a little bit of inconvenience. Anyway, you look at like relative price, but yeah. Anyway, so you have to consider weather, if it's in close proximity of a city, right? What do I need to go to the city for? Well, food. Other things. If something happens to me, I gotta go to the hospital, right? An ambulance is gonna take like 4 hours to get to me, right? So I'm gonna, God forbid I have like a seizure or something, or like a stroke. I'm gonna have to tank it out. But ideally, you're living with somebody who can drive you, but still a one way is gonna be like an hour or two to the nearest hospital. So if you have like doctor's appointments, right, you gotta go all this way. God forbid your doctor isn't in the city. Jeez, things like that. So it's in the middle of nowhere. It's in the middle of nowhere. Like there's nothing here. There's nothing here. Like, there's not even enough trees to like shade the whole place. So you see all the black spots here are shadows cast by the trees next to the left of them. So you're not getting ample protection from the sun. I mean, you're getting some. Like if you lived like in this little spot, maybe you get like a lot of protection from the sun. I had a neighbor. When I was little. I had a childhood house, and so my next door neighbor, he all of the houses in the neighborhood looked normal, right? Exposed to the sun, right? You could properly see the house. My next door neighbor lived in a forest. He grew all these trees and vegetation so high that they grew on all the borders of his house minus his driveway, and they grew up and in and around it like this, and it encapsulated his entire house. So his entire house was surrounded and protected by this shell of forest. And this is in the suburbs. This is in the middle of the city, right? He's basically has like a mini forest surrounding his house. It could be the hottest day of the year, and you go into his driveway and up to his house, and it's a brisk 60 degrees. It's so cool. It's so nice and cool. That was great. And I was afraid of that place as a kid because it really gave you what should I call it? Like Witch in the Woods sort of vibes, right? I thought like like an evil witch was gonna come out of that house and tempt me with candy and all that stuff, right, from the fairy tales. So that's the kind of vibe that I gave. So it was really scary as a kid. But I remember I had to deliver mail to my neighbor once when I was like 7 because the mailman got the address wrong. And I was like pretty scared. I was actually like really scared walking up his driveway. Because, you only pass by the place on the sidewalk. You don't actually go in. So I walked up to the driveway and it was super eerie and creepy. And I went up and I hesitantly knocked on the door. I'm just scared that I'm going to get kidnapped like in the fairy tales. And then, a minute later, the door opens. And it's this nice old lady. She's maybe like 60. And she's like, "Oh, it's our mail. Thank you." And then she closed the door. And I remember it was the middle of the summer, but it was like a really cool temperature. So anyway, that's what trees will do for you. So ideally, when I'm looking at these plots of land here in California, most of it is going to be in the deserts. I do not want to live in the desert. So it gets very dry here. So if you live in the desert where there's no vegetation and it gets, and it's the middle of summer, it's going to get very dry. And the heat is gonna stick to the ground a lot, and it's the days are gonna just be hell. And essentially, what that means is that my air conditioning bill is gonna go up. So anyway, with any plot of land, you gotta imagine if you want to build a house here, right? Obviously, I can sweep away the rocks in a spot and pitch a tent if I really want to. And for $3,000, that doesn't sound too bad. But my goal here is to build a house, right? I want something to live in. So, I'm in the middle of nowhere. I really do not want to work a job for the rest of my life. So I don't care about living in the middle of nowhere. If I gotta go, twice a month, I gotta drive like 100 miles to the nearest city so I can get my groceries for the next couple weeks. That's totally fine, right? That's totally fine. I do not care. I do not care at all. I literally like, can you imagine living in the middle of living in the middle of nowhere? You're in the middle of nowhere, right? They show the roads here, but they're not used. You're just living, right? You're a hermit. You're a hermit. You're, the stereotypical, oh, just go be a lonely hermit and go live in the mountains. Sign me up, baby. Sign me up. up. Like this is exactly what I want, right? You're not exposed. You're away from everybody. They say like, oh, we're gonna develop 100 homes here. They're not developing any homes here. Nobody in their right mind is gonna buy a piece of a piece of land to build a property in an area like this. So no one in their right mind would do that. Which is why the price is so cheap. Which is why a plot of land in Big Bear City in California is only $3,000. When you look at the freaking housing costs in California. Look at housing costs in California. Homes for sale in California. I don't want cheap homes. You look at houses, $500,000. $500,000. And this piece of land is 3,000. I mean, talk about a deal. Talk about a deal. I don't need this. I don't need this. What is this? What is this? Oh, this home's owned by Zillow. Zillow's a real estate agent, aren't they? I don't need this. Who? Why would I need this, right? And look at this. This is still in the middle of the desert. This is in Victorville, California. This crappy place. I mean, it's near LA. Man, I find out there's a new city next to LA every single day. I swear to God. But anyway, you're still in the middle of nowhere. Oh, whoops, maybe. You're still in the middle of nowhere. Look how crappy this city looks. It's like, oh, there's a bunch of houses and that's it, right? It's just surrounded by deserts, basically. Ranked 95 out of the top 100 best places to live. Is that in the world or is that just in... I guess that's in the country. Wait. I don't know. Anyway, look at this. It's all... Or, well, you guys can't see any of these pictures. It's all desert. Look at this. It's all desert. Look how barren that looks. Ugh. Why would I want to live here? First of all, why would I want to live there? But more importantly, why would I want to spend $500,000 for the privilege of living there? No. You can miss me with that shit. I'm not doing that. Oh, it's a nice house. Yeah, I don't care. Does this house have a home theater or a jacuzzi? I didn't think so. Look at this. Oh, look at how nice this is. Why would I pay $500,000 for this? For a piece of rock, right? I can go here, $5,000 for essentially the same plot of land, just without the house. So anyway, this is all just to prove that. Look how expensive these houses are. $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 for a house. $100,000. That's insane for just a basic ass house like this. 1 story, 3 bedrooms. Ugh. I get rid of that shrub. That's a nice looking house. But it's not $500,000. Nice looking house. In fact, I could probably go to like West Virginia and get this same house for like 1/10 of the price, honestly. Maybe like 1/5 of the price. This is a pretty nice house. It's a nice house, but it's like, okay, do I need this many rooms? If, oh, look at, this is probably one of the selling points, is this shower here. They're like, oh, it's this nice shower and it's got the nice, walls or whatever. It's a nice house. I've seen tile like this at Home Depot. I could build this, if I was just building the shower, I could probably build it with stuff at Home Depot, which is not the cheapest. I could probably build it for maybe 5,000, maybe 10 if I'm going all the way with it. Maybe 10,000 if I'm going all the way with it. I could have a bathroom this nice. 500,000. I mean, you guys see the price difference here, right? There, a real estate agent is gonna show you around this house and be like, oh, look, this nice bathroom with these with these marble tiled walls and everything. Wouldn't you like that? And you know, the average normie is going to be like, yeah, I would like this. This is a really nice thing of the house. And if I buy this house, it'll be because of this nice shower. I can get that nice shower for a tenth of the price. You guys can't see the fucking. There you go. I can get that nice shower built into something I have for 1% of the price. You guys think about that. 1% of the cost of this house went towards that shower. But that shower is going to be used as one of the main selling points of the house. Well, instead of buying an expensive house with a nice shower in it, why don't I have a cheap house where I spent a little extra money on the shower? How about that? There's some intelligent planning, right? But housing prices are way up because this is what people are willing to pay for. I mean, not $26 million, but or $165 million. My webcam is very like, whoops. You know, I should honestly just. Oh, whoops. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no, guys. No. No, come back. Come back. No. Well, you know, it is what it is. That's what we always say around here. It is what it is. There we go. I have to decrease the size of this. There we go. With my 2 monitor setup, I can't actually, there we go. That looks nice. Like 80% of my webcam screen is actually off the screen. There we go. Okay. Hopefully you guys can see that. This, whatever. Yeah, it looks fine. I have to squint your eyes a little, but I mean, I'm basically reading all the important stuff off the screen anyway. There we go. But yeah, so none of this shit's worth it. I mean, look at this. $12 million. $12 million for what? It's a bigger house. It's a bigger house. And it has a swimming pool. And it has a second house on it. Like, cool. You're buying 2 houses. That's not worth $12 million or $13 million. I mean, you know, you look at this and you're like, oh, it has a nice room. If I want any of these rooms, if I want any of the stuff that's in this house, I can just make it myself. You want these double doors that are sliding open? I could build that myself. I've seen these barn door style sliding doors for sale individually when I'm looking for like construction parts for like $1,000, like $1,000. Get these doors installed. And yet it's going to be the main selling point of a $12 million house. And you want a staircase with a door underneath it? I mean, that's pretty easy. Like, come on. You think about, like, planning out your own house. None of this stuff is, like, super expensive. Maybe this is going to be a little expensive. Maybe don't buy one of these. But if I want to make my house vertical, I'll make it vertical. It's like, it's going to add cost, but you're talking, like, minimal compared to this. Oh, you want a grand piano in your house? I can just buy my own grand piano. I could probably get a used one off Craigslist for like a couple grand. It's not. Obviously, all of these elements individually are, you know, still have a price tag to them, but they're relatively cheap, relatively like a steal compared to, you know, how expensive this place is. The only appeal of this place is that it has all of those things packed into it. it doesn't make it worth $12 million. But that's the appeal of it anyway. You know, if you win the lottery and you're like, oh, hey, I have a family of 12, and you know, and I want a really nice house to pack them all in, then you know this would be for you, right? Oh, look, they have a little home theater. They have a little home theater. I don't like the kind of couches that they normally put in home theaters like this. They you can't lean back on these. You guys have seen those really nice movie theater seats. Have you guys ever been to a movie theater where it's like these really nice recliner seats? Oh god. They have, yeah, like these ones. They have some at my movie theater. I don't know why these are red. That kind of clashes. I mean, it's the ones in my movie theater are black. But anyway, these really nice recliner seats. I want like a double one without the armrest in the middle. Basically just this two piece but without the armrest. And then, me and my girl could, just be like pressed up against each other while watching a movie. That'd be nice. But that's the kind of one that I want. But anyway, this is what you need in a home theater. But most like home theaters that I've seen don't come with that. They come with like friggin' couch seats or whatever. It's weird. For $12 million, you'd think they'd upgrade the seats a bit. Anyway, this would be an ideal room to play video games in. That's all I'm saying. And to watch like Disney movies and stuff. You can imagine like having one of those good seats here, and then just big screen and you watch Disney movies. Anyway, it's a cool home. I mean, there's your shower with, it's a double glass door, rainfall, multiple faucet shower. Like it's a rainfall, and then it's one off the wall, and there's a hose one. Can you look in the? And they have a jacuzzi. They have a hot tub, as you should, as I would expect from a home like this. It's a nice house. Even the guest bathroom has a seat for the chair. Oh, God. There we go. Or it has a seat in the shower. It's cool. It's a cool house. But if I want any one of these things, I can just build it myself, right? It's maybe not like myself, but So, I mean, like $12 million. And people are going to be like, oh, it'd be so nice to have a home theater in my house. It's like, yeah, you can do that. Oh, it'd be so nice to have a hot tub in my house. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that for relatively cheap, too. It doesn't matter. But no, you decided to buy a pre-built home in the middle of the city for an insanely increased price. Ridiculous. So anyway, why was I looking at this? Oh yeah, you compare all these prices. I mean, maybe not these. Okay, $88 million. Yeah, but you compare like these prices. Okay, 500, 580. 440, 510. Compare these kind of prices to like this, $500. It's a no-brainer, right? I'm never gonna have $500,000 to pay for a house, and I'm not gonna want to dedicate the rest of my life to working so that I can. But I have $500 in my bank account right now. Right, I can buy this plot of land right now, like today, and go pitch a tent on it. Like, I could do that today. Even this one in Big Bear, I can do this today. I can go up and hike here and do whatever the heck I want out here because there's going to be no one to enforce any rules for me. Oh, but yeah, these are already built houses, right? Here's the next argument, right? These are already built houses. This is nothing. This is, I went off into the wilderness and I stopped at some place random. And yes, you'd be right. So you got to build your house on here, right? So you find a good piece of land. That's what you do first. The piece of land that I'm particularly interested in is this nice place in Nice, California. I actually believe it's called Nice. Yeah, it's right here. Here we go. And they're like, oh yeah, if you don't have the money, you can do $150 a month for 50 months. $150 a month is pretty cheap compared to like, whatever else. Single payment, if I can afford it, $4,000, which I can. I could buy this plot of land today, and yeah, same day purchase. I could buy this plot of land today, and it's in Nice, California, or Nice, California, whatever. Which is actually it's what's the street name? It's Klein Streets. Kellen. Klein Streets, Nice, California. If you look up here, or up here, attention class. Klein Street is going to be here next to Deer Park. Ooh, I like the name of Deer Park. Maybe we'll check that out in a second. Over here, and then you say, okay, where is this relative to anything else? Because your plot of land's going to be along here somewhere, right? Well, okay, it's off to the side, right? It's off to thanks. It's in the middle of this bushy forest, which is fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic, right? You're going to get that shade from the trees, which means that the summers aren't going to be as brutal on you, which is going to be a decreased cost of air conditioning. And then, depending on where the plot of land is, I believe this one specifically is, it's right here. So there's a lot of open grass, but then there's a little bit of trees. So I would do a mix. I would build my house kind of on the border of the trees here, so that I could get the shade sometimes, and then I can still have my solar panels up, because you're going to need solar panels to really work at this. But yeah, anyway, very nice plot of land. So it's around here. Wait, here. I believe it's here. It might be here. I don't know. Anyway, it's along the it's one of these places, right? So you figure, okay, you're really isolated from everybody, right? This is a number one thing for me, right? I don't want to live in the suburbs because I got neighbors, right? Every Friday, the freaking lawnmowers are going off and stuff. My neighbor often does like construction projects outside. It's annoying, so it's whatever. I'm annoying too, but because of that, I want to live, in the middle of nowhere, and this is the middle of nowhere. Fantastic, right? But you're in the middle of nowhere, right? You're isolated, but you're still relatively close to an actual place. So I'd have to drive probably. Oh, there's a vineyard. Ooh, nice. Get some wine. Probably I'd have to drive down this way. Probably like, I don't know, I'd say 20, 30 minutes. Maybe less than that. And then you get to an actual city, right? An actual small city. And the city's going to have your restaurants, it's going to have your grocery store, your gas station, everything that you need, basically. The postal service, whatever. Who needs a postal service, right? Nice market. Is that it? Is this my grocery store? Excuse me. Oh, it's near the water. That's really nice. That's really nice. Oh, they do lottery? Okay, well, nobody actually took a picture of the inside of the store, which is what I wanted. Oops. What am I doing? Layers. Okay. But yeah, at least I have access to food, right? If I want a different food choice, or if they don't accept food stamps or whatever other problems there might be. Basically, you scroll out, and, wait a second. Lakeport's right here, which has more modern, which is going to be a better city, right? Let's go map view. Lakeport's right here, which is going to be a better city. They have an airport, I thought I saw. Oh, that's a resort. So it's a resort town, which means if I need a job, I can always work at like a hotel or something for rich people. So I'm sure there's a high school. There's like a schools over here and stuff. There's a casino. Ooh, this is a resort town too. Okay, so you're living in a resort town. Very nice. It's right next to a lake, so you're getting that lake breeze every day, which is very nice. It keeps the temperature cool, right? You guys think about living next to the ocean compared to living in the desert, right? Next to the ocean is going to be a lot better because you're getting that ocean breeze. Anyway, a lake sort of simulates that as well. So, considering how relatively this is super close. This is way closer to a body of water than I am currently, but even I can still feel a lake breeze or a ocean breeze from where I live. So, this one you'd feel really heavy, which is very nice. But you're living near the wilderness, which is cool, but you're living close enough to an actual town. And then just a distance away from, have Lakeport, but then if you need anything actually important, then Sacramento is right here. Sacramento is the capital of California. So I believe I calculated this, directions from Sacramento. It should be a 2-hour drive? Yeah, 2-hour drive from the capital to my house, essentially. So, which is cool, right? It's not the best, but it's not the worst either, right? It's not like I'm living in the middle of nowhere, right? I'm still living near civilization, close to Sacramento, close to Santa Rosa, close to Lakeport. Right, like if I want to go to... I mean, it's a 20-minute drive to the grocery store. I mean, it could be a lot worse, right? Actually, if it's that close, I have been really... It's 3 miles to that nice market. That's so close. I can do that. I do that on my skateboard. Ah, I have a Pepsi. Oh. Oh, Big Pasta, what happened? What's wrong? I existed. That's what went wrong. I existed. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I just spilled a lot of that Pepsi on my I spilled a lot of that Pepsi on my shorts here. Pepsi though. Yeah, there goes those. Anyway, I'm gonna need to get changed. Give me 1 second, guys. There we go. All right, give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Those shorts were. Nah, you existed today? What could go wrong? Whatever. Anyway, those. I don't care. I don't care. All right, I don't care. So much shit has happened this week. I'm just so over it. I am so over it. Anyway, yeah, so that was my shorts were kind of my last layer, or they were my last layer of clothes, so I would have been necky on stream. Don't want that. Anyway, I can do this on my skateboard. I can just zoom down here, boom. So I don't even need a cart in order to go grocery shopping if I lived here, which is very nice. I would still probably get one, considering that there's probably no hospital here. There's probably no doctor's office in general. I mean, it's a resort town, so. Plus, I'd actually want to go to the casino. Casinos always have deals for the locals because they want, they'll make their money off of tourists, but during the off seasons, they want the people living in the town to be going to their casino. So the fact that there's a couple of casinos over here, it's pretty nice. The high school is just past the casinos. Oh my god! So my kids are gonna pass by 2 casinos on their way to school. I mean, they're going to for sure be tempted into gambling and alcohol. So gonna have to stave that off somehow. Anyway, there's the RV park here. Ooh, right next to the water too. That's nice. Oh, that sunset. That's really nice. Wow, talk about nice. Oh my god. If I lived here, I could get a boat. I could get like a motorboat and just go out on the lake. Look at how freaking big this lake is. Holy crap. I've always wanted, ever since I was a kid, because my dad owned a boat, but we didn't take it out much. I always just wanted to get on the boat, go get behind the steering wheel, and just zoom all over the place. Just boom, boom, just hit, just, just skip along the water as, my boat's going like 50, 60 miles an hour. Oh, that'd be so fun. It'd be so fun. I did that once where I was a kid, I was like 10. And my dad had a motorboat with an engine and everything. And so we took it to the lake, and he had a tube, like one of those inflatable water tubes, right? The donut shaped ones. But it was a big donut shaped one, and it had handles on it. It had handles on it that you can grip on. And so it's attached to a rope that's attached to the back of the boat. And my dad's like, okay, Big Pasta, get in the tube. And so I get in the tube, hold on to the handlebars, and he and my dad in the boat, he just floors it, and we are just zooming on by 50 miles an hour on the top of this lake, just going, and I'm just on this donut tube, just holding on for dear life because I am just, I'm just going, 50 miles an hour, and the tube's bouncing up and down on the water, right? It hits the water, every like little bump, it hits the water, and then the tube just bounces up like 5-10 feet in the air. It's such a thrill. It's such a thrill, especially as like a 10-year-old kid. Holy crap. It's awesome. So, of course, it only lasted for like 5 minutes, but my dad was concerned. He doesn't want to risk my life that much, right? Obviously, but still, it's super fun. So I just want to do that. That's just all I want to do. Is I want to do that. I've gone what was it, almost 20 years now without, since then. I was like, I still think about it from time to time. So, living here would be so cool. I could go on the lake. Of course, a motorboat costs money. I'm gonna need a truck and a trailer in order to transport the motorboat, or I'm just gonna simply need to rent one from. I'm sure they have boat rentals over here, so which is what I would do. I wouldn't do it every day, right? I would do it like twice a year, maybe. I don't know. Once a month at most. So I'd probably just rent one. But still, I like how the elementary school is down here, but the high school is up here. It was up here. Yeah, it was somewhere up here in Upper Lake. Yeah, Upper Lake High School. They got a barbecue place here? Nice. Nice. This is the kind of place where it's like all the locals know each other. All the people who live in the town like know each other, and all the people who go to the restaurants are gonna like know the other people who go to the restaurants and all that. So that's gonna be a little awkward, but whatever. If I'm on food stamps, I'm probably gonna have to go down here to Safeway. So it's a grocery store. So close at 1 a.m. Dang, they're really working their employees, huh? Feel bad for them. And then anything important would be in the capital, Sacramento, which is a 2-hour drive. Seems like 2-hour drive. If I'm going fast, I wouldn't go fast, so it'd probably be like 3 or 4 each way. So if I have like doctor's appointments, or I get fucking dementia or something, and I need to go to a specialist, it's gonna be in Sacramento. It's gonna be, if I have a doctor's appointment, it's gonna be an all-day thing, like for sure. It's gonna be 3 hours each way. And then plus the appointment itself, plus probably gonna want to eat while I'm over there. Plus I'm probably gonna want to like do something else over here, since we've driven all this way to Sacramento. Might as well go to Costco, or Trader Joe's, right? Because I love Trader Joe's. I'm one of those California people who if you guys hear like anything from people who are in California, it's In-N-Out and Trader Joe's. Those are the two things in California that like everyone in California talks about at least once. Anyway, I'm a Trader Joe's kind of guy, so In-N-Out's pretty decent too. I whenever I'm in the area, I go to In-N-Out. I get a double with cheese and grilled onions for $4. Such a good deal. Better than McDonald's. They got a college over here. Sacramento's a CSU. Huh. They have 2 Costco's. Why do you need 2 Costco's? Even my town doesn't have 2 Costco's. There's the airport. Mather Airport. Wait, is this an airport or a jet port? They got They got helicopters. I'm sure, like, if I get sick and I call like an ambulance, they'll send a helicopter over to me. Anyway, it looks like a huge distance because it's, you know, it's this giant part of the map. But I mean, cars these days really. I mean, look at the country as a whole. The part is, from here to here, from Klein Street to New York City. It's gonna be it's gonna be like a 6-day drive for sure. But you know, Santa Rosa, San Francisco, very nice. That's where all the homeless people are. You guys might think of San Francisco as like, oh, Golden Gate Bridge and the 49er Gold Rush and all that. Nope, I think of homeless people because that's what's in San Francisco. It's high prices and homeless people. Anyway, living near Sacramento would be really nice. So you're near national forests. You got the right next to the lake in a resort town near casinos, and you're right by the ocean too. But you know this area is still isolated. So this is honestly, I would buy this plot of land today. Like if I had to make a decision, this is the one I would get. So we're gonna go off that basis. I'm buying this plot of land, and I'm gonna believe the Google Maps that, you know, I'm gonna believe Google Maps when they say it's, or I'm gonna believe this picture when it shows this topography. Even though, actually, I hate how the place is called Nice, because I type in nice California real estate, and it's like, yeah, that's some nice California real estate. They said median price of a home is $179. Big old plot of land for 15. Very nice. It's on a hill. Very nice. Can we go like lowest to highest? So what you do, okay, when you buy your plot of land is this place doesn't seem like the best. Ooh, that view. That's what sells you a freaking. That's what sells you a house. Is that view of the lake? Oh yeah. That too? Hell yeah. Hey, 100 grand for this tiny little house? Nice. Oh, such a quaint little house. This is something that I'd want to build. For sure. Little house. It's nice. It's got your amenities in it. And everything like that. See, 100 grand is a lot more doable. Although it does need some TLC in this. I don't know if I'd pay. Honestly, I do research on what needs to be done in this in order to fix it. Plus, it's a really crappy looking home. I could build something better for cheaper. Honest to God. Honest to God. Anyway, okay. So, this is the plan, okay? Boys, the plan is simple. Boys. Alright. So. What do you do when you buy your plot of land, right? I buy this same day delivery. They're going to give me my land. What do I do with it? Okay, first of all, I want to know where this is. I think they rotated the map. I really think they rotated the map, because here you see Fairview comes here at a perpendicular, and then it curves like that. That occurs here or here. Fairview is a very small street. So it's at one of these 2 points, but I believe it's at this point. I believe... Okay, it goes like that and it curves into it. But this one curves away, whereas this one curves into it, which makes more sense. Did they like mirror it? Because this curves like that. What the fuck? Wait a second. What's the address? What's the address? 3410. Okay. I should have just done that. I'm trying to play freaking Google Maps over here. There it is. Fairview does not intersect this at any point. What is wrong with them? Get this out of my face. Get this out of my face. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is all I care about right now. This is all I care about. Okay, so they put it here. That is a nice piece of land. Although they did section this whole area off as 7690, which it's probably not going to get developed, to be honest. Okay, let's see. How much of this area is developed? None of it. None of it. Look at that. Look at that. It's all forest. It's all forest. Oh my god. Or, well, this is all forest. I'd prefer I'd prefer this plot of land instead, to be honest. 3,400. But, because this is kind of out in the sun. Hi, Craig. They're just selling a bunch of rocks. I don't know why I find it so funny. Wait, this is zoned for a residential? Wait, it's zoned for residential. Or give us your best offer. I don't care about the money. I want help with with zoning requirements. Residential zoning requirements. Nice. California. Here we go. Zoning ordinance. Oh, kill me, please. I don't. Residential zoning districts. Here we go. Okay. Wait. Is this... What city is there? What are they talking about? Newport Beach. No, I don't want Newport Beach. Lake County. Okay, just... no. Look at all this. Look at all this. I have to read 72 articles on on the zoning ordinance in this county. See, this is another thing that you have to consider too. It's a huge problem in California, but I'm sure it's elsewhere as well. Oh, there's phone numbers I can call. Oh, man. Okay. Single family residential. Yada yada. Maximum. Minimum average lot width. Holy shit. Ugh, so many words. I know it's only 4 pages on the Word document, but I don't... Anyway. Essentially. So, step number 1 is buy the land, right? I found my piece of land. I want to live here forever, okay? Step number 2 is build your house. Is, this build your house is going to be broken up into a bunch of subsections, all right? So this essentially, and this is, I'm not talking about this needlessly. This is what I plan to do. And the thing is, I plan to get a job and to save up, 20, 30, $40,000 and just throw all that money at building a house on a piece of land like this. That's what I plan to do. If I can't save up that much money and I end up building, just the most basic ass piece of property, that's totally fine, right? I do not care. I just need something with 4 walls, insulation, and a portable air conditioner. That's it. That's all you need, right? Did you guys know it snows up here? Apparently in Nice County, in this area, it actually rains a lot. So there is a rainy season here. So that's pretty nice. So I do enjoy the rain. And of course up here in Sacramento it does snow as well. So I do like the snow. But living in a very rural, off to the side area in a place that snows is going to pose some problems. So I'm going to have to figure out how to deal with that, because I highly doubt that they're going to come and clear this street out with, a snowplow or something. So I'm probably going to have to get a big old pickup truck that can raise off the ground and, drive in the snow and stuff, just to get anywhere during the winter. Either that or stock up on cans of food. Anyway, so I found this housing place yesterday, 2 days ago, whatever, I don't know. I burned my hand, so I had a lot of time. You guys want to see this? It doesn't really show up on the webcam, but essentially, yeah, you guys see where there's the marks there, like where it looks like there's a birthmark there. That's where I got burned. So I was cooking dinner for my family. God fuck them, and unappreciated, of course, and I was rushing around. I'm trying to deal with all this stuff in the kitchen because the kitchen's not clean and all that, and I end up putting a piece of chicken in a frying pan with a bunch of hot oil in it, and the oil's very hot. I didn't anticipate that, and I was rushing and all this sort of stuff, and I put it in with my left hand, and the oil splashed. It just jumped, and it just splashed right onto my fingers, and so it burned. It burned like a bitch. Oh my god, it hurt so bad. I mean, you guys can. This is 2 days later, and it's starting to form. And this is after I did severe treatment on this. I ran underwater for like a half an hour. I put lotion on it. I put an ice pack over it for the rest of the night. And then I bandage wrapped it for the next day and a half. But I mean, just and then along the border of my fingernails there, it's starting to blister up a little bit, but it's not that bad. I mean, I burned myself. It was like 6 o'clock at night, and I was in like excruciating pain. Like it felt like my fingers had been chopped off, like completely. Like that's how painful it was. Like it felt like someone took a butcher knife to my fingertips. Honestly, it felt like that for, I'd say, until midnight. Is when like I stopped wincing in pain. At least it still hurt, but it wasn't as bad. But it did take about 6 hours for the excruciating pain to calm down. So anyway, if I'm just noticing the scars now, but if that skin tissue doesn't like fall off or anything, then I think I'm gonna have those marks for the rest of my life. So That's what I get for cooking for my unappreciative family. So it's one of those things, I was excited. I was excited to cook for them because I'm like, oh yeah, I'll cook, I'll do something that I like, and they'll appreciate me for it. And of course, they don't appreciate any fucking meal that I cook for them ever. It's a means to an end for them. And then I go fucking risking, my physical health for those kind of people. So fuck them, honestly. So it's the last time I cook for them, honestly. So oh well. What does that mean? That just means I have to find people in my life who do appreciate the things that I do. So that would be ideal. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. Those it's war wounds. It hit all four of my fingers, but I don't know, my index and my pinky kind of have a little bit of an outline on around the fingernail, but yeah, it really. Anyway, so I couldn't play games for the rest of the night, and I was so fuming angry too about the whole situation that I couldn't enjoy anything for the rest of the night. So thankfully, I bought myself sushi earlier that day. So this was on Wednesday. Thankfully, I bought myself some sushi earlier that day, so I figured out you can buy sushi on food stamps. Anyway, why did I start talking about that? I don't know. I didn't get to play video games for the rest of the night because, I was in pain. Oh, my skin's puffing up. That means it's gonna start ripping. It's gonna be something to deal with. Oh well. Hopefully it heals underneath before the skin starts peeling. Oh well. Anyway. Hilarious. What was I talking about? What spurred me on to say that? I don't know. Snow. Oh yeah, so I gotta, there's gonna be weather up here. Anyway, so yeah, anyway, you have your okay, so it's this kind of trapezoid. I guess it wouldn't technically be a trapezoid. It's not parallel. But it's this sort of plot of land here. That's a bit of land. That's quite a bit of land. I mean, it's 0.29 acres. What's the square footage of that? They're not going to tell me. Okay. Google. 12,000 square feet? Holy shit. Holy crap. Wow. You look at like modern houses, right? You look at like suburban home square footage. It's about 2,000 square feet is a normal house. Anywhere from 1,600 to 2,000 square feet is going to be a normal house. So you think about you probably the home you guys are living in, it's about 2,000 square feet for that whole plot of land. This is 12,000. That's 6 times. Imagine 6 houses all like next to each other, right? And in kind of like a rectangle. That's how big this plot of land is. I could put 6 6 full-sized houses on this plot of land. That is insane. That is insane. I love that. I love that. And they're giving this away for $4,000. Holy hell. God, you talk about a steal. Oh my god. I'm tempted to buy this right now, to be honest. I have the money for it. I could buy this in cash today. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with it. I don't have the cash to, like, renovate it or anything, but I don't, you know, this is something where it's like I don't want to lose the opportunity to buy something like this, right? This is ideal. Of course, I've thought about that on other things as well. You know, I've let the opportunity go by, but it is what it is. But you know, this is the price of, like, what would this be? 9 months rent for me. So less than 1 year's rent for me in my situation. And I could own this piece of land for the rest of my life. Essentially, this is like a permanent thing for the rest of my life. So I should have just done this and then just lived in a tent on this. Of course, there's a lot of things you got to consider when you buy land. But anyway, okay, so but I'll plow land. You know, I decide to plow my house down. Who knows where? Here, or next to the trees, or whatever. Who knows? I technically own this part of the trees. Huh. Anyway, I put my land, you know, I buy the land. I own this piece of land, but what can I do with it? Well, let's ignore Article 10 of the zoning ordinance for Lake County for now. What do you need to do to build a house? You think about building a house, it seems like a really big ordeal. And it is. It's probably going to be like the biggest thing in your life. Just as it's going to be the biggest expense in your life, right? If you decide to buy a house. But if you build a house, it is going to be you know, if you decide to build a house, it's going to be as much of an ordeal as it would be to buy one. So you gotta, you know, oh, this is cute. They have a little tiny house community. But yeah, you gotta. I don't know how I'd feel about living in a really close-knit community like this. You know, all these people are going to be like friendly. Every morning they wake up, they go outside, have their cup of joe, and they, you know, socialize with their neighbors. You know, it's that kind of community. Very friendly, outgoing, social people. You know, most of them are going to be very nice, you know, not really any drama or anything like that, but it's still a lot of social contact, and it's a lot of social contact. I'm gonna feel like I'm hiding inside my house most of the time because of my anxiety. So, or not necessarily anxiety, but I just don't want to interact with people more than I have to. Live large, go tiny. This place looks nice. What the hell? They really... They really try to, like, modernize. I mean, it's a nice house. But, like, I wouldn't put this much effort into this. 60 grand, that's pretty nice. That's a really nice price. I mean, you think about, like, a Tesla car is like $60,000. Would you rather have an electric car or would you rather have a house, right? Obviously, you'd rather have a house, right? But so okay, the Nicaragua, Nicaragua, Africa. Anyway, this looks like a nice house. Anyway, so you think about people are building tiny homes now. So, oh, this looks nice. It's just a glowing box. Inspired by the stars. Designed for new frontiers beyond the city and off the grid. It isn't just a quick place to stay. It's a gateway to the outside world. Buy now. It's a gateway to the outside world, except I'm using society US dollars to purchase it. It does look nice, though. That's comfy. That actually really looks comfy. Oh, and wait, that's it? It's just the bed, and then it opens up into the outside. That's it. That's all you get. You talk about simple. You talk about simple. Holy crap. This actually does look really nice, but it's just a matter of making your house shaped weird and then adding a bunch of LED lights to it. So that's really all you're doing in order to do this, right? It's a very Instagram worthy house for sure. 17 grand, I could see that. I could see that for sure. So anyway, what you want to do is, oh, this looks comfy. What you want to do is you have your plot of land, right? And you're like, oh, I got to build a house on this. Well, you got two options. Okay, you got two options, and really you only have one. But I'll explain that in a second. Basically, you have two options. A tiny house. Well, okay, you have three options, right? You can build a normal house for a normal amount of money, right? But this whole thing is to avoid doing that. So we're on the tiny house route. So you have two choices. You can build a tiny house on a trailer. So it's on wheels like this guy is. And you can lug it around or whatever, right? And you're basically living on top of a trailer. Tiny house on wheels. So basically like this. So it's on top of a trailer, and it's supported by these metal beams, like by basically it's basically kickstands. And you could technically get a big old truck, attach this tiny house to the truck, and then drive away with it. So you have that option. That's option one. And honestly, like, that's a pretty versatile option, considering that, like, okay, maybe I'm gonna move, maybe I want to go across the country, maybe I want to go traveling, things like that. Maybe I don't know, a hurricane hit and my whole city's dead, and I gotta go live somewhere else. So let's pick up my house and go, right? So that's option one, and honestly, like, that's a more versatile option. But there are two problems with that. Problem number one, I mean, there's three problems with that. Problem number one is that you're going to be stuck on this trailer, right? You're always going to feel there's going to be at least a tiny bit of that insecurity that you're sort of like you're living on basically a raised platform. That's all it is, right? On this like car trailer. And it's not going to be the worst thing in the world, but it's not necessarily ideal for like a permanent solution, right? It's definitely something you will eventually want to transition off of, for sure, because there's going to be just that tiny bit of instability, just simply knowing that you're on essentially a truck trailer, that your entire house is on a truck trailer, right? It'd be the same insecurity you'd have if you were to sleep in the trunk of your car, right? Or, to sleep in the trunk, or to sleep in your car at all in the first place, right? So, like, van dwelling is going to have that same sort of insecurity to it, right? It's not because of that, like, sort of like, I don't know, because of that difference of like you're not on the earth, it's not going to feel like a permanent stable solution, right? It's just going to feel like something you're doing temporarily forever. And that does take away from it. It's not going to it's not like it's not like a deal breaker, but it's an issue, right? And that's something you have to consider. Problem number 2 relates to me having a house that's on essentially a car trailer. The main benefit of that is that you get to move it with your car or with your truck. I am not a good driver. I mean, this is what it boils down to. I'm not a good driver. So you ask a normal person like, "Oh yeah, move this house," and they'll be able to do it. But you ask me to do that, this is going to be quite the ordeal. If you're telling me like, "Oh, I can't live on my property in a nice California anymore. I got to go to Mexico, or I got to go to Canada, or I got to go to New York." Me driving to another location alone is like such a task. But me driving to another location in a big truck that's harder to maneuver with a giant house on the back, that is an ordeal. You guys know, like, you guys imagine like truckers, right? Who have to have the big old trucks or whatever. Truck. You guys imagine something like this, right? Let's say something like this. The big old truck's one thing, but then you have this extra component that's kind of separate, and it's only attached by this little axle that's like keeping the trailer attached to the truck. When you make a turn, no matter how slight, you're going to have to compensate for the trailer moving independently of you, and you're going to have to move your car in a fashion to where both the truck and the trailer will move in the way that you want to. And you have to calculate that in your mind, and you have to figure that out for every single turn that you make. Every stop that you make, you have to consider that this trailer, you're going to have to stop a little bit extra because this trailer is following behind you. Every slight curve on the highway, you're gonna have to figure that out. Every exit you take, you're gonna have to figure that out. Every stoplight you're at, every left turn, every right turn, you're gonna have to compensate for. Every change in speed limit, every stop sign, all the other cars around you, you're gonna have to think about all of these things all of the time actively for every single little micro situation that you're gonna be in. Talk about stressful. Absolutely talk about stressful. A lot of people are able to do it. I'm not. My mind is not built for something like this. So you're asking me not only to do the truck, which is a big vehicle on its own, not only to do the trailer, which is a big addition on its own, but to do all of that while the damn thing is as big as a house. And if I mess up at all on my travels, then my entire living space gets destroyed. That's that is not that is not something I want to go through. That is not something I can even fathom, like, being able to tolerate. Like, I'm gonna have a panic attack before I even start the car. Right? That's way too much for me. So the whole point of being on a trailer is that you can park the thing. I'm is that you can drive with the thing. I'm not gonna be able to drive with it. I would literally have to hire somebody else in order to drive my vehicle for me, in order to transport it. But gods, if I got to go from California to New York, I'm gonna be paying that driver like $5,000 just to transport it, and I'm gonna be paying for his plane ticket on the way back to his home. So that's not ideal. That's not ideal at all. So obviously I can do it, if push comes to shove, I always can hire somebody else to do it for me, and just pay the exorbitant amount of money that would be required to do so. But that's not gonna happen. So, or it's way too much, and I wouldn't be comfortable trusting it with somebody else either. So, unless I know them. So, like, if I got like my father to do it, for example, like that would be fine, right? But which I'm sure he would, but he's getting on in years, so he's probably not going to be capable of something like that in the future. So, and he's pretty much the only person I could ask for something like this. But yeah, anyway, it's yeah. So that's number two. So number one's the instability. Number two is the fact that I would have to drive it, which is not gonna be good. And then number three is that the third reason why this is gonna be bad is because it's not gonna meet. It's most likely not gonna meet zoning standards. A lot of when you buy a piece of land and you park a car and you park a house like this on it, it's got to fulfill certain standards. And one of the standards for zoning, according to this article, is that your house has to be built on a foundation, which means that it needs to be a clear concrete slab of ground in order for the house to stand on. Being on a trailer does not allow you that, right? Being on a trailer, you can build that concrete slab and park the thing on it. It's still going to be on a trailer. So, it's not going to meet those kind of codes. Although it would be classified as a mobile home at that point, in which it would follow a different set of rules. So there is an advantage towards that. But honestly, like, if push comes to shove, I could always just build this on a plot of land on the trailer, but just not intend to drive it anywhere, right? So if push comes to shove, for sure. But this is a very nice house, by the way. It has a little attic in it. Very nice. The solar panels. But yeah. It's a nice one too. Coming soon. The Vista. But yeah, anyway, the looks like they just make these. I could probably pay them just to drop it off at my place. This one is in Wisconsin, I believe. Yeah, Wisconsin. Not too bad of a drive. I mean, it is a bad drive for me, but not for them. So, wow, they really were hard on this one. This is the sort of thing where it's like, this one is the sort of thing where it's like, okay, you already own a house and you're uber rich and you want, or you have spare money and you want like a separate dwelling to get out of the house, get away from your family, do some extra work, things like that. So this is what you would buy that for, right? A table to sit on, electricity for your laptop, and the lights, and a toilet. That's basically all you need in this, right? Directly connected to nature. Craftsmanship is everywhere in this quiet, clean, open design. They really hyped up that design, and then they give the design a 6 out of 10. But yeah, anyway, so option one is to build your tiny house on a trailer. It's still a viable option, but it does have its downsides, especially for me. Option two is to build your tiny house on a foundation. Now, a foundation is a concrete slab. Not the show. It's a house foundation. The search is relevant to your recent activity. They are keeping track of my recent activity. A foundation is basically, well, these are complicated. What if I look up house foundation for tiny house? There we go. So it's basically, I mean, this is a pretty good example. So basically your foundation is going to be, you guys see how this house is standing up on basically concrete pillars, right? That's your foundation. Your foundation is, before you build a house or put it on or whatever, you're going to be, you need to put concrete or wood. It can be a wood foundation. I wouldn't prefer it. It's just basically a concrete slab that's standing up by these pillars, and then you plop your house right on top of it. So obviously this one's a little elevated. What I would do is I would dig into the ground and put concrete in the ground itself, and just be a concrete slab on the floor, and then I would put a little border around it so the bugs don't get in, and then that way the house is level. But basically this is essentially what it is you build a foundation, which is where you're going to put the thing on top of. And then look at the little guy. I shouldn't say that. I'm very disrespectful of little people. Kiwi. Yeah, she's so cute. She's so cute. Yeah, look at this. Look at that little puffball. No. What? Who's it? Ooh. She's so cute. But yeah. Oh. Throw. Wait. Throw. Alright. But yeah. So. You build something for the house to stand on. You can, or somebody else can, but the main cost is going to be materials. So I would do concrete. Right, concrete's going to be the best. So you basically just get a big old square in the ground, and then put a border around it, and then just fill it with concrete. It's like a mixer. So they don't have an example on here. I mean, this is pretty good. But yeah, you guys see how, I mean, they did concrete bricks. They did bricks for the foundation, and then they're doing the bottom floor of the house is going to be wood. So this is actually pretty good. This is probably a little similar to what I would do. You know, you have the concrete on the ground, and then to support the whole thing, and then you start building the house on top of it. So that would be ideal. Of course, the cost to getting to this point alone is going to be the majority of the cost of the house. So, which is a good and bad thing. So, majority of the cost of building the house. You're not. This doesn't account for the land. This doesn't account for like the interior of it. Right. You're basically just, what I want in a tiny house is just one box, right? I just want a box to live in. That's all it is, with a roof. Honestly, roof is optional, at this point. But yeah. Anyway, you build this kind of foundation. That's your start. Once you have that, then it's pretty much easy sailing from there. obviously you have to build the rest of your house, but it's, you know, and you need to know how to build a house. But I mean, honestly, like I can pitch a tent on this, or I can just sleep in a sleeping bag on top of here, and it'd just be fine, right? So even if it's gonna take me a couple months to build my house in the middle of the forest, as long as I have enough canned food and a propane stove, then I'm in a sleeping bag, then I'm pretty much good to go, right? Like I'll be able to dedicate full time to this. And honestly, if I'm able to save up enough money by then like I'm giving myself a 2 year time limit. So I would probably say, assuming that a place like this is still like available for sale, or if something else comes up, I would probably say May or June of 2024 is when I want to buy my plot of land and then go to it. And I'll just go to it, and then I'll get my building materials, and then I'll just start building the thing on my own. So, and then a couple months later, it should be like July, August is when it should be done. So, me building it. So, with hired help for the more complicated things, but that's essentially what I want to do. So, of course, I'd have to plan it all out beforehand, but yeah. So, yeah, so, you know, you just get something like this done in the beginning, first, like, week, and then I would just live on site. So, that'd be nice. A lot of trees in this area. Give you shade. Very cool. But yeah, so yeah, with a tiny house, build a foundation like that, and then, of course, you get to something like this, and you start, you know, building up. You start building, you know, your house on it. And you guys can see with how foundations are working, even if the ground itself is uneven, you can still make your house level. So that's pretty cool. And see, these people they're basically just building a box, right? They're basically building a box. My ideal tiny house is basically it's just a studio apartment. So you have I mean, this is it, right? I mean, this actually looks really nice, to be honest. You have your bed in this closed off area, which I love. I want a wall. I want 3 walls around my bed. That'd be ideal for me. You have 3 walls, and then there's probably a bathroom over here. There's the front door. You have a kitchen with kitchen space to cook and eat. Very nice, with a fridge and a sink. Again, there's probably a bathroom over here with a shower. That's going to be right behind the bed. And then yeah, you just, I don't know. I'd put a TV over here, and then a comfy like love seat or gaming chair here to look over at it. So, and play and stuff. So yeah, that would be it. That's basically, I just need, so basically for those purposes I need just one big room. Essentially, I just need this one big room with maybe a couple of dividers, one for the bed at least, and then everything else can be open concept, like this. So that'd be nice. Of course, I wouldn't have so much clutter. I would have, this looks like a closet, so a closet would be for my clothes and storage space, and then that's it, right? So basically, if I made a tiny house modeled after this, which I really like this image, so New Taipei, very nice. If I built a tiny house modeled after this image, then this foundation would be enough, right? And you guys can see how this could turn into this. I mean, you put the bed here, or you put the bed about here, the TV here, The kitchen over here. There could be a little bathroom in the back over here. So you have bathroom, kitchen, TV, bed. There's going to be a walkway, a big walkway, right? We're trying to do open space, but with a counter for cooking, and then a front door, and that's it. And then one or two windows where windows go, I guess. I don't know, and probably a fan on the ceiling that goes to the outside. That'd be nice. You do want some, if you're not going to have too many windows, which I don't want, you got to have some ventilation. So, van dwelling. Van dwelling has these vents, which, basically you have the cool air coming in through one vent and then the hot air going out from the top. So I would design my house in the same way, to where I have cool vents on the bottom level of the sides of the house that would bring cool air in, and then I would let all the hot air dissipate. So probably one of these over the kitchen and over the bed. And the thing is, it wouldn't just be a vent itself. I would put a fan here. I would put a fan that covers the opening, and then the fan would be blowing out into the outside. And of course, down here too, the fan, I would have a fan attached to the opening that would blow into it, like an air conditioner, like one of those window unit air conditioners. You guys know the big gray box ones that people put in their windows. A fan in that spot would serve the same purpose. So, anyway. There's a lot of elements to it as well. But, of course, all that's for research later. But yeah, you guys could see how a small kind of foundation like this could turn, or like this, could turn into a tiny house, right? Obviously, you have the foundation here. You see the pillars. It's basically just a wooden platform, and then you build the house out until it looks like this. So, and then on the inside you could have whatever you want. So, obviously all the nice tile and stuff does look kind of pricey, so I'd have to price that as it comes. So, I do like carpet. I like carpet floors. So, and they're easy to clean too because you just vacuum. But of course you could just sweep the hardwood floors. Nah, whatever. Nice little counter for you to eat. One person here, one person in the kitchen. It's very nice. This looks like a washing machine, or like a dishwasher under here, but you do need a space for utilities. Washer dryer is very important as well. You can do your drying on a clothes rack to save on electricity. Another thing with tiny homes is that you do need electricity, right? If I'm living off in here, this is the middle of nowhere. I'm not getting electrical outlets here. I'm not getting, a line toward, from the electric company coming out here, right? So I'm going to need to, anything that I use, I'm going to need to power myself. Same thing with the water. They do have rain catchers, but I don't know how good that is. Anyway, as far as electricity goes, you get solar panels. So basically, here you would place, and the other picture had it too. Yeah, this one, they had a solar panel here. They just have one. It's probably all they can afford. These solar panels are kind of pricey. Ideally, you would line your entire roof with solar panels, especially if you're living in California. I mean, since I'm going to be living in what's relatively a sunny area, Sacramento, which is right next to here, gets about five solar hours a day. So that's pretty decent compared to other states, which gets like 2 or 3. So California, Florida, Mexico, Texas, those kind of places are going to be good for solar energy. So if I were to live in like Nebraska instead, for example, it wouldn't be as great. Or like Montana, right? Kansas. So solar panels are actually going to be a huge cost. So for van here. Google knows I'm planning on going off grid. So am I really off grid? If Google knows based off my search history, I'm in incognito too. They can't spy on me. That's illegal. How many solar panels are needed to power my home? A typical home needs 20 to 24 solar panels. I'm gonna go half that. Why solar panels are not worth it. They can't store electricity. You get a generator for that. Yeah, they require a solar battery. Okay, well, considering that I can't get like a nuclear reactor in my house, then this is going to be the next best thing. What, do you want me to set up like a windmill? Like, come on. I don't... Oh, Tesla's selling solar panels, eh? A ring solar panel. Oh, for like your... Flexible, 12 volts. See, they have volts and they have watts. God. You guys know in high school, physics? God, I hated physics. Physics got into all these technical concepts of like force and matter and energy, and one of the things was calculating electrical output of devices. They would give you like a circuit board, right? They would give you this kind of like physics circuit problem. Resistors. Ah, fuck me, dude. Look at this. Look at this. How to solve DC circuits. Oh my god. V equals IR. Oh no. The second I is the initial times the first resistor over the first plus second resistor. The thing is, the formulas are relatively easy enough, like if you've taken like trig or calculus, but which I had, but having to find these values in the actual circuits are like ridiculous. Like, you guys who haven't taken this or who aren't good at this sort of stuff are probably looking at this and it probably looks like a foreign language to you. And believe me, it looks like a foreign language to me too. I have no idea what's going on. I know this is like a break in the circuit. These, I don't know what the squiggly lines represent. They're resistors, something like that. And then they have plus and minuses. And they have different points. And then they have this independently, which is for some, like, resistor 1 and 2. And I have no idea. I have no idea whatsoever. But anyway, somehow you're supposed to be able to derive numerical values out of these pictures and then plug them into these formulas. I had no idea. I know how to do math, like arithmetic, but this was beyond me. So this is a whole nother level. Anyway, electrical output. So one of the things, the reason why I bring this up is because there's a huge difference in physics between volts and wattage. I still have no idea what the difference is. Volts to watts. Watts equals amps times volts. What the fuck does that mean? Who knows what this means? What is this? And, you have to calculate how many amps there are and stuff. Like, oh, you had to go to those pictures and figure it out. Like, oh my god, yeah. No, look at this. Look at this. They're asking you, like, okay, they're saying there's 0 volts out, there's 0 volts to start, and then you go through a battery, and then the current goes through a battery, and that the current is now 1.5, and it goes across a 1 amp line, and then it's 1 volt, 1.5 volts here, and then it hits the bulb, and now it's 0 volts out. It's supposed to go in a circle. Voltage plus current, or times current, equals power. Volts times amps equals watts. Anyway, so dude, screw me. Like this was so complicated to me as a, how old was I? 16, 17 when I took physics. This was beyond me. I almost failed that class. Like it was, and I took AP physics as well. So I still passed the AP exam. So in your face, Mr. Brown. But just because, I told you guys this before. I would score like a 1 out of 5 on like the practice AP exams, and my physics teacher would write on my exams, "You need to do better, Big Pasta." And I would, my confidence was just shot by that point. I wasn't studying. I didn't understand any of the material. I didn't get any of this. So honestly, I should have done like tutoring for physics because I really needed it. Anyway, so I knew nothing. I like couldn't understand any of this beyond like the most basic of concepts. Beyond the stuff where they actually gave you the numbers anyway, from the get go, and I could just plug it into the formula and punch in my calculator, right? That's all I understood. Anyway, so I did crap on the practice exams and everything like that, and like I was failing the class. And then comes the day in like May where we do the AP exams, which are the nationwide. Everyone takes the same test and everyone's graded against each other, basically. I had been getting a 1 out of 5 score or a 2 out of 5 on the practice AP exams in class, which means you fail, right? On the real test, I didn't study a lick for this, by the way. I was playing League of Legends the night before. On the actual exam, I got a 4 out of 5. I scored above the average and at a passing level, at a proficient level of this. I didn't know shit. I didn't know anything about any of this for physics, but I still passed. I still passed with, one of the higher scores among my peers. Why? Why did I, who was failing the tests, the practice tests beforehand, why did I all of a sudden do really well? I didn't. I didn't do really well. Everybody else in the country did shit. That's what it was. We weren't graded based off of a preset standard. We were graded compared to everybody else. And so me getting a 4 out of 5 on that nationwide test meant that everybody else in the country was worse than me. That's all it is. That's all it is. And so I passed the exam. I got my college credit for it, and I passed the class too. Because the teacher was like, "Oh, just if you take the AP exam and you do well, I'll give you a good grade for your final. You don't have to take it." So I didn't have to. So even though I was the one who needed it, I didn't have to take the final, and I passed the class anyway. So it was like whatever. He probably wasn't too thrilled about that, but whatever. Screw him. Anyway, not screw him. I'm sure he didn't care that much, but yeah, he yeah. It's just, so the lesson is, no matter how bad at something you are, you just need to be better than other people at it. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it ever is. You go interview for a job, you don't have to be the best fit for that job. You just have to be better than everybody else who's applying. You want to get a promotion at your company, you don't need to be the best at your job. You just need to be better than your coworkers. You want to get your college degree, you don't need to be the best. You just have to be better than everybody else, right? Be better than all the other students. I'm getting the A pluses on my college work because they're not grading at me at a preset standard. They're grading me against everybody else. And everybody else is like they must not they just must be worse. I mean, I guess that's the only explanation, right? It's like I don't consider myself good at anything, but I don't consider myself bad at most things either. So, but I hold myself to a much higher standard than I think is normal. So, and I guess it's insecurity, I suppose. It's like because I see that something could be done better, and if I'm not doing it, then I'm not performing my best, which means I'm not performing at a good level. That's what I see, right? Because I'm not the most intelligent person on the planet. I'm not the most capable person on the planet. So whenever I do something, I need to do my best in order to get up to an acceptable level. But really, that's not the case. Apparently I can just go through life casually and just succeed at whatever it is, right? I'm not going to become a neurosurgeon or, a lawyer or anything like that. But for my purposes, what I have to do in life, I end up doing okay. So except for something like this, and except for something like this I'm gonna have to put my full effort into. Like this isn't like you can't take shortcuts, and you can't just say, oh, I'm just slightly better than other people at it, because most people can't build a house, right? And so just because I can, lay wood on top of foundation doesn't mean that I'm gonna get a good house out of it, right? This is like gonna be the one thing in my life where I'm actually gonna have to put in my best towards something that I don't know how to do yet. That's what it is. That's where the challenge comes in. So, which is fine. Technically, I only have to do it once, but whatever. So, anyway, as far as like solar panels go, they oh, here you go. Okay, $100 for a solar panel. So I have no idea how much. The Mars lander are losing power because of dust on the solar panels. Man, they should have put windshield wipers on that thing. Anyway, I can go to Costco and get some solar panels. The cost of solar panels isn't worth it. Alright, Investopedia. What is solar power for a home? See, with something like this, I don't need to know like voltages and watts and stuff. I just need other people to explain it to me. That's the nice thing about the internet. Other people are smarter than you when it comes to stuff like this, so you can just read other people's stuff, or you can ask questions. I can go on Reddit, on like the tiny house community, and ask people like, hey man, I got a 4K TV and a PlayStation. How much money am I gonna have to dump into solar panels? And they're gonna be like, oh, da 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 da, and I'm gonna be cool. All right, cool. I got my answer. Understanding solar power. I don't care. The average upfront cost of a residential solar power system is between $3,000 and $16,000. That is a huge margin. Oh my god. So basically, what this tells me, if it's between 3 and 16, that's telling me that makes it tougher, because that's basically telling me my understanding of solar panels could save me $10,000. Or it could cost me $10,000 if I don't understand it, which means I'm going to have to sit here for a day or a week and really understand like how solar panels work and what exactly I need and all this sort of stuff. So I tried calculating my energy production the other day, and it was tough. People are looking at this and being like, oh, is it worth it for your home or whatever, right? Which should be what I'm doing, but that's not what it is. For me, for my purposes, I don't have a choice, right? If I'm going off grid, right? If I live here in the middle of the forest, in the middle of nowhere, I need my electricity, but I'm not going to get an electrical hookup by the electric company. So I'm going to need solar panels because I have no other option, right? It's either that or I don't get lights and I don't get air conditioning and I don't get my video games. So that's a problem. Or well, it limits me, right? I have to invest in solar panels, which means that sites like this, which are going to try to justify and really explain out the pros and cons of solar panels, it's going to give me a better understanding of everything. But God, it feels like I'm just doing another research paper. Hang on. And my research paper for college. You guys want to know what I wrote about? I was supposed to write an argumentative paper, right? I support an argument or whatever. I wrote about abortion. I wrote about, because you guys have probably heard, the government's thinking about overruling. They're thinking about getting rid of abortion rights. Not like abortion rights, but like the whole Roe versus Wade court case, which made abortion legal nationwide, is on your side. They're gonna overturn that. So basically that means that it's gonna be up to the states that you live in if you can get an abortion or not, right? So states like Texas, who are very conservative, they're not going to allow people to get abortions, right? They're going to be like, oh, it's illegal to get abortions, stop killing your babies. And then women aren't going to be able to abort their children. So, unless it's like medically necessary. So, the medically necessary ones are still allowed, but you have to go through a lot of hoops and hurdles to get that approved, right? Because in their eyes, you're killing a child essentially, right? If you get an abortion, so which is true and false. I mean, it's up for debate, and honestly, like, I wrote 4 pages of a paper about it, but honestly, I really don't care, right? I'm not a woman. I don't reproductive rights. It's not really my realm of care. I really don't give a shit. Like, whatever. People can do what they want as long as it doesn't affect me, right? And this isn't going to affect me, so. I mean, it could, but it's probably not going to. Anyway, so, so I wrote a paper about abortion, and basically the opinion that I took was that outlawing abortions is going to have very bad economic consequences for women, right? Because they're gonna have to. And my whole spin on it was that women who don't have kids are able to succeed in life because they're able to go to college and start a career and yada yada, and then wait till they're 30 before they start having a family. But if you take away the abortion rights, then if a girl gets pregnant at 18 or as a teenager or whatever, and they can't get an abortion, then they're going to have a kid. And they're going to have a kid at a young age, and they're not going to be able to go to college. They're probably not even going to finish high school. They're going to have to work some dead-end job out of desperation in order to make ends meet, which is going to put both them and their child in a bad living situation. And that was my whole spin on it. And it was pretty easy to find research on that because a lot of people on the internet have opinions about that. And all of what I just said is technically true. Again, I do not care, right? Because honestly, if you, premarital sex is a sin, and there's a reason why it says it's a sin in the Bible. It's because of situations like this, right? It's because, God wasn't just saying, oh, you can't have sex with people to be a big meanie head, right? This was a book, the Bible was something that was written by humans to advise other humans on how to live an intelligent life for, with as little consequence as possible. So premarital sex is one of those things, right? If you sleep with somebody and you get pregnant and it's not a marriage, then that person could leave you. And now you're stuck as a single mother. Now you're stuck as a young mother. Now you're stuck, yada, yada, right? Because you didn't set yourself up for the future correctly. So, and the same reason why, like, divorce is a sin, right? That's also in the Bible. It's so that we can't abandon each other, right? When we're raising a family, because it's going to be bad for the parents who have to take care of the kids, and for the kids themselves who are going to lose a parent. So, in a divorce. So, I mean, it is what it is, but yeah, anyway. So, my opinion on abortion is maybe don't fuck until you're married, right? Or don't have sex with strangers. At the very least, don't have sex with strangers. That would be a nice thing that would be a nice message to push, but of course we're not going to push that, right? As I've said before, we live in a sex-positive society, so screw it, right? So anyway, that's my take on abortions, because that relates directly to abortions, right? And of course there are exceptions. There's rape victims and all of that, but I don't have one opinion or the other on abortions. I don't care. It's that my opinion is that the situation shouldn't arise in the first place, right? You shouldn't have to be in a position where you get an abortion, right? And of course that's maybe ignorant of me to say, because there are some people who can't help it. Victims of abuse being one, which obviously this doesn't apply to because that's kind of an outlier case. But even if it's not as uncommon as we'd like to think. But I don't know. Oh, we used protection, but it didn't work, and we're longtime partners, but we're both going to college and yada yada. It's like, okay, situations like that too. It's like, then that's fine, right? Obviously, you liked each other, you're going to stay with each other forever. Maybe you did get married, but you're both college students or whatever. Can't have a kid right now. Whoops, we have a kid. Well, or whoops, we got pregnant, right? Abortion's fine. Like I said, I don't care, right? I don't, kill your unborn baby. I do not care, right? It doesn't have any consequence on the world. In fact, there's a lot of research saying that that first trimester babies don't actually have a conscience yet. So there's like scientific research done for this, which is what I cited in my article or in my paper. And it's like, okay, so you're not really like murdering something, right? Yeah, a baby doesn't get to be born, but at the same time, there's benefit to that as well, right? Was it really a human being in the first place, right? It didn't have a conscience, it didn't develop yet, right? Are the sperm and eggs that you lose by jerking off or by bleeding every month, are those human beings, right? It's like, you can get really deep into what you classify as a human being or not. So right, and then at that point it's the same argument as like, okay, why why do we why do we love our pets like they're people, and we wouldn't want to harm them, but at the same time we're not afraid of squishing bugs, right? it's it's the same argument, right? It's like, it's an animal, it's a non-human, so why do you care, right? Or why do we eat chicken nuggets, but yet we have pets that we protect with our lives, right? It's like, you know it's it's all an emotional argument, basically. But anyway, that aside, um obviously you want to create a better life situation for yourself. So if you get pregnant and you're like, hey, I'm not ready to have a kid yet, you abort the kid, and then the next kid that you have that actually gets to be born is going to be born into a very good financial situation because you got to finish college, and you got to get a career, and you got to meet somebody who is actually going to take care of you and all this sort of stuff, right? So it doesn't. So again, I don't care, right? People can get abortions, so people can be pro-life, whatever, right? It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that people fuck like rabbits, and then they get 50 abortions in their lives, and and then they cry about like women's rights. That's the kind of shit that bothers me, because it's like, you're not setting yourself up for a good future. You're not setting yourself up for success, and whatever nonsense you're spouting is going to cause collateral damage to people who are trying to live their lives in a decent way. That's the issue. That's the issue. Then there's more reasons than one why that's the case, and that's where the issue is. So when I say people shouldn't put themselves in a position where they need to get abortions, it's said in reference to the people who just fuck like rabbits, right? And they'll just go have sex with strangers, and they'll do everything in the book that you probably shouldn't be doing, right? And then there's a consequence to their action, and they don't want a consequence to their action, and so they don't want to take responsibility for it. Get an abortion, false rape charges, undue child support, things like that. It's, I mean, I could spend the next 3 days talking about the issues that feminism has brought onto this country, but it's not important anymore. So I've already talked about that stuff in length. But yeah, anyway, so I wrote this paper on abortion, which I don't care about, with an opinion that I don't disagree with, but that I really wasn't passionate about anyway. So, but yeah. Anyway, I had to do research on that. It's like any topic, somebody could hire me to write an argument paper on something, and I could probably churn it out in a week, give it to them. Wouldn't it be that bad? So, but yeah, the whole solar panel research feels like I'm doing research for something that I'm not popular. Like, I'm not really too keen about, like, dollar per kilowatt hour. Oh, I see. Well, this is off the assumption that your solar panels are going to last, right? Popular solar panels. For a tiny house cost. Cost. They heard me say the word cost, and so they changed it. Hey, look at that, $2,000 to $10,000. Wow, this person has a lot on their thing. They have 21 solar panels. I did a solar panel cost calculator or whatever, the other day, and it said I needed like 22 solar panels, something like that. I don't know what size solar panels they're talking about. I don't think they're all the same size. Usage calculator. Thing is, I don't have access to my electric bill, so I can't really determine. Plus, I have to consider, for something like this, I'm going to be running air conditioning during the summers and probably heat during the winter. So, or I'm not going to be running heat during the winter. I can actually, they have just metal furnaces. And this, what was it? This YouTuber who I'm subscribed to. This one. She did
11 years.
She did a video on, yeah, this. Basically, she just has one friggin' wood stove, and we're not gonna listen. So I can't hear the video anyway. God, I'm getting sick. Fuck. A year? Can't I just, at this point, can't I just buy my firewood? Nobody has a, not everyone has a 5-acre forested piece of property. I sell firewood for a living? You can do that for a living? I'm 70 years old and my wife is 66. We are off grid in North Idaho and heat only with wood. We have a Blaze King in our house, kitchen queen cook stove in the summer's kitchen, and wood heaters in both shops. We cut our own wood and keep the full wood shed with a 3-year supply. The shed's about 12 feet deep and 36 wide and holds well over 20 cords. We collect pine cones in the summer for kindling. Wouldn't have it any other way. God damn, this sounds like a lot of work. Oh my god, fucking never mind. Whatever, I'm using electricity. God, having to chop down your own trees for firewood? Ugh, kill me. This wood stove trick blew my mind. Anyway, she has a silly little wood stove, yeah. So you can basically heat like an entire house with just one stove like this, so. Ooh, look at that firewood. Ooh. Anyway, it's basically just wood, I guess. I don't know. Guess we're gonna do an electric heater. At least I'm gonna do electric heater, to be honest. This guy, it's a video about a wooden stove and he's on a boat. This versus that. why we switched our wood stove and why you might have to as well. Country living experience, a homesteading journey. God, this sounds like a lot of work, cutting wood. Here I am talking about like, oh, I'm gonna raise farm animals and grow my own vegetable garden, and I'm just thinking about chopping wood as being work. I wouldn't mind chopping wood, to be honest. Especially like if I had like a podcast in playing or something, that'd be nice. But anyway, so I didn't consider any of this, but it's a stove. Energy consumption calculator. I have... Wait, how much... PS5 energy consumption. $200 watts. 200 watts for a PlayStation whenever it's on. I believe is wattage per hour. Watts are like miles per hour. Power is a measure of the rate which energy flows, and in electrical systems it is measured in watts. Watts are basically the miles per hour measurement of electricity. They tell you how fast the electrons are speeding down the highway. How fast? What the fuck? A watt hour is a unit of measurement for power over a period of time. Wait, okay, but the fucking... I'm sick. Okay. So the thing, but you know, when you look at an electrical appliance like a TV or a PlayStation or a hair dryer, it shows you the consumption in watts, which is not watts per hour. How many watts are in an hour? 1 kilowatt hour is okay. So you go like isn't this comfy? Isn't this house comfy? Oh my gosh. I don't care about this. I just care about the house. Oh my god, it looks so comfy. I just you know, there's so much like because when you buy a house, right? If I go in California, I pay $500,000 and I sell my soul to the devil to buy a house. It just works, right? It just works. I can turn on the light switch and there's electricity, and I can turn on the faucet and there's running water, right? In I just you know, there's a lot of when you're doing something like this, like tiny houses, there's a lot of preliminary work in order to make sure that it just works, right? I do all this complicated stuff up front so that after the whole thing's built and everything's good and there's no problems, then I can just plug in my PlayStation and turn on my TV. Then I can just turn on the faucet and there's water there, right? Or I turn on the shower and it gets hot, right? That's right. You know, I got to do all this stuff myself. And of course, you know, doing that will allow me to troubleshoot any problems that could arise in the future, but you work now so you can be lazy later. That's essentially what it is. Buying a house is the same thing, right? You pay a bunch of money now so that your house just works, right? I mean, that's the basis of America is basically that, right? Why are microwave meals so expensive? Why is fast food so expensive? Why is hiring professional repairmen so expensive? Well, you worked a job now, today, so that you could earn a paycheck, so that later, when you're lazy, you can use that money to pay McDonald's to cook your food for you. You can pay a repairman to fix your house for you. You can whatever, right? You can pay an Uber to take you somewhere for you, right? It's, this whole country is based off of spending money for your convenience. And it's not a bad concept. I mean, it's people are lazy, but it's just they put their energy towards their job and then spend the money they make from that job not having to put energy towards other things. And I think it's a roundabout way of doing stuff, honestly. Like, I don't own a car, but I haven't taken an Uber ride in years because I found a workaround to it, right? I use my electric skateboard or the bus or whatever. I'd use cheaper alternatives. Same thing with this whole housing thing, right? I don't want to work a job for 30 years. So instead, I'm just going to make, a work job for 2 years and then build a tiny house for a few months and then live in it for the rest of my life, right? I'm allowed to be lazy for the rest of my life. It's fine. It's fine, right? I like being lazy. But the work that I want to put in now is research and understanding things and then applying those things. I don't like the applying so much, to be honest. I don't like actually having to pull the trigger on things, but you understand it, right? And then you do it. I never did my aquaponics setup, so that doesn't bode well for my future at all. But I mean, it's the same concept, right? I'll wake up one morning and I'll feel like doing something, and then I'll do it, right? It's basically that. So, especially if I immerse myself in the situation. If I buy all the building materials for this stupid tiny house and then I set up a sleeping bag on my foundation in the middle of my little forest here, then tomorrow morning when I wake up and there's a bunch of building materials in an unbuilt house, then I'm going to start building it, right? That's like there's literally like going to be nothing else to do other than to just do it. So washing machine. I don't know how much a washing machine does. Do air conditioners take 600 watts? We're going to have it running all day. All day. Oh, it literally just multiplies. Okay, so I was right about this. If you... Whatever the wattage is on a product, that's per hour. So an air conditioner that's 600 is 600 per hour. So if my PlayStation is 200, then it's going to be 200 watts per hour. So, and then you just multiply that by however many hours you have it on, which for my PlayStation, in a typical day, I'll either have my PlayStation or computer, either one on for the entire day. So, I don't have it on right now because I'm on my computer, but on days that I'm not streaming, I typically have my PlayStation on the entire day. When I'm playing games or watching YouTube or browsing the store or whatever, so I have it on. So, which would be about 1200. So, if I calculate portable air conditioner, one of these, we're going to get 12,000 BCU. Okay. How much wattage does this use? Home Depot. Yeah, poor reviews. I don't care. I just need. Can you please? Thank you. Okay. Nope. Wattage. Come on. 350 square feet. That's wonderful. I think this. Yeah, this house. No, the zoning laws. Oh fuck me. Okay. They said. Minimum residential construction standards. All single-family dwellings, except temporary dwellings, shall meet the following minimum residential construction standards. Okay? Number 1. All dwelling units must be at least 12 feet in width or diameter, excluding eaves, and at least 360 square feet in gross floor area, except for granny uses and guest houses. Okay, so basically, in order to build, so this is another thing. I can't just build a wooden box and call it a day. I have to, in order to make a residence on a piece of land, I have to follow certain zoning rules because, favor the rich, right? The city requires, or every place requires you to, if you want to build your own house, right, as a cheap alternative, you got to build it to code for whatever reason, and they'll make it illegal if you don't, essentially. So I don't technically have to. I could just buy this plot of land and park my car on top of it and just sleep in the back, and and build a wooden box on it and sleep, and just sleep on the floor, and nobody's gonna question me about it. But it just takes one person driving by and deciding to, hey, that house doesn't look legal, and then they report me to the city, and then I'm gonna get kicked off my property. So it's a risk I'm not willing to take. But yeah, anyway, so might as well fit everything up to code. So anyway, okay, so they want 12 feet in width, which is about the length of my room, approximately, maybe a little shorter. 12 feet in width, and at least 360 square feet in gross floor area. From my understanding, it doesn't have to be 360 square feet on one level. I can do half on the bottom floor and then half on the top floor. So I could do 180 on the bottom and then 180 on the second floor, which would save on costs because the smaller amount of floor space that I take, the less building materials I'm going to need, and the smaller of a foundation that I'm going to need, like the concrete foundation, which will be fine. Obviously, I probably want excess room, but maybe not on the foundation. But yeah, so this 360 square feet, it doesn't have to be 360 on a 1-story. It could be a 2-story, or it could even be a 3-story. I'll just multiply it. So I could make a 12 by 10 room on the first floor, and then the second floor, and then the third floor. Of course, that wouldn't really be practical, but I could technically do that. But anyway, 360 square feet. So basically, square feet. All of us, did geometry, right? What's the area of a rectangle, right? Well, it's length times width is gonna give you square feet, right? We all did those word problems. Here we go. Here's the application. So if I need a minimum of 12 feet in width to get to 360, I'm going to need 30 feet in length. So basically, it's going to be the length of my room. It's going to be a rectangle. My house is going to be a rectangle that is just basically as wide as my room is, but it's going to just be 30 feet going, right? It's just going to be 30 feet off. And they have that. They have long, tiny houses. So they have these ones that are essentially like that, where it looks like this. You guys see, it's long, right? And it's long, but of course they get in from the side here. Imagine putting the door in the front, and then just looking down. It's just gonna look like one long hallway. But that's what it is. So you're not getting 12 feet of width on a tractor trailer or on a trailer here. Oh, maybe you could. 12 feet of width is really going to be pushing it on this, but I mean, I just want one giant square. So where was I? Here. So honestly, 360 square root would be, wait, you can't square root 360. Ah, shit. Well, I mean, you can. If I just want one giant square, then if I did that, then basically I could have just a big room that's 19 feet by 19 feet. And you guys think 19 feet, okay, that's 3 of me. So you guys can probably tell how tall I am, right? I've stood up on webcam before. You take 3 of me and you stack them on top of each other, or head to foot, and you lay me down. That's gonna be 19 feet. So you just you have a box that's made of, what would that be, 12 copies of me, just all lined up in a box. That would essentially be those sort of dimensions. So they're allowing of that. You're not getting this small with something like that. I mean, actually you could. Would this be this isn't 30 feet. This is probably 15 by 20, I'd say. This is probably 15 by 20, so it's close. So you could have, I don't know, a 16 by 23 foot house. Yeah, 16 by 23 foot house, and it would come out to be relatively the same as this. So you guys imagine this, but just nah, you guys imagine this. The house could be about this size. So with this ordinance, which is pretty nice. Anyway, so we've established that I have to build a house no smaller than this room. Where was it? So I'm not gonna build this little cottage. This isn't gonna pass those ordinances, which I would love it to, but it's not going to. I could technically have something like this attached to a main house, but that's the extra money. So I'm just gonna have to have a big square basically. So, or I could have this shape, but it's gonna be a little longer, a little wider. So I do want just something like, honestly, something like this seems really cozy. Like, just go in your house. There's a little table, bed, a little chair next to a nightshade, a lampshade, TV in the corner. You're good to go. You're good to go. Honestly, this seems very quaint. I can imagine living here by myself or with somebody and a cat. It'd be really nice. I could build something like that. I could build it for, I could eventually build it as like a second house on my property. So freaking This was like 12,000 square feet, I think it was. So I'm definitely gonna have, with the minimum being 360, I can build. God, how much could I build? How much could I build with that? How many houses? How many of those silly apartments could I build? Plus, like a couple. I could build 35 houses. I could build 35 up to code homes on this plot of land. imagine imagine just this little area just has like 35 houses just all lined up. I can start my own community. That'd be pretty funny. Hilarious. You could have like something like that, and then it's just filled with like a bunch of mannequins. They have like those empty vacation home community. They gotta have. There was something. It was like igloos or something. Oh God. What do they call them? The domes. I don't remember. Tiny house community. Yeah, see, look at that. It would be cheap to. Where am I? It would be cheap, to be on somebody's property and to start a little community like this. Or to have to join a community like this. But look at this. You imagine 2 people living in each tiny home, okay? Or maybe 1 person and then 2 people in the other 2. And there are 5 chairs here in front of a fire pit. You know that these people have like become friendly with each other, and they, every night they sit around, or once a week they sit around in these lounge chairs, and they light the fire, and they just have a good old time socializing. Not for me. Not for me. This isn't. I don't want to be a part of this, right? And I would have anxiety the day before having to participate in this, right? Or not anxiety, but just like, I guess stress is a better way to put it. Like, I'm not scared, but it's just like it's a thing I have to do. Ugh, right? I have to go socialize, whatever, right? It's something to dread, I suppose, for me. So that might make me sound really antisocial, but I don't want this. I don't care how good of friends I am with the other people. I don't want to have like this obligation to hang out with them or whatever. Because it's not just the act of hanging out with them. It's having to participate in the conversation and everything like that. So, because what do I do every day? I wake up at an odd hour and I play video games, and it's not even any interesting video games either. It's like I play friggin'. I've been playing the Lonely Mountain biking game for like the past 2 weeks. There is nothing interesting about that. Nothing has happened in my life. Oh, I barely got a record score on one of the trails. Who cares, right? It's not something I can talk about. It's not something I can talk about. That's why I want to get married to a girl who I don't have to like be social with, right? In the sense of like, in this sense, right? In the sense of like, gathering around and socializing about things, right? It's like I don't want that pressure, right? Instead, I want a girlfriend or a wife who experiences everything with me, and so we have a connection and a bond based off of our shared experiences together, instead of having to come up with interesting things to say to one another all the time, right? Because no matter what, you're gonna run out of interesting things to say, right? I can't talk about my past life and memories forever, and she can't either. So it's like, at the end of the day, when we're 60 years old and we've told each other repeats of stories for the 50th time, it's like, what's going to be after that? There's nothing after that, right? The only thing that's after that is, the only other thing other than that is shared experiences. And so why not just focus on the shared experiences first, and then everything going to go after, right? Everything that you do in life, you're going to have an opinion and a perspective on, and whoever you're hanging out with is going to have that too, right? So, if the five of us gather after a fun day of like, oh, we did something together, then that'd be fine, right? That'd be fine. Like, oh, we all went on a hike together, or oh, we went bird watching together, or fucking we played Mario Party together, or something like that, right? And then we're all hanging out after the fact. That's fine, right? Because we bonded over something, and we did something as a shared experience, and we're closer to each other because of that. That's where it is. But in this sort of situation, it looks like they're each living independent lives half of the time. And that's, that doesn't jive with me, right? It's for me, it's sort of this all or nothing, right? I can't socialize with somebody who I don't spend all my time with. Sort of deal. So obviously it doesn't have to be 100%, and it doesn't have to be right now, but eventually, right? If I'm going to be hanging out with somebody every day, we have to be, we have to be involved in each other's lives. That's what it comes down to. So, and if you do anything short of that, then, whatever. And we can do it in silence, right? We can both be mute and deaf and whatever, right? But, and something like, and it wouldn't matter, right? Anyway, my whole point is I wouldn't want to live in a community like this, because then I would be pressured to participate, but I wouldn't be able to participate because my way of socializing doesn't work that way, I guess. That's what it is. So, and obviously, like, I can't, I talk so much on stream to myself basically, and it's not like, I can't do this in real life, right? I can't do this in real life because people are gonna get bored, right? Who's like, yeah, that's what it is. I don't know. It's not like, especially since I'm not really like making content or whatever. Anyway, what was I looking at? Oh yeah, I couldn't find my whole community thing anyway, but I could technically start a tiny house community where I am, or on that plot of land or whatever. But screw that, right? Imagine having to be around people. Couldn't be me. All right, let's see here. Manufactured homes shall be certified under the Construction Safety Standards Act and shall not be older than 10 calendar years from the date the permit application is submitted. The exception of this age of the... I'm not making a manufactured home. Am I? Are tiny homes manufactured? Yeah, whatever. Manufacturing process. Tiny homes are very small houses that are not built to code or standards and are seen as independent living situations. You guys know mobile homes, right? Mobile homes are... no, this is all tiny. This one looks cool. The stairs look cool, but at the same time, like, I'm just, like, it looks cool, but I'm seeing a bunch of problems here. I'm seeing, like, oh, I have to climb up 5 stairs. Oh, that's an uneven number of stairs, so when I skip steps, it's gonna feel, the last step is gonna feel off. Oh, maybe, what angle do I come at this with? I can't just go up the corner. I'm gonna stub my toe against the sharp corner here. Oh, if I sit in my chair here, I feel like I'm gonna fall off and crack my head against the brick wall. Things like that. It's like, it's like I'm not claustrophobic or OCD, but I just have like this like spatial awareness of like I needed to be perfect, right? That's why I need to be perfect. That's why with this, that bed having the three walls, that's perfect for it. That's perfect because nothing can go wrong when you have three walls around you, right? You can't fall off the bed. You can't fall off the bed. I've fallen off the bed before. Not recently, but I have fallen off the bed before. So as long as those walls are close and the bed frame is built so that, you know, you're not falling in the space between the mattress and the wall, as long as you're not doing that, then that's fine. In fact, I would probably actually put up I was going to say I'd put up a barrier here like they have the bedpost, but if you make the walls good enough, then you shouldn't need that. Oh, you guys know what I saw? Anyway, so this is ideal, right? Compared to something like this. This is not ideal. Oh my god. I'm going to fall off, right? Why did you put steps here? Why did you put steps leading to a brick wall? What is wrong with you? I'd want the house pushed up against the brick wall, and then you know, this part of the steps cleared out, so that the whole house is up against a wall. That'd be great. In fact, I want my entire house to be surrounded by walls. That's why I want an underground house. Anyway, I saw a commercial for Tempur-Pedic. They have their Breeze collection. So basically, and yes, I am going to read off of the description, they designed their Breeze mattresses in their thermal laboratory to help manage the microclimate between the mattress and the covers for a cooler, deeper sleep all night long. So I'm just gonna read it, but like adjust it to where like I'm saying it as if I know the information, even though I'm reading it, even though I just basically read this paragraph almost word for word. Because, guys, you know, research suggests that a cooler sleep environment helps you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer, you know, with less tossing and turning and stuff. You're going to get a better quality sleep out of that. So, obviously, Tempur-Pedic is the way to go. That's, you know, all of those words is why I should spend $4,000 on a mattress like this. Anyway, the thing that the commercials showed was the mattress bends. It bends like a hospital bed. It's so weird. It's so weird. Do you want 3 degrees cooler or 8 degrees cooler? Ooh. I need a king. Holy shoot. It's almost $6,000. Anyway, I've never been on a Tempur-Pedic mattress before. I do have a memory foam pad on my bed. It's like this like 3-inch like foam layer. Mattress topper, yeah. It's this one. It kind of has like spikes on it. It's like this. It's like this. So basically, on top of the mattress, I just have a piece of foam. Mine has like little spikes up on it. You don't feel them, but it's the same concept, right? It's all made out of this memory foam. I've been having comfy sleeps, so anyway, I was recommended to get it, so it was like $70, but it was worth it. I mean, honestly, like I don't feel the springs of my mattress up against my back anymore, so that's pretty nice. But yeah. But yeah, apparently this it's like cool. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't done research on this. They have like freaking 4 layers to this. I mean, to be honest, you spend like a third of your life in bed, and I'm probably closer to half of my life in bed, so we'll save $300 on a $6,000 mattress. What we do? But yeah, so you might as well make it comfortable, right? Yeah, was I looking up here? Oh, are they manufactured? Anyway, they're saying that a tiny home's gonna be 400 square feet. A mobile home is gonna be 6 to 1,300 square feet. So you guys know mobile homes. They're these ones. They call them mobile homes because you can technically like pick them up and leave with them. I mean, they are on this kind of foundation, but they're also you can technically put on like a tractor trailer, I think. Yeah, something like that. You guys ever been in a mobile home before? When I talk about like, oh, it's on a trailer and, you feel a little unsteady, it's you walk inside a mobile home and you feel that. You take a step and you feel that the floorboards are hollow, and that it feels like you could technically fall through it, right? If you weighed like 600 pounds and you stomped on the floor, then you're probably gonna crack the floor and fall all the way down through the open space and through the trailer and down onto the ground below. So it feels like that. You're not going to. I mean, obviously, we're not 600 pounds, stomping around in a poorly constructed home, but it still gives that sense of feeling of that. Okay, this is a little unsteady compared to what I'm used to, sort of deal. So it's not ideal for like a permanent living situation. Obviously, you can get used to it, and people do live in these full time and they're not bothered by it too much. But that's you know if you can avoid it, then you might as well, right? Some of these mobile homes actually look pretty nice. What was I saying? What was I doing? Anyway, um, yeah, whatever. All dwelling units. Okay, point three. All dwelling units shall be attached to permanent continuous concrete or masonry perimeter foundations, or to permanent foundation systems pursuant to the health and safety code section. Okay, so this is basically this point three is this is the first time I'm reading through. I read through point eight yesterday, but or the other day, but I'm reading through point three right now. Or I'm reading the rest of it right now for the first time. So they want 6-inch wide concrete perimeter curb walls extending from a minimum of 3 inches below grade to a minimum of 6 inches above grade. I'm assuming grade is ground level, so where the dirt is. So they want 3 inches below the ground and 6 inches above the ground. So they do want a raised foundation, but it's still built underground a little bit. So I would probably have to hire somebody in order to do this. The underfloor areas of the dwelling units requiring curb walls shall be ventilated by openings of not less than 1 square foot for each 150 square feet underfloor area. Okay, so the ventilation in a house apparently has, or according to this, has those, is the picture of the van, right? Of the, I think I closed it, but it was the picture of the van where it had the underground, the vents on the bottom, going in from the side, on the ground level, and then going up. So, they want those vents one square foot vents at least per 150 square feet. So you're going to need, for a house that they want, you're going to need 3 of them of underfloor area. Okay. Yeah, they're going to want 3 of them, which is fine. So a 9-inch foundation, 3 underfloor openings, 360 square feet. I'm gonna have to hire somebody to do the concrete foundation. They're gonna have the tools and everything, but I'm just gonna have to pay for it out front. How much to get a concrete foundation? 4 to $6 per square foot. And labor is 2.5 per square foot. Okay, so I'm gonna assume 5 plus 250. So my cost is gonna be about $750 per square foot. $750 per square foot times how many square feet do I want? Let's go with the minimum, it's 360. Okay, so they're saying it's only going to cost me $3,000 to do it. So I mean, I am building a small house, but I don't think, because okay, the labor costs. So I would only be paying a dude $1,000 to do the labor of putting in the concrete slab for me. I don't think so. I don't know. Because those normally take like a week to do it because you have to let the concrete dry and everything. I mean, I guess technically it's small. Like, if I'm thinking like my room, like 2 times the size of my bedroom, I guess. That's still a thing. That's still a space. It's not that big of a space, but maybe this is the labor. I mean, if I can get the dude to like dig out the space for me as well and make sure it's level, then like that's gonna be way worth my money. Oh my god, I don't mind giving a guy $3 or $4 grand to do something like this, but it might seem like, oh, it's a lot of money. Honestly, like, the property is $4,500. The foundation's probably going to be another $4,000. Apparently, according to that site. The building materials for, like, the wood and everything. I mean, I could probably build. I mean, they have tiny homes that they build. I mean, look at this: $5,000 for a tiny home. I mean, this is a kit, so they built this for $2,600. That is so cheap. That is actually so cheap. I'm sure that's just the exterior. So if I consider the interior as well, then I'll probably add another $5 grand. I mean, I could probably build a tiny house that's decent for like 10 grand. little nice additions like a shower and a toilet and a septic tank. Be another couple. So, I mean, honestly, from like my house, from like where I am right now with nothing to having this kind of a house on my own property, it's looking to be about $20,000. Which, come on, guys. Our parents have bought cars that were $20,000. They've bought cars that were that expensive. And I'm able to buy a house for that price. Come on, $20,000 for a house on your own property? That's unheard of. Unheard of. It's being that cheap. Oh my god. Obviously, I want to put a little more into customizing it, but you know, so it's going to be a little more expensive than that. But you're getting such. I mean, the kit assembly can be completed in 2 days with just 2 adults. That's pretty nice. Kiwi, like, she goes to her water bowl, but she'll like walk about halfway towards it, and then she'll like squint at it, and she'll be really suspicious. She'll squint at it and she'll be examining it like it's like it doesn't exist or something, or like it's an ethereal object, or like she's having a hallucination about it or something. It's so weird. She does the same thing when she finds like a flea. She'll find a flea like on the ground, and she'll just stare at it, and she'll go meh, 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 at the flea, and she'll just stare at it, and she'll like cock her head at it too. It's hilarious. It's so cute. They're saying you can build this little house in 2 days with 2 adults. There's no way. There's no way. Considering that, I would, for myself, I would probably give it about a week, but still. I mean, it's a basic house. It's 4 walls and a door and a roof, right? But it's still like, come on. Okay, 8 by 14 feet. That's about the size of my room. It's a little smaller than my room, but it's about the size of my room. Look at that. $5,000. They already got all the materials for you, and they give you instructions. I mean, at that point, it's like building a Lego set. I mean, like, come on. It's nice. They even give you these little rocks for decoration. Man who built his house for $1,500. A lot of these people who... He wasn't always a minimalist. Wow, what a story. Oh my god, look at him, he's doing a handstand. Oh, I watched this video. Did I watch this on stream? This would have been months ago. But, it's just a little shed. A lot of these people who, like, say, like, oh, I built my home for, like, $1,000 or whatever, right? Normally, the bulk of their cost, which was the wood to build their house, they would get for free from, like, scrap yards and, like, used pallet boards and things like that. So it would be repurposed wood that they would get for free or for like an insanely cheap price. You know, they're not going to Home Depot for all the building materials here, right? They're only going to that $1,000 or $1,500 cost is going to be all the stuff they couldn't get for free, like the door frames and the glass window and the solar panels and things like that. So, I mean, it should really be titled like, I built my house for free, except for the solar panels, right? Maybe Pepsi today wasn't a good choice. Anyway, so that dude had kind of a unique situation because he, from what I remember, he was renting out the backyard of somebody else to live in, and then he would do like homesteading for them and give them some of the vegetables and whatnot. That's how he would pay rent on the space that he owned, or the space he was living on. That was one way to do it. But obviously, for those of us who aren't going to do something like that, we're gonna need a little more money to dump into it. But yeah, okay. All units shall be designed so that the exterior walls look like wood or masonry or stucco, regardless of their actual composition. So they want, okay, so they want all the houses in the city to look the same, or to look similar. Masonry is brick. Okay, stucco is this. It's the material that actually most houses are made out of. I wouldn't mind. I'd rather have wood walls. I'd rather have a wooden look to my house. They knew I looked at specifically this, and then they recommended exterior wooden walls as my Google search. They are really spying on me. Holy crap. Anyway, it's scary. But whatever, right? I should be used to it. Anyway, I'd rather have this wooden look. I mean, look at this. That'd be nice. Honestly, like having a house that looks like this or something similar would be really nice. It gives you that kind of like classic forest, that like woody foresty look to it. Even if it's like this in the middle of the city, it's still I really like houses that look like this, even if it's fake. So you can see that the inside of the house is going to be normal walls, and then they have the insulation. So the house is actually made out of metal beams, but they're just adding these wooden panels to the exterior or to the outside just to make it look nice. Which is another thing, right? It's, when you buy a house, you're paying for a lot of things. You're paying for the land, you're paying for the convenience of it working, you're paying for the house itself, you're paying for the neighborhood, but you're also paying for the aesthetic. And so putting a classic wooden wall like this is going to sell really well. And so therefore, amongst a certain audience. And so therefore, if you build a house like this and then sell it, you're going to make more money if it looks good. So it's one of those things that you pay for when you buy a house. When you don't just do it yourself and you buy a house that somebody else made, you're paying for the fact that it looks good, right? Or the fact that it looks aesthetically pleasing. So, which, oh, isn't that obvious? Yeah. I want to save money. So if this is another thing I'm paying for, then I'm going to cut this out of my cost. Excuse me. Me building it myself is going to allow me to do this, have this aesthetic, without having to pay for the fact that I get to have this aesthetic, right? I don't have to pay for the privilege of my house looking like this. I get to just do it myself. And because I'm doing it myself, I don't have to pay for the middleman fees that come associated with that. So all units will design their exterior walls. The roofing materials shall be designed to look like composition roofing, tile, shakes, shingles, or tar and gravel, or architectural metal roof sheathing with factory applied color coatings. So that one, I think I closed it. That one house kit with the metal arched roof would be a no-go for this. So I couldn't do that. Unit siding shall extend to ground level, wood excluded, except that when a solid concrete or masonry perimeter foundation or curb wall is used, then sliding need only extend 1 1/2 inches below the top of the foundation or curb wall. They'd want you to cover the outside of the foundation with your building material. Okay, that makes sense. Unless it's a concrete foundation, which they said was required up here. Yeah. It's attached to a permanent, yeah. In rule number 3, they said you need to have a concrete or masonry perimeter foundation. But then in rule number 5 or 6, they're saying yada yada except when a concrete or masonry perimeter foundation is used. But point number 3 contradicts point number 6's necessity to specify that. Whatever, there are probably some exceptions to the rules. Anyway, I don't have to worry about that necessarily. Okay, the slope of the main roof shall not be less than 2 inches of vertical rise for 12 inches of horizontal run. What the fuck? Vertical rise of horizontal run? Are they talking about rise over run? Oh my god, do you guys remember rise over run? Rise over run. You know, it's the in freaking, what is it? Like geometry where you calculate slope. Are they really talking about this? 2 inches of rise for 12 inches of run? That's really the term that an official zoning ordinance is using. They're using our silly little like 8th grade geometry, like babies can understand this terminology. There's got to be a technical term for that they didn't use. Rise over run. You just say slope. Your slope must be a minimum of 1/6 slope, right? Because rise over run be 2 inches for 12 feet. 2 over 12, which would be 1/6. In fact, why would they even do 2 over 12? Why wouldn't they do 1/6 to simplify the fraction if they're gonna freaking do geometry homework at me? I did not expect to hear rise over run ever again in my life, but especially in a government mandated legal script like this. All units shall have a perimeter roof overhang on all sides, extending not less than 6 inches. Okay, wait, no, I didn't interpret the roof thing. Okay, so the roof has to be at a 1/6 angle. I guess that makes sense. They don't want a flat roof. I want a flat roof. I want a flat roof. Because putting solar panels on a flat roof is going to be a lot easier. But if they're not going to let me do that, then I might have to. I'm either going to have to buy double the solar panels, or I'm going to have a solar panel farm that rotates automatically. We saw the solar panels on the roofs, right? You guys see this. Obviously, you guys think about this. A solar panel takes the heat of the sun, sunny D. They take the sun rays, and whatever sun rays hits, whatever sun rays hits it, that gets converted into electricity. It's magic. Only when the sun is over here is this solar panel going to be able to get it. Because if the sun is over here, then this solar panel is obsolete. Because it's out of bad. Because it's facing away from the sun when the sun is over here. Which means when the solar panel is slanted like this, you're only able to utilize half of the day's worth of sun. So, considering that, right, this architecture thing wants in the same way. So where you have a slanted roof like this, that's very slanted, right, rise over run, whatever. You look at a solar panel farm instead. You look at this, and what basically happens on this, what basically happens on a solar panel farm is that you see these axles here, these rotate. So when the sun is up here, the solar panels will face this way. When the sun gets to the top of the sky at noon, the solar panels will rotate to be facing the sun. When the sun gets over here in the afternoon, the solar panels will rotate to be facing the sun. This is a solar panel farm, I don't know if that's the actual term. It looks like they're growing vegetation, that's what makes it a farm, but anyway, ideally you would set up one of these in your spot. But, looking at my spot, right, there's a lot of open field here, and then there's forest over here. So I would need to set up my solar panel farm over here, and then have it and then have a wire that goes to my house to a battery, and then of course from that battery goes to my house. But yeah, that way rises in the east, sets in the west. So the solar panels will be here. They'll be facing to the right in the morning. The sun will go here, and they'll rotate. The solar panels will slowly rotate to match the sun so that it can get as much electricity as possible. Once you have that set up, it's self-sustaining because the rotational part of the solar panel runs on electricity. Those solar panels rotate on electric machinery. Where's it getting its electricity from? Well, they're solar panels. They're making their own electricity. And so they will always have the power to rotate to match the sun, which makes it a self-sustaining system, which is an ingenious idea. I mean, any bozo could have thought of this, honestly, but like it's still like this is very practical. So, putting a solar panel on your roof on a tiny house like this it's necessary for when you're going to be moving the house, so you don't own your own plot of land. But my tiny house is going to be on a plot of land that I own for the rest of my life because I do not want to move, right? I'm just one and done, right? I'm not going to work my life to own a second house somewhere else, right? So if I set up a permanent solar panel situation here like that's independent of my house but still connected, then I can get my electricity and everything. So but yeah, so yeah, that's the general concept. So they have these giant solar panel farms all over the place. I mean, holy crap! Oh my god. Look at all those freaking solar. It's thousands of them. That is insane. That's scary. That's almost scary. How many just solar panels? That's like something you'd see out of like a dystopian future kind of movie or whatever, right? But yeah, anyway, so technically I need like 20 of these, I guess, to power my house. I don't know. Considering the prices, where were the prices? Did I close it? Shopping solar panels. I'm gonna need a sturdy one. Mount 160 cell solar panel. Or are these the mounts itself? So I mean they're quite expensive, but how much wattage was I using? I mean it depends, because you got to get, okay, if there's like, if I'm gonna get 5 solar hours a day, but I need to power my home for the entire day, then I'm gonna need to collect as a lot of electricity in those 5 hours when the sun's out, so that I'll have enough for like tonight and tomorrow morning and during the winter, right? So that's something to consider. There's some disadvantage to solar panel, or like some health hazard to solar panels, something like that. I don't remember what. $31,000. So yeah, anyway, I mean, depends on what the prices are going to be, but the the absolute largest cost is going to be the solar panels. But yeah, anyway, I'm going to have to spend money on those rotating systems. Which, God, I don't know how much money it's going to need. Especially during the winter. It might be like cloudy, and then you don't get. When it's cloudy. I wish the burns looked cooler. Like if they had gone further up my arm, or further up my hand, that would have been cool. Of course, it wouldn't have been cool, like, pain wise. But imagine like I have a burn mark, just like creepy, like halfway up my whole hand. That'd be cool. Be like a scar, like a tattoo, kind of. I'd be like, yeah, it was in a fire. God, I'm sick. Oh my god. She looks dead. Anyway, what else? Okay. Level the roof. All units shall have a perimeter roof overhang on all sides, extending not less than 6 inches measured from the vertical side of the house not including rain gutters. Wait. Oh, they want a 6-inch overhang? Nah, okay. That should be doable. That's just a little extra materials. Basically, I'm looking for anything that would prevent me from building. You do it in like my city has a lot of zoning codes. They have basically you can't have a tiny house in the city I live in. It's like illegal. I think it was the same thing in LA. It was part of the reason why they got, those homeless people who were living in the tiny homes. They got kicked out. What did I say? Where any accessory structure is attached to the main structure, the eave requirement at the point of attachment may be waived by the planning director. The planning director may waive the requirements for subsection F, G, and H when additions to existing dwellings without pitched roofs or roof overhangs are proposed, or when a proposed new dwelling has an architectural design or style including but not limited to French mansard, pole houses, domes, or California mission styles. A California mission? Who's gonna build a California mission next to a lake? Planning director may waive the requirement for subsection C for pole houses, cantilever construction, or similar architecture styles. For exceptions, okay. This seems really basic. Oh, minimum lot size. Wait. Whoa. Use permitted. Single family dwelling, mobile home, foster home, granny unit. You can have a foster home independent of your own home? Huh. I guess a foster home would need multiple. It would need to be designed to house a lot of people. That makes sense. What do they mean lot size? What is a lot? Oh, whoops. The reason why people don't build houses is, well, is there's a lot of work attached to it, but the price of land in any desirable area is already pretty expensive. So it's like, if I go back to this and I go to, here, right? It's like, oh, I'm going to buy, a piece of the desert next to whatever in Lake Elsinore for $43,000. It's like that's already pretty pricey, and you haven't even built a house yet. So, it's probably a crappy piece of land too, considering. I mean, you're getting up to $100,000 for some of these pieces of land, so it's definitely like. It's definitely pricey, or like the land can be pricey if you don't find a good place like this, which honestly, this place is probably like it's pretty good compared to cheap land standards, but at the same time, since it's so far removed from everything, right? It's this far away from this small little town, which is a 2-hour drive, or which is, what could be a 3-hour drive from the next major city. It's technically, out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, it's almost out in the middle of nowhere. So, can I get? They don't have street. They don't even have street view for this area. That's how out of the that's how like isolated this is. Lot size refers to the quantity of an item ordered. A lot or plot is a tract or parcel of land owned or meant to be owned by an owner. A plot is essentially considered a parcel of real property. In some countries are movable. Okay, so they're just talking about the piece of land itself. So in order to develop a house, maximum permitted density 6,000 square feet per dwelling unit. What do you mean? I don't control how big the piece of land I'm buying is. What do they want from me? Can I cut my land in half if that's what it's going to take? Like, they're saying maximum permitted density is 6,000 square feet per dwelling unit. But the piece of land here is 12,000 feet. Do I have to build 2 houses on this piece of land for it to be legal? Is that what they're saying? There's no way. Public water and sewer. I'm not... Do you want me to hook up to the public water and sewer? Minimum lot size for a well and septic system. What? Okay. These maximums don't matter. I'm trying to hit a minimum. Animal density. Okay, parcels shall be limited to the raising, feeding, maintaining, and breeding of horses. Have the density of 1 horse per 40,000 square feet. Holy crap! So I would have to own freaking 4 of these plots of land just to get 1 horse. That seems a little much, to be honest. Nah. A horse is probably going to need an acre of land to run around, I guess. It says animal density, but it only talks about horses. What if I want, like, chickens? Like, I don't expect to have a cow on this property, but I would like one. But I mean, chickens and rabbits are going to be good enough. And a cat or 2. So I can't dig a well. Is that what they're saying? Okay. Assuming that I'm misinterpreting these and it's not actually like that bad. I don't know what they want from me. The stupid thing already said Look down towards the clear lake. Partially clear lots. Financing available. This thing already said zoned for residential, build, manufactured, or mobile home. I guess I would have to call the real estate agent to make sure. Oh, whoops. I do not believe that this land will be bought up in the next couple of years. But there's but the caveat to that is that the main city's here, but it looks like in this section, houses have been slowly developing and creeping up in a trickling manner north. And about right here is the stopping point. This is California Street here is where the closest ones are. They have, it's look like greenhouses here, which is cool. But yeah, it seems like they're slowly trickling their way up to Klein Street. The fact that there's 0 houses here, even though every single thing has been sectioned out, kind of worries me. I mean, it looks like to be a little building here. This actually looks like a concrete foundation. So somebody might have bought this, what would this be, plot 250? And started building there. But other than that, this specific plot seems to be part of this section. I would have to call the realtor to ask questions about it, but I would be very interested in this specific plot of land. There's 4 problems that come with buying land. Number 1 is whether or not you can build a house on it, right? If you're gonna have to spend a whole bunch of money building a house that's up to code, then it's gonna cost so much that it's not gonna be worth it. But reading this, I seem to have taken care of it. I would still have to call a city planner and actually probably get a permit to build. But it seems like that's taken care of for the most part. It's not impossible to build your own house. Apologies, guys. So that's problem number 1, but that seems to be taken care of. Problem number 2 is the location. Is it close by to the things you need? A small town for your groceries and your necessities, and then a bigger town for your more advanced needs like medical and stuff. And this location seems to be. It's a 2 to 3 hour drive from the capital, but it's only about 10 minutes away from the actual town, and another 20 from a place with a decent grocery store. So a half an hour to the grocery store each way on essentially dirt roads and on essentially paved roads and a highway is fine. So that's fine. So the building's fine for the most part, and the location's fine. Problem number 3 and 4 is your electricity and your water. Electricity is solved by solar panels, but like these silly prices were telling me, I'm probably going to be doubling my cost in order to get enough solar panels to survive, to manage out here. I don't want to have to turn the PlayStation off, at 6 p.m. because because it was cloudy today and I didn't get enough electricity. I don't want to do that. So, I don't want to live a lifestyle that's vulnerable to that. So I'm going to need to buy enough solar panels to offset that problem. Either that, or I'm going to have to get a connection with the electric company to my house, and then also buy some solar panels to offset the cost of that electricity, but to always have that as a backup. I have no idea how getting an electric hookup to the main city would work, though, so I need to research that. Apologies, guys. My sickness isn't going away. I might have to lie down for like 15 minutes or so. But yeah, that's problem number. Electricity is problem number 3. It's kind of solvable, so that's fine. Problem number 4 is the water. You're talking about clean water for your sink and your toilet, maybe your toilet, and your shower. So sink and the shower are your important guys. And then of course you want fresh water to drink. So ideally, if you're living off grid, the water from your faucet can be run through a filter, and then you can drink that. Just filter tap water, because I don't want to be lugging fresh water from a water purification place up here, and I don't want to have to be buying water bottles all the time either. So especially if I'm gonna need the water hookup for the sink and shower anyway. So people who do van dwelling, oftentimes they have to get a gym membership and then use the showers at the gym in order to clean themselves, and they do this every morning. It's a solution, but it's not a permanent one, right? I don't want to have to be doing that every day. I don't want to have my wife doing that every day, things like that. So especially in this area, there's no gym. I don't want to have to drive to town for 20 minutes, 10, 20 minutes every single morning to take a shower. I don't want to have to do that. Can you imagine? They probably have a gym around here with a shower, but actually in this city they might not. Ooh, that'd be bad. Anyway, I need water for the shower, so the water system is going to be necessary. And then when they were talking about septic tanks, you guys have, we all live in houses. You guys have your clean water coming out of the faucet in the shower, but then it gets dirty. Where does that dirty water go? It goes into a septic system. If you live in the city, it's a sewer system, so that water is going into drains underground, and it's getting filtered out and it gets tossed to the ocean or whatever, or to a dump, or to your local lakes and natural life. I don't know. We're all polluting the world, but the thing is, you don't get that convenience when you're living off grid, right? Where's my dirty water gonna go? Is all my poop and pee water gonna go, into the dirt that's on my property? I don't necessarily, you don't necessarily want that, but if you're gonna do that, you need to do it in a controlled way. A septic system would do that. So you have a septic system, and basically, as you guys can see, it's a controlled way to drain your dirty water back into the earth. So ideally, if there's water underground, which there is, you would build a well. You would build a ground, I can blow this picture up. In order to solve the water problem, you build a well that goes deep enough to hit water, and then that's going to draw the water up. And then it's going to draw the water up. Your house is going to use the water for your sink and shower and your drinking, and then the dirty water is going to run through a septic tank. It's going to run through your plumbing into a septic tank, and it's going to drain, and it's going to distribute and drain back into the soil, and then join back with the earth. That's what you want for water. That's how it works, right? That's how this country has 300 million people in it. That's how this works, right? For everybody. Just in cities, it's on a larger scale, but if you're living off grid, you got to do this. This is very complicated. It's very complicated because one, you have to install a septic tank. Two, you have to install indoor plumbing in the actual build of the house that can drain to the septic tank. Three, you need indoor plumbing to hook up to your water source. And four, you need a water source. Now, 1, 2, and 3 are things that you can fix with proper planning and money, right? Plan out your plumbing before you build a house and find a place for your septic tank and buy a septic tank, right? And it's not going to be too expensive, relatively, right? It's still, I'm still going to throw a few $1,000s at this, but it's not the end of the world, right? It's a necessity, right? Because I don't want to have to go outside in order to poop, and I don't want to have to, I don't want to have to go to town just to get fresh water to take a shower today, right? So, of course, you do need a heating system for the shower as well, but and for my jacuzzi, but God, I forgot about my jacuzzi. Well, 30-foot long house, I'll have room for a jacuzzi. I'll have room for kind of a half and half. So, I could look that up now. But basically, half jacuzzi. But basically, so that I stay on topic, we'll talk about the jacuzzi in a minute. So that I stay on topic, the biggest problem is going to be your source of water. Where are you going to get water? Well, you could do a well. That would be the best thing. But the thing is about wells, it's not as easy as this picture makes it look to be. It is easy as in you dig underground, but there's a lot of caveats to that. Number one being the rules. There's actually a separate set of zoning ordinances having to do with digging a well, especially in a residential area. I haven't looked those up, but some cities actually don't let you dig a well. Some cities actually do not let you dig a well. This city, according to this code, a well and septic system, minimum lot size needs to be 40,000 square feet. I'm only at 12. I'm only at 12,000 square feet. I would need them to approve me getting a septic system, building a well and a septic system on my property in order to get clean water. I don't know public water and sewer system, or public water and well and public sewer, or public water and septic system. So I would need to hook up pipes all the way to the city. That would be so complicated. I'd have to run a pipe from my property all the way down to these guys down here, because these guys are hooked up to the city probably. One of these guys will be hooked up to the city. I'm going to need, since I'm all the way out here, I would need a pipe to drain my dirty water going all the way across this land. That is not an easy feat. You're talking about going through so many properties. There's no way. So, if I build a well, I'm going to need to be connected to the public. Or, if I build a septic system, I'm going to need to be connected to public water, which would be the same thing. I need to build a pipe. Both of these solutions, and this is at 15,000 square feet. I don't even make this. I don't even make this this requirement. But even if I did, one of these is going to be super complicated. If I could get it to the public, if I could get hooked up to the town, I would just do this one and call it a day, right? I would do public water and sewer, and I wouldn't have to worry about a well or a water source or anything like that, because it's going to be, I set up my piping correctly and I turn on the faucet and it works, right? That's that's what public water and sewer is, right? All of our houses are built on public water and sewer. We don't have to worry about where our water comes from. It's just there. So I do in California a little bit. We're in the middle of a drought, but yeah, getting a well authorized for your use is very complicated. And I could probably argue for an exception, but a lot of places will have this requirement of, like, oh, you can dig a well, but it can only be so many feet deep. Let's say this well is 200 feet deep, which is really deep, right? That's going to cost a lot of money to dig that deep. The deeper you you dig the well to hit water, the more expensive it's going to be. But there's not just water readily available anywhere. When you buy a piece of land, you do not know where the water is. And if you start digging down, you might think, oh, I can dig a well 60 feet. And then you dig 60 feet and you haven't hit water yet. And then you're like, oh no, I just wasted money digging 60 feet and I haven't hit water. Is there going to be water at 70 feet, at 80 feet, or is it going to be down to 200 feet? You do not know. Nobody knows, right? We don't have machines that can tell where the water is exactly. I don't think we do. This is the problem that I've been researching. So, a well is very precarious in that you could not hit water. And if the town is saying, yeah, you can dig a well, but it can only be 100 feet deep, but then your property does not have any water at 100 feet, and instead you got to go 150 or 200, then you're going to dig a well for nothing. And you're going to spend all that money for nothing, and then you're going to, at the end of the day, you're not going to be allowed to dig any deeper, you're going to have wasted money, and you're not going to have any water. That's the problem with digging a well. The thing is, if you do dig a well and it is successful and you get lucky, then it's a permanent source of water forever. But if you can't, or if you don't, then you're sore out of luck. So, what are your other options? What are your other options besides a well? Well, there's a rainwater system. You can just get a giant vat and basically it just collects rainwater. I do not know where Sacramento is. Okay. Basically, the gutters on your house, which I think most of us have gutters on our houses. The gutters on the houses, when it rains, the gutters will collect the rain and it will go into these buckets or these barrels. And or it goes into a big old tank here, right? So, that's what it is. So, basically, you guys can imagine, hold a bowl, when it's raining outside, just get a big bowl, and then just, go outside and just hold it, like, in the open, and then just let the water collect, right? And then now you can use that water to drink. Whoopie-doo. Obviously, it needs to go through filtration, but it's that general concept. Anyway, this is basically just the advanced version of that. So where you don't have to do anything besides setting it up. So yeah, that's what it is. But is this per year? This is in 2006. Global warming's gotten worse. We need new data. Anyway, a rainwater system is good if you live in an area that gets a lot of rain. California does not get a lot of rain. I am right here, or I'm gonna be right here, because you have this still little curve. I'm about halfway down. So you go here, and you're right here. So I am susceptible to getting anywhere from 20 to 40 inches of rain. Divide this by 3, so this would be about 200 times, we'll say an average of 30. So I would get about 6,000 gallons of water a year, according to this. 6,000 divided by how many days in a year? 350. So I'm looking at like 20 gallons a day, something like that. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Does that make sense? How many gallons does a shower use? It's 20 times 360. Yeah, I'd get like 15 gallons a day, something like that. $17 gallons over 8 minutes. So, I am barely gonna have enough water to take a shower every day for one person. That's the kind of water flow that a rainwater system is gonna give. So that is not good. I cannot live off of just the amount of water for one shower a day, nothing else, because I'm gonna need to wash dishes and drink and give my cat water and whatever my wife needs and my kids. Oh God. So that's not good. So how to get hooked up to public water and sewer? $95464. Yep. Nope. Yep. Other. How many feet is the home from the street? I don't fucking know. 250? Timing is flexible. Planning and budgeting. Sure. Nope. Building a house on a plot of land. Need public water and sewer connection. Thanks for building my project, Home Advisor. You're so helpful. I can do all my research on how to do everything in a day. That is insane. Klein Street. My name is Ijakuna. Sure. Fuck it. Loading projects. Well, I just gave my email and phone number to these people. $3,000 to $6,000. Okay. I'm assuming it's gonna be on the higher end. Well, I did give them my streets, or the streets. God, the pipe, the water connection is gonna be more expensive than the actual plot of land itself. That's how much we're dealing with. What? Okay, few details. Well, I put in the street, and they're whatever, and go with it. There's one thing land developers know: it's wise to budget more for developmental costs and fees than for purchasing the land itself. I just said that. I just said that, developing is going to cost more than the land itself. Can you imagine if I wasn't paying $4,000 for this, and if I was paying like 40? I wouldn't have any money left over for any of this stuff, for any of this extra stuff. And all I could afford to do is just pitch a tent on my land, right? And pee and poop next to a tree. So, I mean, to be honest, like, my toilet is probably going to be more expensive than the plot of land itself. I like how it's this exact same pose as in this little ad as it is in the video. Oh, my stomach's killing me today. I just have to wait for my body to correct itself. Anyway, I haven't even gotten into the internet. How are you gonna get internet? Who freaking knows? Extend utilities to property at buyer's expense. Electric may be nearby, well and septic needed. May be nearby. I'm going to take that as a no. Well and septic needed. Well, I can't get Wellham septic according to the zoning code for this county from 1989, you freaking guy. 40,000 square feet. You're not giving me that. The land is yours to use and enjoy while you make payments. Ho ho ho. Holy hell. Okay. Ah! Stupid game. Oh, excuse me. Guys, give me like 15 minutes. Here, you guys can listen to this while I go lay down. It's loud. There you go. There you go. Alright. Alright. Just give me a minute, guys. I was thinking like I was thinking about setting up a TV on my ceiling so I can play games while I'm sick. But honestly, what I could do instead is well, I could just not. But what I could do is I could put a mirror up on my ceiling, curved a certain way, hit another mirror, so a mirror on my ceiling, a mirror on the floor, or something. Whatever, 2 mirrors set up and it's going to point towards my TV. Angle it correctly, and I'll be able to see my TV in proper orientation through the mirrors. I got my controller in hand, I can play something. That'd be cool. They'd be big mirrors, though. My TV's a big one. So. Yeah, 25 minutes. It's not going to cure my sickness. I need probably like 3 or 4 hours, honestly, to cure it. So it's not going to get cured. So I'll probably hit the hay a little early tonight. But... not off stream, but like, not on stream, but like right after stream. You guys know that feeling where like, you know, you're like bitter about something, you're angry about something, and it's like so much that like, you know that you shouldn't be thinking about it, but like no matter how much you try, you can't escape like the bad thoughts or whatever, and you just end up thinking about it, even though you know that like thinking about it is just gonna make you more upset and more bitter and more angry. But you can't do anything about anything of it, and so it just festers in your mind and you suffer. It like feels painful mentally. So, but you can't, no matter how much you try, you can't think about anything else. I've been in that kind of state the past couple days. Not today, but like today, it's, you know, it's kind of like an off and on sort of thing. So the stream helps. The stream helps distract from those kind of thoughts. So especially since it gives me something to focus on. Past couple days, I've just been playing kind of mindless games. The bike game doesn't really require much thought. Neither does Rocket League, so not that I've been playing Rocket League, I haven't, but you know, it doesn't require much thought, the bike game, so there's a lot of opportunity to, you know, let my mind wander or whatever. There used to be, you guys probably know what I'm talking about. There used to be, there's this person in my life that they were often angry like that, but they're angry at me. And so they just got angry over everything, and then, sometimes they'd explode at me, but then for the rest of the time, they just let their thoughts fester and whatever for years. It caused them a lot of pain, suffering, whatever. So, but from what I hear, even though, I don't see anybody anymore, that person hasn't been able to let go of it either. Even though I haven't talked to them for years. I don't want to fall into that kind of state where even if I leave, a crappy situation or crappy people, then I'm still going to be bitter about it. I don't want to have to suffer through that, because how can you enjoy life if you're always angry at things you can't control? I don't know. My philosophy before was, just accept it and move on sort of deal, but it's really hard to accept something that you're exposed to every day. So that, I don't want to say really hard, I mean impossible. So, it differs from case to case, but, sometimes the solution is just trying to leave it behind. But I don't know, for them, they just carried it with them even afterwards. So whatever, it is what it is. I don't really care because they're not involved in my life anymore. But wasn't really anything I could do to help either. So it's like, what are you gonna do? Anyway, guys, give me a second here. I'm gonna do something. What are we doing? Still sick. If I could bring this to the bed to talk, then I would. I mean, technically I could. Is this long enough? Oh, this is if I just detach it from the arm. I'll do it when I need to lay down next. I think I'm good for another, like, hour. For this property, I would have to call about. I would need to ask about the water and sewer. You know, if that's even accessible. And then I would ask about electricity too. But then I want to ask about this maximum permitted density per dwelling unit. 6,000 square feet per dwelling unit. So are they saying I'm not allowed? The property cannot be more than 6,000 square feet per house that I have on it? Or is this, can I not have more than one thing per 6,000 feet? It just seems a little ambiguous in the way that's worded. The density allowed under zoning ordinance and land use element of the general plan, or its range of density is permitted, or if a range of density is permitted. The maximum allowable density for its specific zoning range and land use element of the general plan applicable to the project. What? You haven't told me anything. Maximum allowable density is the amount of density allowed at its maximum. Wow. Screw you. Wow, maximum allowable residential density means the maximum residential density allowed. Oh boy. The maximum number of dwelling units permitted the maximum number of units permitted. They're being so freaking vague about it. I hate it. Okay. What I just looked up suggests that it's about the maximum units, which means that I'm only allowed, which should mean, and I'm hopeful that it means that for every 6,000 feet I have of land, I can have one dwelling, which means since I have 12,000 feet, I can have two, technically, on my plot of land. That's what this should mean. If not, because what I was understanding was that I have to have two, because for every 6,000 feet of land that I own, I have to have a dwelling unit on top of it. That's what I understood, but I guess that wouldn't make sense. Because there are people who buy like acres and acres of land, but then, they only put one house on it, so it wouldn't make any sense for them to not do that. Alright, so the question is, alright, if I get evicted, here's the banger question, alright? Sorry if you guys liked the music. I don't know how loud it is, and really, if I move from this position to check, don't know how my stomach's gonna act up, so it's just safer to close it. If I get evicted tomorrow, or they legally it's required that I'm given a 30-day eviction notice. So if I get evicted in a month, could I get a van, buy this plot of land, throw a mattress, okay, buy this plot of land, buy a van or a truck or whatever, throw a mattress in the back, sell all my big crap that's in my room, which is basically just my TVs, just go on Craigslist for it. Get a van, throw all my necessary stuff in the back, so just basically clothes and whatever documents that I have, and my computer and PlayStation, I guess. Not that I'll be using them, but... And then, with the mattress and everything else thrown in the back, I just go to this place, and I just park my car there, and just live there. Live here, get a job locally, so someplace I could ride my skateboard to. Is there a gym in this area? Gym. Okay, so number one answer is no. It would be... Why is this temporarily closed? Oh, they're remodeling it? I need to drive down here. I need to drive all the way around the lake. What the fuck? Okay, how the hell am I gonna take a shower? Shit. I didn't plan this out. Okay, so I can probably go to one of these restaurants and use like a washcloth in their sink to wash myself off. Oh my god. This is not ideal. Or I could just take a dip in the lake, I suppose. Rake in the lake. Could go to Deer Park. Deer Park, this isn't a park. This is just a big forest. So yeah, could I throw all my crap in a van, including a mattress, and then just go? I seriously just need a shower. Oh my god. It's like the only thing. If I buy my own property, I can just poop on it and whatever else. and go to the silly market store. Get groceries. Dollar General, yeah. The nice market. You gotta figure all these people don't really have like places to shop in this town. So they probably have to. There's a food store here. That's a big food store with a big parking lot. Yeah, this is probably where they shop. Okay, this seems like a real grocery store. They got like produce and stuff. So, okay, I would need a propane tank. They probably have a bathroom. Anyway, I need to find a job in the area that I could go to. Maybe I could work here. Welcome to Nice. Well, it's raining, yeah. Hey, they have sushi. Well, I basically used their bathroom to clean off. Well, they eliminated all my other options. Hey, here's a fitness center. Nice, they have a swimming pool. That means they have showers. Very nice. Alright, so I could go to one of these. God fucking. Okay, so basically, if I were to do this, get in my van, get a mattress, all my crap, throw it into the back, go. Drive all the way up here. Park my silly van on my property. I would buy the property. There goes all my money. Buying the property itself and the van. So, I mean, I could deck out the van to be livable. Sink and a septic tank and all that. So I could technically take my own showers as long as I get access to water, which honestly I could probably just go down to the lake and just get some water. I just go to the lake just with like gallon jugs of water, empty gallon jugs, and just get the water. Not even filtered. I would probably like boil it. Oh my god, over like a bonfire. Just collect the water from the lake and then just go to a bonfire with like a giant pot and just like God, I'm really thinking like a homeless person. Oh my god. So, yeah. But I could do that. And then oh, you guys haven't been able to see my screen share. Oh well. But yeah, I just live up here. And then I I would own the land, so technically I would have an address. Even though there's not a residence on the address, I would have it. And then once I have that, I just need to get a job in the area and then earn enough money, save up enough money from the job in the area to to actually build the real house on my property and to get the sewers and the plumbing and all that to it. Whoa, I have to have parking? Oh, I didn't think about that. Well, that's going to be another couple thousand. Great. Technically, I could get a van and go here, like if I get a job in my area, then I can get a van, throw a mattress in the back, and then do that with see, we're covered in Latin America. What the hell? Oh, look, I'm on the top of on Santa Rio, whatever. Let's Zoom call my friend who's in America. 40 gigabytes hotspot. We're gonna need a little more than that. When you get 4 lines, no thank you. I want unlimited hotspot. Please. Slow to a maximum of what the hell? Best unlimited data plans, 2022. Yo boy. T-Mobile. God damn. For 3, no, I want 1 phone line. No. I would like 1 phone. Not now. Here we go. Fucking go away. Okay, good. So 40 gigabytes of high-speed mobile hotspot. Why did they do this to me? Whatever. I mean, so I'm gonna have to. So essentially, I'm gonna need to plug my phone into a big monitor in order to watch stuff properly. No, I don't necessarily need to do that. I can just use a Wi-Fi at like coffee shops and stuff. Oh my god, I'm gonna be one of those people who like lives in their car, and then I go to coffee shops. Ah, guys, the 5G is gonna it's gonna corrupt all of us. The 5G networks. How fast is satellite internet? That sucks. Wow. Another thing about off-grid living is internet. So, fiber optics. $25 megabytes a second? What's my current internet speed? Test. Yep. Your internet connection should be able to handle multiple devices streaming videos, video conferencing, and gaming at the same time. Thanks. How much internet speed required to play MMO? Here we go. 3 megabytes a second. Nope. I am specifically looking for Final Fantasy. Here we go. Oh, a few gigabytes playing 8 hours a day. Nice. That means I could play Final Fantasy on the hotspot. I tether my cell phone for my internet, and even after having my speed throttled, when I go above 28 gigs a month, I can still play fine. I do have to adjust for slight latency at times, but it's nothing terrible. I was still able to be on a progression rate team. Dang, that sucks. Sounds like. Well, that's my main concern, because... A 100 kilobits per second is sufficient? What the heck? Patch downloads. You know what I'd do? Because you have, so I don't want to throw all my internet. If I got a patch... So they're saying it doesn't take that much to play, which is fantastic. But, B-U-T-T, but, if, with patches, you know, normally it's big patches, like, well, okay, this freaking, who was it? Visa Verde. T-Mobile was saying that okay, yeah, whatever. Anyway, patches can be like gigabytes. So what I would do, smart planning, aka, I don't know, what I would do is I would actually, I'd probably take my PC in the car, and I'd set up at like a cafe, and then use the cafe's Wi-Fi in order to download the patch. If I can't do that, then I would take a laptop and download the patch, and then go back, and then, you know, go back to my house and then transfer those files. Although if I'm playing on the PlayStation, it's going to be a little harder. In fact, downloading games on the PlayStation would be really difficult. No. Go away. Fucking 3 phone lines. Okay. There you go. Please. There we go. Okay. Dude, if I'm paying $85 a month, that's fine for internet. Well, it's only 40 gigs high speed. Although, they say activate up to 4K UHD streaming on capable devices with unlimited data. So basically, all that I have to do is I have to plug my phone into a TV monitor that can that can do 4K, and then I'll be able to stream 4K on it. Although I don't know if coverage is gonna reach Nice. If coverage is gonna reach up here, that's kind of my main thing. Internet in Nice, California. Yep. Oh, they do have internet. Yeah, but am I going to be able to get it in my rural area? Ooh, this is satellite. Nice. No, not internet plus TV bundle, you piece of poop. Okay, here we go. Hey, 55 a month. Very nice. Deal included. Fiber optics. God, is fiber optics even gonna reach? See, that's nice internet. I can't go any cheaper, can I? 5 gigabytes per second? Holy crap. You think about like downloading a movie. It loads instantly. Oh my god. Downloading movies back in the day would take like half the day. Seriously, like you'd open up like a torrent for like a movie. It's like, okay, this morning I'm like, okay, I want to watch Frozen, right? Because Frozen is my favorite movie. And so, you're like, okay, I'm going to download it. It's 8 o'clock right now. I got to go to work. I'm going to start the download. You leave your computer on all day. It spends the entire day. It takes the entire day to download the one movie. You get home from work. It's like 5, 6 p.m. You cook yourself dinner. And you look, the movie just finished. That's how long it took. Seriously, it took the entire day. And so that's what I would do. I would go to school. I would start a download for like maybe a movie or like maybe one season of anime. And then, because you could find anime for like 2 or 3 gigabytes. Then I would turn on the download in the morning and then go to school. And then I'd come home from school and it just finished. Or I would come home from school and maybe for the first like 8 episodes finished. And I would watch the first 8 episodes while the other ones finished downloading. Like, that's how slow it was. 5 gigabytes a second means 5 gigabytes a second means that one season of anime would download in 1 second. That's how fast it would. That's how fast it'd be. That's insane. That's absolutely. It's ludicrous. It's like, why would you ever need speeds that fast? Even if I like, I mean, if I was streaming in 4K, then yeah, maybe you need speeds. Maybe you would need like 1 gigabyte a second for 4K streaming. But honestly, just freaking preload the thing. $55 a month. Holy. Get a $200 Visa rewards card. Oh hell yeah. They're basically $200. That's 4 months for free. That's 4 months for free. I'm going to use this card on their internet services. Data, no cap. Data, no cap. No cap. For real. Free self-install. Dang. We won't charge you if you do it yourself, you freaking lose. Residential. 1 to 5 devices. Yep. Kenji Benji. Sure, that can be my email address. And oh. What's the... I should probably just copy this. I'm not gonna remember that. Bam. Give a free quote. Hello. Hey, look, it's a gamer girl. Look at those dimples. Look at those defined facial features. Look at that pointed nose. And those thick but subtle lips. And that jutted chin with that clearly defined jawline. And the hairstyle that looks casual, but it's clearly styled intentionally. Along with a shirt that looks both plain and casual, but fashionable at the same time. Look at that. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm pretty much memeing. Winning combination. Can you give me more plans like than this? I want that other plan that had the millions price after $5 a month auto pay and paperless bill discount within 2 bills. Oh, okay. So it's 60 a month. Unlimited data. Okay, because the other plan had 1 terabyte of data included. That's not good. If you're only allowed, like, I watch things in 4K. So because I have a 4K TV, I'm gonna get like maybe 10 hours. Not even 10 hours. How much would I get? Internet speed for 4K streaming. Oh, no, that's not that much. No, that cap's fine. I'd prefer not to have a cap though, so I'll pay a little extra for 100 megabits a second. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Anyway, I'm gonna have to also pay for a line to come all the way out to my freaking in the woods setup. It's probably gonna be another couple thousand. Whoopie doo. Can I get this to like? Oh, okay, cool. What's the address? Here you go. Boom. Yep. Yep. Check availability. They're gonna be like, oh, it's not available. I plan to. Oh shit! I haven't been showing you guys any of this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There we go. Here you go. Okay, so I don't want a package. Wow, 3 months of HBO Max for free. Oh my god. TV stream, what the hell? Can you give me internet? I hate them. I hate them. I just want the internet. Holy crap. No. Can I skip this? I don't want Nickelodeon. You'll need a high-speed internet for DirecTV stream. What? I don't want TV. I want internet. What? They're not. What the fuck? Okay, find this one. Yeah, I'm sure you're preparing my order. Yeah, whatever, man. Oh my god, I hate them. I hate them. It's. I do not want TV. I have a lot of questions. Where the fuck's the internet? You'll need a high-speed internet for DirecTV. Holy hell. Order online. Mm-hmm. Unflippin' believable. Okay. $55 a month. So you got to figure. Okay, minimum wage in California is $15 an hour. I would have to work for 4 hours a month in order to afford this. Well, I mean, they're gonna take me taxes, so probably like 5 hours a month. I would have to work 5 hours a month, which is one shift. I would work one Saturday every month in order to pay for the internet. That's how cheap it is. probably a second Saturday to pay for like the electricity and water and stuff. And that's it. That's all I'd have to do. If I own the land, I mean, what's that? 2-3 days of part-time working. That's what it is, part-time. Right? At the grocery store. I just work at the grocery store. I own my own house. Don't have to worry. I'm gonna get food stamps so that I can feed myself, well. And then that's it. God, if I have a wife who gets like disability benefits, then I wouldn't have to work at all. I wouldn't have to work at all. You guys want to know this screwed up thing? So, actually, no, I'm not gonna mention it. It's not the time for that. Anyway, it's not the time. We're not prepared yet. Anyway, they're not giving me God, that's small text. Okay. I would have to call. So I would have to basically this is great. This is great. It's just it's like when you have like a school project and they're like, oh, construct this thing out of wood for wood shop or for physics or whatever. Yeah, that's what it was. For physics, we had a competition to make boats. We had to make a boat that would stay afloat with you in it. One person had to sit in the boat and ride it across a river or across a swimming pool. The challenge was that the entire boat was made out of popsicle sticks. It was made out of popsicle sticks, but it had to support your weight, your actual weight. An impossible feat, to be sure. Apparently, it's technically possible. I don't know. So anyway, this is exactly what this looks like. This looks like the boat from the team that I was on that was made out of popsicle sticks. Except they're planning on doing an actual house here. What silliness. Anyway, apparently I'm gonna need a 2-car driveway as well for my silly house. So I'm gonna need a foundation for that. And then I'm gonna need a dirt road leading up to it, and then I'm gonna need a foundation for that, and then for the cars. And then I'm also gonna need a walkway going from the. Or I don't need it, but ideally I would have a walkway going from the driveway to the house. You know how much money this would cost to lay this much gravel or pavement? Not enough for it to be worth it. That's for sure. Alright, let's look at Google Maps. So. So here's what I want to estimate. I want to estimate distance. So Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna print screen. Actually, we can afford to zoom in a bit. Okay. Print screen. Alright, cool. Now, we're gonna go into paint. Paste. Rotate, crop. I'm a pro at taking screenshots. Here we go. This is the length of, this is 20 feet. Oops. I want this to be bright orange, okay. This is 20 feet, alright? Okay. Copy. Delete. And then we're gonna paste. Oh, what the fuck? I copied it. Oh, you son of a bitch. Alright. This is 20 feet. Okay. We're gonna copy this. We're gonna paste. God fucking, I copied it. What is wrong? Oh my god. Unbelievable. Okay. We're gonna take out like this. We're gonna, here's what we're gonna do. I have another plan. Okay. Here we go. So, we're gonna go 20 feet. From here all the way to the forest. All right, so that's what we're gonna do essentially. So can I like rotate this or what? I hate them. I hate them. Oh my god, I can't. Come on, big pasta. Okay, you know what? You know what I can do? Just whatever. I can just use my fingers. Okay. Use my fingers. That's what you do for your girls. You use your fingers. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it is about 125 feet from the street to where I actually want to build a house, because I actually want to build a house over here. So either that or I could build a house right here technically. I could build a house right here. It would be in this forested area. It would be kind of close to the street, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I want to build a house in the middle of the trees. So if this is a 20-foot, so technically I could build my house right here. Right here. It should be up to code. It's going to be in the middle of the trees. Maybe it's going to be in the middle of the trees. I would actually have to drive up to this area to check it out. Sounds like a pain. Go on my moped, on my scooter. That way, I mean, I'm going to have a giant backyard, essentially. I'm going to have all this space as a backyard. I'm going to be using very little of it for my small house. Or my tiny house, whatever. I'm going to have all this clear land that I'm not going to Like, what am I going to do with this? I don't technically need any of this land, but this is the cheapest plot of land that I can find. Anyway, if I can get water septic out here, then, I mean, I'm pretty much good to go. So, if I can get water and septic and electricity out here, holy moly. Anyway, it seems like AT&T will actually come out to my address. So, that solves the internet. Water and septic, they said it'd be $6,000, whatever. Nope. So this requires very little internet, so I could play Final Fantasy because I plan on marrying someone specifically to play Final Fantasy with her. So so they're saying even if I can't get the AT&T thing, I can always play on a hotspot. We can always play on hotspot. The fact that it's using like 1 megabyte a second is pretty crazy. What was I doing? Yeah. Can I get electricity to my address? Not Southern California. Find utilities near me. Please let me enter my address. Please load. To be honest, it seems like I can do this. What was it? 95464? God, I feel like up to 18. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. Okay. Ensure your address to find deals. Here you go. Fantastic. Internet. Yep. Wait, is this only internet? Utilities in my area. Come on. 95464. Come on. NW Natural for gas, electricity, and water in Markleeville, California. I'm not in Markleeville, California. Utility, yeah, whatever. Here you go. They didn't get my location correctly. Okay. Come on in. Stay inside. Stay safe inside and out. What was that? Read on safety from digging a new garden to maintaining your appliances. What the hell? Wow, they're really community driven, aren't they? Whatever. Good on them. Services. Contractor. Would it be start a service? Begin service to a new residence. Okay. Oh, shit, I'm gonna need to do the electrical stuff in my house too. That's right. It's not just as simple as setting up solar panels and plugging in. I need like a battery, circuit board, generator, all this sort of stuff, and then I need to wire. The important thing is going to be to wire all the electricity throughout the house while I'm building it. So, you look at like I know I have a million tabs open. You look at like how to wire a tiny home. They're gonna show you, yeah, look, this quirky dude or whatever androgynous person. You put the just plug and play. Oh, okay. Yeah, if I get my tiny house pre-built, then it's gonna be plug and play. But what if I'm building it myself? So basically, while you're building it, um, while you're building the house, you do all this to set up the electrical, and then in the planning process, obviously, and then during the planning process, you have to put, okay, where do I want my electrical outlets? I need some for ceiling lights. I'm gonna need electrical outlets, maybe in the corner, maybe off to the side. You look at this picture, right? Because I'm probably gonna model my place similar to this, maybe with a little home theater setup. Maybe I push the bed back, have a bathroom here, and then a home theater set up here that I have closed off. How's that gonna work though? Do I keep my bed separate from the home theater setup? Kind of don't want to. Do I keep my kitchen separate from the home theater? Yeah, that sounds nice. But then I want. That's a great paradox, isn't it? I want. I want my bed. I want a home theater, but I want my bed to be in the corner of the home theater. What the heck is this? What is this? What was I doing? May 7th. Okay, this wasn't that long ago. What was I doing? I was. Is this a whale? Is this. Oh, this is like a planet? Oh, it's like a planet. Yeah, yeah, it's like a planet, and there's a moon, and he's looking up to the night sky. Yeah, this is a planet, right? I don't remember. I do not remember. What's the date today? This has been too long. Hey, here we go. So, son daughter. Just very very specific. I love this picture. Anyway, okay, so I want the home theater. I want the bed in the home theater, but so that I don't necessarily have to move that much in order to get to in order to from when I wake up, I don't have to move that much to get to my TV. But I don't mind my kitchen being elsewhere. But the thing is, I also want my bed to be close to the bathroom. And by close, I mean literally right there. Because what would you call it? The vein of humanity. Not the vein of humanity. The everlasting conflict of humanity, for me, is that I don't brush my teeth that often, because I'm too lazy to go to the bathroom when I don't need to go to the bathroom. In fact, I'm too lazy to go to the bathroom when I do need to go to the bathroom, so, because it's all the way over there. So if I have the sink like right next to the bed, then before I crawl into bed, I'm going to brush my teeth. Or when I crawl into bed, I'll brush my teeth, and I can just sit on the bed while I brush. So as long as I can do it from the comfort of my room. Because right now, like, I imagine if I had a sink, like, right here, next to my bed, I would brush my teeth every night, and every morning, but I don't. So I haven't rectified that because I'm lazy. I want the bed closed off, but still within immediate access of the home theater, but then also next to a sink and a toilet. Fulfilling all three of those circumstances is very difficult. I guess what I could do is I could have this wall be retract, or be like it can go down. Yeah. The wall could technically go down. What is this? Oh, this is for when you roll over onto the platform that converts into a toilet seat. That's right. Anyway, so I compare that to this. What we could do is put. I mean, I could just have a TV set up here, and then just a home theater, and then just block it off. That's what I could do. I don't necessarily even have to block it off, to be honest. I could move the bed. Nah, I wouldn't move the bed. I was gonna say I could move the bed to the center and have it walled off like that, and then put that there. But to be honest, instead I would probably put the bed over here, with the base of the bed being the opening facing towards the home theater, just at a distance. And so the bed would be in the corner over here, facing towards the home theater, and the home theater would be here, blocked off by a wall, and then this whole area is blocked off. And then I could have, but where am I going to put my sink? The duality of man. Need a home theater and need a sink next to my bed. You know what I can do? Instead of this being an open, like because this spice was like, you lift it up to go to the bathroom. Instead of that, I could lift this up, be a sink. Or I could lift this up and it would be a sink and a toilet right here. Hell yeah, perfect. And then I could have a separate sink and toilet somewhere convenient. Like somewhere a little more logical with the shower. So basically I would have two bathrooms. I would have one directly next to my bed that I roll into, and that I just sit there, because I could have, what would it be? Oops. Like, if you imagine this wall could lift up, and then there is a sink and a toilet here in the wall, and then I can lift, and then I can close back down. That would be perfect, because then I could just sit on the edge of the bed facing the sink while I brush my teeth. or I've laid in bed, but I need to go to the bathroom. Well, I can just roll on over and just sit up in the toilet, right? I don't need that silly contraption. That's perfect. So what I could do actually is, what I could do is I could have this structure right here. I could have this structure, which is acting as the wall, and I could put that whole silly bathroom setup in this structure, facing towards the bed, but I could have it accessed from both sides. There you go. There you go. So I could have it accessed from both sides. So when you're laying in the bed, you can pull up the wall within this. You can pull up the wall from the side of the bed to get to the sink and the toilet. But then when you're out of the bed, you can just come over here and open the door, the whatever, and there's the toilet, and there's the toilet and there's the toilet and the sink right there. The only thing is that the toilet would be easy because I can just, it doesn't matter what way the toilet's facing, you can sit down on it regardless because you're going to need to sit down on it. But if I have the sink accessible from the bed, then it's going to be at a low level facing right next to the bed to be used. So I'm going to need a second sink for when the bathroom is accessed from the outside of the bed, from when it's accessed over here. It's genius. It's genius. It's absolutely genius. I did it. I figured it out. I solved my problem. And then you do all that while having the bed face a home theater setup. So you just put a home theater over here with the TV facing this way. That's perfect. And then you have the sink, you have the you just have the kitchen somewhere else, right? You put the kitchen wherever there's space, and that's it. Oh my god, I figured it out. The wall that's used to make a third wall against the bed can double as a bathroom that can be accessed both from the bed and from the other side. It's genius. It's genius, guys. You have no idea. Just 400 IQ, big brain moment. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Because who cares about a closet, right? I don't care about a closet. Honestly, if I'm living on my own, I'm going to be naked most of the time. I don't, even during the winter, I don't care, right? So, I don't know, maybe not in Sacramento winter, but... but yeah, so, there you go. So I just make this house, except this is the bathroom, behind this shelf. Access like that. Probably push the bed back and then put a home theater here instead. And then, I could push the bed back and then have the home theater, and then it would push the bathroom back too, up against the back wall. And then I could just have a shower be right here, still in the same room as the bathroom. So the bathroom could actually be an L shape, with the other leg of the L being the shower. And of course I would get a sit down shower and everything like that. Shower with a seat. And I do like those rainfall showers, but to be honest, I need a lot of pressure against me. So I need a heavy duty water faucet for the shower. But yeah, I could have multiple shower heads in it if for whatever purposes. But yeah, that'd be perfect. And then so this area to the wall, and then in an L shape would be the shower over here, the bathroom here. Could I access, probably the only caveat would be that I need a second sink in the same bathroom. The toilet's fine, but I do need a second sink in the bathroom. And then, just because of the angles. Or I could have a sink. I could have a sink that turns. Hell yeah, I have a sink that turns. That'd be nice. I do want a urinal. That's one thing I remember. I do want a urinal. Every single time I go to the bathroom and I go number one, I'm just thinking, man, I'm so restricted. I can't just, you know, whatever, right? But it's a guy thing. So I want a urinal. So the bathroom at my old job had the guy's bathroom had a waterless urinal. It's very nice. So I really liked that one, and it was at the perfect height for me too. But like I would go specifically to that bathroom just to use the urinal, like. But but yeah, and then what else could I do? If I have the home theater set up here. So you could go in the home theater to go to bed. That'd be the nice thing, because if you look at like home theaters, they don't have a good angle. Can I like? Where's that Zillow house that had the? Okay, this is gonna have to do. They always have the home theater pictures. Okay, this one. Here we go. So you guys imagine a home theater, and you guys have all seen home theater. So there's a TV over here off screen, right? The bed would be over here. Literally, like in this wall, it would be there'd be the bed. And be open, so you're looking out into the home theater, which would be fine, right? So you imagine putting this kind of home theater set up with the walls included in right here, right? So you have the bed, and then the home theater, right? They're connected, and then the home theater closes, and then you have to go out a door. My door would probably be here or here, and then you go out the door into you go out the door, and then out the door would be this hallway with the second entrance to the bathroom, the shower, the kitchen, and the other stuff. So that could do it. That could do it. Okay, I fixed it. I fixed it. Yeah, that's what I'm going with. So now I just need to figure out sliding doors for this. So because I want a shutter that goes up, and then or I could do it electronically if I if I so please. I would probably just get a rope system. I could have it where it's like this, and then when I pull, or I could have it be like a garage door where I just pull a lever, or I pull like a rope, and it'll like bring the whole thing up, and the door will kind of the platform, or the wall will kind of like curve like that. That'd be cool, and then I could just cover it so that you're not staring up at a bunch of mechanisms. And then you go in there, and then yeah. There's a second entrance to the bathroom. It connects to the shower. We have a big space for the shower. It's just I don't know where I'd put my jacuzzi at that point. I mean, honestly, like this would need to. I would need something bigger than this, right? I would need probably if the home theater is going to take up a bunch of space, so I'm gonna need because you gotta think washer dryer, whatever utility setup I have, the kitchen with the eating space here. Big enough for like a fridge and to cook stuff and whatnot. And then my jacuzzi slash reading room. I would have a jacuzzi slash reading room. So I believe in my silly little picture, I had a reading room here. I would reorganize this, but I would, in the reading room, I would make the reading room bigger, and then just put my built-in jacuzzi into it, so that the reading room doubles as a jacuzzi room, and then I could have a TV in that room as well. And I'm gonna hang out in the jacuzzi. That sounds doable, honestly. That sounds doable. And the nice thing about it is that I don't necessarily have to build all of it. I just need to get the pipe to the reading room. I just need to organize everything properly so that I future-proof it. I can have an empty room as the reading room with just a pipe connected to it, and then call it a day. And then later on, I could, when I get more money, I could build out that jacuzzi. And then, of course, furnish it so that the reading room is acceptable. So, sounds like a plan, Stan. Anyway, yeah, so I could have the bed back here. 3-wall, open feet. Open foot of the bed, and it opens up into the home theater. So, and the thing is, with this kind of setup, when you're using the home theater, you're going to be sitting here in comfy chairs staring at the screen. The bed is not going to be intrusive at all. So when you're in a movie theater, you don't notice the seats behind you. Like the seats way behind you, right? So you don't notice the dude on the projector in the back, at the top, right? You don't notice that, right? All you notice is what's in front of you. So the purpose of a home theater is to isolate you so that it's only you and the TV screen that you see. That'd be good. And for a home theater, I would probably just mount my current TV and use that as I've been, but in a more isolated kind of setup. So, and of course, if I had a room this big, I wouldn't do it this big, but you could do like a small home theater. Even like this is too big. You could literally just cut this in half, move the chairs closer together, and then there you go. Like that's all you need. Yeah, cut this in half. Don't have this back row. Just have the couple of chairs here with the TV. As long as it's a room that's isolated with dimmable lights, that's all you need. And then you're good to go. Yeah, literally just this. Just this. Except with different door placement, of course. You could have the door in the back, so back over to the left and then back like I described. Door over here. That's what I would do. Something structured like this, but with this size, basically. That'd be nice. Ooh, a little panel or like a remote to control the lights and the TV. That'd be nice. But yeah. That'd be good for home theater setup. And I'm not saying this oh, this is what I dream of. I'm saying this as I'm going to build this. This is what I'm gonna do. If I'm dumping $40,000 or $50,000 into building a house, it's getting a home theater. This is the one thing that I do is I play games and watch TV. So that's even watching stupid YouTube videos on a screen like this would be fantastic. So I've seen pictures of like people in their home theater setups watching like VTubers on Twitch. It's hilarious. Anyway, yeah, so setting up your electricity, whether you go solar or not, it's you still have to set it up. And then you have to set it up in a way to where it can connect to something. And then that connection will go to solar panels or it'll go to the electric companies. So gas service. No. I want electricity. No, whatever. It's gas. Oh my god. Okay. They lied to me. They lied to me. They said NW Natural for gas, electricity, and water. But NW Natural is only a gas company. Dude, how are you supposed to get electricity? I shouldn't have used the word hookup. Electricity. Water utility company? Why'd you recommend this to me? It requires more research. All this research is to be done before I even buy the piece of land, but I believe this would require calling around and asking about it. But yeah, setting up your own electrical wires and stuff is pretty tough. And I believe if the county wants you to, then you have to get it inspected by an electrician, which it looks like there's a couple electricians around that area, so. On-site service is not available. Huh. So, and of course that's going to cost money, right? Because just an inspection is going to cost you like a few $100s. It's lame. Same with the plumbing. If you do your own plumbing, it has to be checked out and certified by a plumber. And if I make any mistakes with the electric or the plumbing, then they're going to be like, "Oh no, you got to fix this." You know, my rate's like $200 an hour, right? And I'm going to have to pay the dudes $200 an hour each to fix whatever mistakes that I made during my setup. Whereas if I get a van, for example, if I get a van and I do solar panels on that, it's not going to matter because, first of all, the electricity is going to be a lot simpler. But more importantly, nobody's going to be regulating it. So they're not, an electric company is not going to yell at me, or a water company's not going to yell at me either for screwing up the piping if, I'm in a car. So, but if I'm in a house, claiming this is my residence, then yeah, it'll be tougher. Anyway, as far as the jacuzzis go, I don't know how much realistic room I'm gonna have for this, but ideally, if you look at something like this, you guys see how the jacuzzi is connected to the swimming pool. It's the same water. It's just that this water is going to be heated and this water won't be. That's sort of the idea that I want, except instead of a small jacuzzi and a large swimming pool, I just want like a half and half. I just want like you know, I just want one big rectangle, and we're gonna assume this is like, right, we're gonna say this is, maybe 6 feet, maybe 6 feet long, and then who knows how wide is your body? 2 feet, so probably like four and a half, four, like we'll say 4 feet. So it's relatively like close to each other, right? So anyway, my ideal here is that you split this down the middle with this side will be hot, and this side will probably be room temperature, or cold, or warm, or whatever. But this side will be hot, right? And so, or you could reverse it. I mean, it doesn't matter. But basically, this divider right here, this divider is going to be like this. So it's there to separate most of the water, but to keep the heat in on one side and out the other, and out of the other. But this is still like a divider where you can kind of like reach out, and you can kind of like hang out with the people on the other side, So obviously, you can't cuddle with them or anything, right? You're not able to. You are still physically separated, but at least you can see each other, to the point where you're within like reaching distance, right? You can even like, put your arms on the divider like an armrest or whatever, things like that. But you're not separated from them. That's the whole point of something like this, is that if the divider is like this, then you're not separated from the people on the other side, or from the person on the other side. So if you do something like that here, it's not a full divide. Excuse me, guys. If you do something like that here, it's not a full divider, right? It divides the water, but it doesn't divide the people, right? So, you could have one person in the hot zone and one person on the room temperature zone. And you would put, and then of course, in this sort of sense, you would have like a seat. You could have a seat here or whatever and just sit down. Yeah, obviously you could do it 2 circles or other shapes or whatever. You could have it 2 triangles, so you could have like, how would it be? You could have one triangle like this, and then another one, but you rotate it. And then you can have it like this, and then you can, you could have one be hot and one be room temperature, and then you could have the seats here looking this way, and then the other person could have the seats here looking this way, right? And so then, like, the two people can sit in their own, on the seats of their own respective jacuzzi sides, but still be able to look at each other. You know, they can just stare at each other like this so they can talk or whatever. And obviously you can make this so small that, you know, they're, even though they're sitting down on their respective sides, they're still within reaching distance. So, I mean, like, literally, you could have just a hole in the ground that's just as wide as your body that will barely fit you with a seat and some water in it. Like, that's what you could do. And you could have just two of those there. So, one for hot and one for room temperature. So, that's what you could do. This kind of model gives more space, but, you know, it's not needed. I probably wouldn't be so ambitious as to go 4 feet and 6 feet. Oh my god. I'd probably go like, no, I mean, it depends. I don't know how wide my body is, but to be honest, I would go just enough for me to sit down because I want to rest my arms on the border and on the outside. So 2 feet might be a bit much for each side. Probably do like 1.5, maybe 1.5 feet. So, you know, you can do. You could do like. You could do 1.5 feet here. And then 1.5 feet here. And then you could do that. Yeah, so they're pretty, you know, the two people can be like really close to each other, but then there's this little armrest here, right? But that's what it is. It's an armrest that separates the heat. Obviously, some of the hot water is going to spill over into the room temperature side, and some of the room temperature water will spill into the hot water side. That's inevitable, but it's not going to be enough to offset the temperature of either pool. So I only made this 6 feet because I'm 6 feet and I want to stretch my legs. But honestly, if I'm just sitting down all the time, probably don't need to. I just need that sensation of being able to sit down in it, to submerge my shoulders into it, and then just to like dip myself all the way down. So honestly, I could probably just go with a hole. So this could probably be actually like really short. Actually, this could probably be like, I don't know, maybe 3 feet long. You could do that. You have just enough room to stretch out your legs, but not enough to like swim in it, right? So that's what my hot tub jacuzzi kind of idea is you have this kind of border, but you have it here where, you know, you have one pool of room temperature water and one pool of hot water. And so, of course, the hot water would run on a heater. The room temperature water would just be as is, but the hot water would have a heater attached to it that would actually heat up the water. So, the less water there is, or the less space there is, that means the less water that has to heat up, which means that I'm going to save on electricity and it's going to heat faster, which will be advantageous for me. So honestly, I'm probably just going to have a hole. Just imagine like this is like 12 inches. And then you just put, you know, just get into it. And it's just a one man hole, right? No, I don't want a manhole. Okay, fine. You guys can imagine manhole, right? Yep, we've all seen these. Imagine this, but there is a bottom to it, and it is filled with hot water. That's and there's a little seat down there too. That's what it could be. Right there's a bottom that's like 3 feet. I don't know. Anyway, all this is would probably come post production. I don't need the jacuzzi for myself like right away or even within the year that I build this. Honestly, it sounds like an extra expense, so. But that would be my idea. Get that added on later. Or, I could just buy one of these outdoor ones to put outdoors or even indoors. What I could do, actually, is if I have my little, if I have my reading room with the jacuzzis, I could actually have the reading room open up. So, the front part of it would open up to the outside. Like, sliding doors to outside. I don't know. So it could be like this, right? Where it just where the whole thing just opens up. And then it looks outside. So then I could just have like a jacuzzi here and like a reading room and stuff, and I could choose to open it up if there's like a nice breeze or something during the spring and fall, for sure. That'd be nice. And then of course it would be separate from the rest of the house so I don't get any of the light bleed in or whatever. Because I would be able to have my home theater set up to isolate the light as well as the bed in that home theater setup. Toilet and sink accessible from the bed and from the outside. And then the reading room that opens up to the outside. So that'd be fantastic. That'd be great. My plans are coming together, guys. My plans are coming together. And then basically what it is what it is you build your foundation and then you build out your foundation. Oops. And then you just put up boards wherever you want these rooms to be. So you put up the wooden boards wherever they need to be, the insulation in with the electrical wiring, and then you put up so like this, and then you put up the walling that you go like this, and you put up insulation, and then you put the walling that you actually want to see while you're inside. Country road, take me home. And then you're good to go. So it'd be a nice little quaint one-story house where you have a home theater with the bed in it, but then you can leave that area for to access, like, there will be the kitchen and the open spaces and access to the bathroom and the shower and all that. So that'd be good. And then you just have a house like that, and then that's it, right? That's literally it. Can't raise a kid in it. Right? So, yeah, that's the only thing, is that the kid would probably live in the home theater, honestly, with me. It's a very single person's home setup. So. But yeah, I think it could work. You can imagine, like, in this sort of house, they could have everything that I described in this house, right? They could have a home theater in this corner of the house, and then a kitchen off to the side, and a little space for reading, and or like a bed attached to it, and a bathroom, and then a little nook for reading and whatnot. So, they could have all that in this sort of house. So that'd be cool. That'd be you just need a house, and then just to design it specifically for those purposes. So. But yeah, this person has a lot of clutter, so I don't know. This should just be a bookshelf. But yeah, the whole access the bathroom from the bed side, but then also the outer side is ingenious. And the thing is, you could have either entrance closed, so that it still looks like you're going to a closed bathroom, or you could have them open if you want to, and if you want to, be able to see the rest of your house while you're taking a piss. So it's very nice for that. And of course, you can close the shutter when you're using the toilet if it's gonna, smell. But with a toilet that close, you should probably be using Poo-Pourri. If you guys don't know what Poo-Pourri is, it's basically Poo-Pourri. Before you go toilet spray. So basically, if you know you're going to take a poop, you just spray this into the toilet. You just spray this into the toilet, and then your poops will smell nice. So. Pit-Pourri, oh my god, Home-Pourri, Soul-Pourri. You can spray your shoes? Dang. They're a bit pricey, but it looks like you can buy them in bulk and they'll give you a discount. %40 off. But yeah, guys, this seems doable. Being able to build my own house. Ugh. I'm gonna have to lay down again. I'm gonna take my mic with me. I'm gonna have to unplug for a second. Boom, boom. All right, cool. But yeah, God, it feels like I'm like an MC at like a club or something. But yeah, I figure building your own house is a lot of work. So it's like probably would take me like 2 months or so. I mean, to be honest, like even if I plan it out and get all the building materials and the tools and stuff and get it approved, I'm probably gonna be spending like 2 months building it. So um, I mean, I didn't even look up the cost of like building materials itself. I just looked up the foundation, how much it's gonna be to get like water and electricity over there, which I still haven't figured out the electricity yet. So I'd have to call around. Um, as far as the area goes, though, it is a nice area. It seems like, I mean, I don't know how accurate the Google map is. And it's unfortunate that I can't like take a look at the area itself beyond like that one picture that I have on Google Maps. But it seems like a decent area. Um, it is more in like the wilderness, so or it is more. It's like closer to like forests and stuff. So you gotta be afraid of like fleas and flies and other stuff. Probably I don't know. I don't know what the what would you call it? Not the horticulture. I don't know what like the insect life is like in that city. So it is by a lake. So lakes typically have like I guess mosquitoes, but I am far enough away from the lake to where those shouldn't bother me too much. I mean, if worse comes to worse, I can always just erect a giant mosquito net around my house so that they don't get in. The thing is, I'm going to be spending the majority of the time in the house anyway, so I won't have an opportunity for bugs to like get me. It's just going to be whatever comes through the woodwork, and then yeah, if I get like the thing I'm afraid of is termites. I'm going to be building the house out of wood, so if I get termites, then that's going to be really difficult to deal with. I'm going to have to get the entire house fumigated, which is not going to be fun. So, alright, good. My mic is still working. Oh, God. My burps sound like the banging of a hollow pipe. Like if you go to like a construction site or something where there's like a lot of concrete and like you bang against the pipes of like the staircase, like the handles of the staircase and stuff, that's what sometimes my burps sound like that. Oh my God. There's a lot. I have been sick for the past like 3 or 4 hours. Holy crap. It's not fun. Oh well. It's not like painful or anything. It's just, well, I mean, it is when I'm sitting up, but it's just bothersome, to be honest. It feels like something's like attacking me in my throat. So it like, whenever it gets like really bad, I get like chest pains, and I feel like just opening it up, like, taking like a dagger or something, or like a knife, and just like going into my chest and just like ripping it, and like, just like going down and like ripping it open just to let all the air out. So whenever I get like stomach problems, I feel like doing that to my stomach. Obviously, I would never do that, right? That would kill me, and it'd be very painful. But for you, but it gives me that feeling of just doing that. It's like I'll never do it, but it seems tempting. But yeah, as far as like, it looks like building the house. I haven't even gotten to building the house itself. I mean, it is basically just wood planks, stacked on top of each other and bolted in. Right? It's like building a Lego house, or like Lincoln Logs. You guys ever play with Lincoln Logs? It's kind of a '90s thing, but or earlier than that actually. But I think Lincoln Logs died out in like the 2000s, from what I could understand. Anyway, you build a house out of Lincoln Logs, and it's pretty similar to like a it's pretty similar to like how you'd build a log cabin, because people build log cabins in the woods just by literally they chop down trees and they cut up the wood into logs, and then they just stack all the logs on top of each other. Professionally, or a little more advanced, is you would put like clay or like dry cement or whatever, or like wet cement, I mean, in between each log, so that it keeps out the breeze and the bugs. So, but that's literally it, right? Obviously, with a modern house, it's more complicated because you need the insulation. So, if you guys don't know what insulation is, it's basically just it's fur. So think of like a sheep's wool, or like cotton, for example, like just raw cotton, and basically you just stuff it in. So like in between your guys' walls and mine too, there's the inner wall and there's the outer wall, right? There's the inside where you can see from like the walls of your room, and then there's the outside which you can see from the outside of the house. But then in between there are pillars for support, right? Though that's the main frame of the house. That's what keeps it standing. And then in between all of those pillars, there's a lot of blank space. So in that blank space, they put insulation. So basically, just like this fuzzy, um, fluffy material, that it keeps the cool. It regulates the temperature inside your house to a degree. I mean, every house needs insulation. Otherwise, it would be hot in your room as it is outside the room. Maybe even worse so, because the heat would be trapped. Um, but yeah, it helps block out the heat. But anyway, for my purposes, I need to double down. I need to get good insulation, and then I would also probably wrap. I'd probably also put like a reflectant insulation in there as well, to reflect like the sunlight from the summer. And I would build the house in a mess of trees, so that in the middle of a forest area, so that I have the shade of the trees most of the time. And I would put an air conditioner in the house as well, and use that during the summers, because I hate summer. So summer is the worst. So you gotta, you know, but you go during the summer. What do you want to do during the summer? Well,
I mean, what seems like the best thing to do during the summer, like when it's so hot out? You go to Walmart. You thought I was gonna say. You guys probably thought I was gonna say swimming. No, you go to Walmart. Why Walmart? Because it's freaking. It's so cool. It's so cold in Walmart because they spend like thousands of dollars a day, making sure that their store is akin to the Arctic, and it's fantastic. I love going to Walmart. There's basically any like major grocery store or like any major shop or corporation, their store will be very well air conditioned. And during the summer, they get business for that because people retreat to Walmart in order to escape the heat. And then what do they do when they're at Walmart? Well, they buy stuff. So, Walmart wins. So it's a good investment. So yeah, but so I basically want my little tiny house to be like Walmart. Essentially, I want it to be as cool as Walmart is during the summer. So ideally, I would be able to accomplish that by building the house underground. If I built it underground and I put, or in the side of a hill, and I put like dirt on top of it, that'd be ideal. But there's going to be a lot more rules for like the zoning ordinances for like, what the rules behind building it and stuff if I go underground because underground is a safety hazard, especially if I'm surrounded by dirt and I'm packing dirt on top. It could cave in, right? You don't have that risk when you don't have the risk of a cave in when you don't have the risk of a cave in when you're above ground because there's nothing around you. But at the same time, you're exposed to all the elements. You're exposed to the rain and the heat of the sun, the snow, and all that. When you're underground, you're protected by all the dirt, but you're also vulnerable to all the dirt. You could have a cave in, and some places do. But then also some places don't. There are tunnels in like Europe that were built like 500 years ago underground and they are still standing and they were just built out of like stone, just out of rocks. And so there's a whole like mechanical science on it of like you get into like mechanical engineering and they'll teach you how to build tunnels underground properly. But anyway, I'm even if I knew enough about that to confidently build something underground, I would still need to hire a mechanical engineer to double check the plans and monitor the building process. So, and that would cost me a significant amount of money, probably way more than I'm going to have to spare. So, you know, this whole house I would love to do underground, but I don't like for time and for cost's sake, I don't think I'm gonna be able to, unfortunately. So maybe in the future I could if I end up like saving up a lot of money and stuff, but I highly doubt I'm gonna save up a lot of money. Honestly, like the whole point of me building this whole thing out is to the whole point of me building this whole thing out is so that I don't have to work that much. So if I don't have to work that much, then if I can just work like 1 day a week at the grocery store, for example, then on a minimum wage, and then just get food stamps and other things to cover all my other costs, then I'm good to go, right? Like I don't need to work all the time. So and the less time I need to work, the more time I can spend with the people I like doing the things that I love. So or the people that I love doing the things I like. Yeah, there we go. That's what I meant to say. So, no, I didn't just correct myself. I I didn't correct myself because it sounded bad. I corrected myself because that's what I meant. But yeah, anyway, that's what it is. Time is valuable to me. So this whole thing is so that I can free up more time because like I said in the beginning of the stream, like the vast majority of your income goes to paying rent. But if you already own your house, then you're good to go, right? Your expenses go down by like 4/5. Like honestly, like instead of having to work 5 days a week, now I only have to work 1 day a week because I own my house and I live in it, right? So especially if I get free food from food stamps, then really all I have to do is pay for internet, electricity, water, and gas. So if I can get all those hooked up, right? So if I do solar panels for electricity, then I don't have to pay for that. And then, of course, I'm gonna have to pay for like miscellaneous things like paper towels and clothes and um, a car. I will need a car, unfortunately. So, uh, I'm probably just gonna get a motorcycle, just so that like I can zoom. Although a car would technically be better, but I would need like a pickup truck. If it snows up there, yeah, I'm gonna need a truck. Oh, God, that's gonna be expensive. That's gonna be really expensive. A truck, gas and insurance on that truck is gonna be really pricey. I won't have to use the truck that much, but if I go to the grocery store like twice a month, then I'm gonna need the big trunk of a pickup truck in order to lug all the groceries back. So it realistically won't be that much, but still. What was I gonna say? Yeah, just I don't know. It seems fine. Like this whole thing seems doable, but again, there's a reason why people aren't doing this, and I have to. There's a reason why the vast majority of people aren't doing this, and I have to figure out what it is. Or I feel I don't have to figure out what it is, but I feel like I am soon going to realize what it is, and then that's going to be a major roadblock for me. So the thing is, though, people do this. Like they buy a plot of land and they build a tiny house on it, or they park a tiny house on it, and then they just live there for years. So I can't see what I'm missing, and they do so on very minimal money. I mean, not zero, right? They still got to spend thousands of dollars for it, but they're not going to break the bank over something like this, right? So anyway, if I calculate everything in my mind, the foundation for the house and the driveway is probably going to be like 5 grand. The hooking up to the water and sewage system is going to be 6. The internet, they say that they'll deliver, but I don't know. The internet's like 60 a month, so that's an expense. That's a full day of work once a month just to pay for the internet, which I don't mind. If I gotta go to work all day for 1 day a month in order to get internet for the rest of the month, like that's totally fine by me, right? It's because I need my internet and I don't mind the work. So I'm assuming like I'm gonna have to go work for like 1 day a week, like probably on like a Saturday or a Sunday when it's busiest at like stores. So that's what it'll be. 1 day for the internet, 1 day for the rest of my bills, And then probably a couple days for the insurance and gas on the truck. $4 a month. It doesn't seem like that's going to cover it. My expenses are bound to be more than that. Ugh. Okay, so anyway, I don't know how much the electrical hookup's going to be. I don't even know if they're going to be willing to wire it over there. The friggin' the listing said it's zoned for residents, so they should. I mean, it's a plot of land designated by the city, so they should, because if you had all of those vacant lots filled, they would all need electricity and water and sewage. So you would need, they would need to be able to service that area. So they should be willing to. It's just, it's going to cost a pretty penny to do so. I mean, the electricity should probably be maybe another 4,000 to get it hooked up. Maybe that seems really high. But anyway, and the cost of the land is 5. So essentially, I'm spending $20,000 on the land, the foundation for the house, the water, and electricity hookup. So 20 grand is going to that. And then I haven't even built the house yet. So I'm going to have to build a house, a 360 square foot house I'm probably going to have to build it really cheap. I'm probably going to have to, I don't think I can put more than 10 grand into it, honestly. So maybe I can get cheap materials for things and then upgrade later. Like a wood. The whole thing's going to be made out of wood pretty much. And then I'm going to have to get, most of my money is going to be on just the structural integrity of the house. So good building materials, and then good insulation, and then proper electrical and plumbing hookups, and that's gonna be it, right? And then I'm not gonna have any money left over for like electricity or not electricity, but like a TV or like comfy chairs or anything like that. So probably gonna have to work more to buy that stuff. Yeah. Where are my glasses? Kiwi. Kiwi's like she's just staring at the mic. Not even at me, but like the microphone. Oh, she sees the cord. The cord of the mic is right in front of her, so she's like tempted. But yeah, what do you guys think of that bed idea? It's a concept I came up with myself on the last stream that I did. It was 2 weeks ago, it looks like. But then now seeing this picture of the bed with the third wall, the bed tucked into that little cubby there in the house, it's really validating. Like, honestly, like, I didn't think other people were, thinking of doing that, but fantastic. Of course, I'm going to have to get a king-size bed, but the Tempur-Pedic mattress, the one that keeps you, like, really cool, it's $6,000. Holy shoot, dude. $6,000? Oh, and technically it keeps you 8 degrees cooler. 8 degrees is a lot. But if you're like 90, then you're going down to 82 degrees. You're still going to be hot and sweaty. Like, come on. You guys know what my problem is with sleeping in the heat? I like, I like, I have a pressure blanket here. It's a, what do you call it? It's a heavy, it's a weighted blanket. That's what it is. It's a weighted blanket. And God, I really feel like I'm like presenting to an audience with this. It's, it's a weighted blanket. It's like 15 pounds, I believe this weighs. And it weighs, yeah, and it's like, it's this really comfortable pressure on top of me while I sleep. So I feel really like cozy and secure because I have all this weight on top of me. So it, pressure and like weighted accessories are things they use for autistic people, like kids with autism and adults with autism like this sort of stuff, because of that feeling. So I do too. No, I'm not autistic. Hopefully. But yeah. I like this sort of stuff. But the thing is, it's really hot. So, like temperature wise, it's not like really hot, but like during the winter, it's nice and cozy. But during the summer, it's like I'm sweating. So, although during the summer I'm sweating anyway, so it's, you know, it is what it is. But you know what I could do in my little house setup, right? The little cubby where the bed is. I could put an air conditioning vent there, so that during the night, you know, it could be, you know, the bed area gets air conditioned, and since it's enclosed, then that cool air will stay there. So I read I've heard that like sleeping with your air conditioner on isn't great, and I've gotten like sore throats from sleeping with my fan pointed at me before. So I don't know. I don't know if that's like the best idea, but I am gonna have a vent fan on the ceiling that's gonna suck the hot air from that little cubby space or whatever. But I don't know where I'm gonna put the air conditioning vents. That's gonna be a tough one. See, it's all these little details, right? Even like now talking about it, even with all the different factors that I've talked about, there's still other things to consider. Where am I gonna put the lights? Where am I gonna put the you know, the air conditioning vents? Where am I going to put the heating vents if I have any? Or am I just going to have a wooden, you know, a wood fire stove? And then if I do have a wood fire stove, where am I going to put that? Because I need to put, I need to put a vent going to the outside, like a chimney. I need to have that. So you know what it's going to be is that if I have the bed in the home theater room, then what's going to happen is that I'm going to have the heating and the air conditioning in the home theater room. Like it's going to be going in there. And then like the instant you step out of the home theater room, say like to go to the kitchen or to take a shower, it's going to be like hot as hell. During the summer, it's going to be just really hot because, you know, I'm going to have focused all the air conditioning in the home theater room that's isolated from the rest of the house. And so the rest of the house isn't going to get air conditioning or like heating during the winter or anything like that. So that's going to be that might not be good. And then if, you know, I eat meals at the kitchen bar or whatever, or like a dining room, then it's not, then, you know, it's going to be really hot while I do so. So I mean, regular fans are probably gonna have to cut it for the rest of the house. So, because I mean, you want the minimum power, like air conditioning and heating, because you don't want to have to heat and cool a giant space if you're not going to be using it. So, the problem is with the home theater. What I'm starting to what I'm starting to realize now is that the home theater is a one screen setup. So what do you do if you have two people who want to play games? Not like local co-op, because local co-op is it can be done on one screen. But most games out there actually there's the problem that Kiwi. She's like staring at her freaking water bowl. She's not even going to it. But yeah, there's the problem of whatchamacallit? Oh, God. My eggs itch. But yeah, there's the problem of like you most games, if you want to play with somebody, they need their own setup as well. Whether it's like a second PlayStation or a second PC, or if something's cross-platform, then that's fine. But no matter the situation, they're gonna need a second screen in order for them to play at the same time, alongside me. So that with a home theater, that's gonna be tough because I actually don't know how I'm gonna organize that. Because first of all, if you're watching shows and movies together, then because I'm imagining with like a partner, if you're watching shows and movies together, you want just the one screen and you don't want any like clutter, right? You don't want to have two screens next to each other and only using the left one in order to watch stuff. But at the same time, if you want to play games together, you're going to need that second screen. And then, I'm going to need one, she's going to need one. So we can play together. So then you would need two screens next to each other in order to play together. So they don't have to be next to each other, but So I don't know how to set that up because it's a different situation depending on what you're doing. I mean, the best solution would be to have two screens and then, on the wall, and then first somehow when you want to watch something together, you are able to put away one of the screens and then move the other screen in the center of the room and then that of the wall, and then you two can just share the one screen. That would be the ideal, but I don't know how that would work. I mean, they have flexible wall mounts, so you could get a wall mount with like that's attached to an arm that can go like that. But I mean, you spend a couple $100 and you'll get the best thing for that, so that's fine. But I don't know how you would hide the second screen. Like, you'd have to push it. You'd have to have it on an arm as well, and then push it off to like the side or like into the corner or something. Like, I don't know. It's or like ideally, what I would like is if you could push it into a little cubby in the wall, like a little secret compartment in the wall. You push it into there, and then you close it. You could do that. You could do that because you could have a wall with a secret compartment that slides up, and it's the size of a TV. And in that secret compartment, that's where you have the wall mounts. You have the wall mount, and then you have the TV attached to the wall mount, and it can retract into the secret compartment, and then you can close the thing. you can close it, or you can open it up. When you use when you use that screen, you can open up the secret compartment and just pull it out, and then it'll pull out right in front of you. You could do that. Okay, that would be cool. You do have to design a secret compartment. This is the second secret compartment that I'm going to be having in this house. The first one being the bathroom, accessed from the bed. So I don't know how to make secret compartments in houses. I barely know how to make houses in general. I don't know how to make secret compartments in the house itself, especially one big enough for a TV. Like I can't imagine like cutting out a rectangle in my wall in order to hide stuff or put a safe or something. Like I can't imagine that working. So I don't know how something like that would work. I might have to make that wall doubly thick and then just structure it when I'm building. But then if I do that, I'm going to have to predetermine the size of the TV that's going in there. Actually, no, I don't. I don't need to predetermine the size of the TV. I can just make the compartment big enough to fit any size TV. And then that should be good. And then the wall mount that's there could fit for any TV, basically. So I just put it smack dab in the middle. I just need to make sure it's a wall mount arm that's like that flexible, because you're talking about like 5 feet or more in flexibility, and that's, I don't think most wall arm mounts do that. So plus, considering that every time you want to watch a show or play a game, you're going to have to bring that second TV in and out of that compartment. So it's not going to be a situation where like, oh, let's just watch one episode of an anime before we go play our game again for 10 minutes and then watch another episode of anime. Like, you're not going to be able to go back and forth with that. It's like, you're going to have to, because you're going to have to set it up. Even if it's that easy to do it, you're just going to have to set it up. I mean, technically you could have it automated, but there's no way, like, you'd have to attach like a robotics mechanism to that, and there's no way. Like, I wouldn't trust it with that. Ah, I got my eye. But yeah. My stomach's feeling a lot better. I stopped burping. Oh my god. I can't believe freaking... The fact that it's going to cost me like $10,000 to get the utilities to the actual plot of land is insane. I'm feeling, though, like that's not enough money. I would have to call around. I do... I do want to call around on Monday to see, like, what the specifics are, because it would just be speculation. If I'm calling a company for a quote or whatever, then they would like that, because then that means that I am planning on doing business in their area. If not now, then for later. So it's an investment on their part. So, but this is, I mean, I talk about all of this kind of like, I talk about like building the house and stuff very casually, like as if I am being casual about it. And I am for the moment. But the thing is, like, this is, and I haven't fully realized this yet, but this is something I have to do. Like, I can't be living here for the rest of my life. Even if, you know, worst comes to worst and I'm by myself, I still got to do this. It's like, I can't, like, I got to leave the nest, you know? And it's not like I'm staying at this nest because it's, you know, oh, I'm afraid of the outside world. I could move out tomorrow if I had the money for it, but it's because I don't have the money for it that I feel trapped here. So I need to save up and build and, you know, and eventually do this, because no way in hell am I ever going to get enough money to buy an actual house on normal terms? I might, if I'm hardworking and diligent, I might be able to get enough for a down payment on a 30-year loan for a house. That's where we are. That's where it is. Where I'm, what does the future have in store for me? I can either go the normal route and just work 5 days a week, 8 hours a day for the next 30 years in order to own a normal house, or I can work my butt off now and then later build my own house after having worked my butt off, right? It's, but I would have to build it myself. And then at the end of the day, I'm probably going to spend, I mean, I haven't looked up like how much it costs to make a tiny house. I mean, they were giving those kits where like you could build your own thing for like $5,000. And so, judging from that, I might be able to buy my own building materials and build my own house for 10 to 15 if I already have the foundation for it. So, I mean, with what was I going to say? With if I could build my own for like 15 and have it pretty decent, right? Home theater and a cubby for the bed and proper electricity and all this stuff. A toilet and a sink and a shower. Then I could probably do that on 15,000, but I would have to build it myself and I would have to have a truck in order to transport the materials. So, I mean, a truck is going to be like, God, it's probably going to be another eight. So my total cost for this whole project is coming up to like $45,000. Christ. I'm not going to have that much. I'm not going to have that much. That's the thing. I can get that much, but I'm not going to have that much. In 2 years, I could probably say, I mean, if I worked full time for the next 2 years, then I could probably get, what's full time? 15 times 40 times 50 would be 2,000 hours times the rate would be 30 grand a year. Twice would be 60, but I'm going to get dicked for taxes a quarter. I mean, I could save up $40,000. I could earn $40,000 in the next 2 years, but then considering the rent that I have to pay here, it's going to take away 10 of that. So that's going to be 30 grand. But then plus my savings. I mean, I could save, like, I'll spend my last dollar and be able to afford to do this. At the current price of things. But it's not the current price of things. The thing is, technically, like, because my bank gives loans, they give personal loans, and they'll pre-approve you for anything. It's just that they have, you can take out up to like $50,000, something like that. It's just you have very little amount of time to pay it off. So, and the interest rate is very high. So, honestly, like, push comes to shove and I could take out a loan like that, if I need like extra amount of money. But I don't know if these land prices are going to be the same as they are, um, in a couple of years. So I might find other opportunities, but they're probably going to be more up in price. I only saw this one piece of land for this price. I'm pretty sure that the surrounding lots are more expensive. I mean, the thing is, I could technically, like, if I can confirm that the water and sewage, and the electricity will go to the house as well as the internet, then I could buy the plot of land right now and then just do nothing with it. I'll have to pay property tax on the land, but it'll be very minimal. I mean, it's like property tax is going to be like $50 a year, something like that. So very minimal. So basically, I'm putting a deposit on myself, or I'm investing in the fact that I'm going to do this. So the thing is, if I build this out, this house will have no resale value. Like, I mean, it might. It's going to be such a weirdly constructed house with its structure that, because I'm not going to have like an actual bedroom or anything like that. I'm just going to have a bed connected to what's essentially a home theater. So, I mean, I could repurpose it to be a bedroom with extra parts in it. Actually, yeah, a home theater could double as a bedroom, to be honest. I'm not going to have like elevated ground in the bedroom or anything, or in the home theater or anything. Like, it's not going to be like an actual movie theater. It's just a dark room with no windows that I can put my TV in. That's what a home theater is for me. So, but if I painted my walls black and had dimming lights and none of this clutter in it, then I would call my bedroom a home theater. Like, so it's pretty easy. But yeah, yeah, when I say home theater, I'm basically just it's a bedroom. It's a bedroom with a little cubby for the bed. That's basically and like two spots for a TV. That's that's essentially what it is. It's gonna be themed. It's gonna be a bedroom that's themed like a home theater, right? It's gonna have the black walls with the dimming lights, and it's not gonna have any windows in it. That's all I mean. That's all it means. So. And then, so it's basically just gonna be a one bedroom house with a weirdly constructed bathroom, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, it's gonna have all the other things I talked about. But, oh yeah, washer dryer. That's gonna be like another 1,000 that I'm gonna have to consider. Yeah, no, actually, technically, like, I could resell this house for a lot of money. I mean, the median price of a house in the city is like $170,000. So, I mean, the housing market is just going to keep increasing. So, I could probably build this house out like pretty decently for like 40 grand, and then with all the utilities and everything hooked up, and then I could probably sell it for like 100. So, if I need to sell it, right? And then I could put $100,000 toward that 100,000 towards an underground house, right? If I want to do an underground house or something like that. So I could spin this to be a profit if I got everything hooked up and went through the trouble. But the trouble is going to be me building it myself, which, since it's going to be a one-man job, I'm going to have a really hard time with, because I don't know how to build houses. I don't know how to build houses. I've never worked in construction. I don't think I've even seen a video on people building houses, like from start to finish. I should. I've seen people lay the foundation, and then I've seen people build like posts in the ground to place the pillars in, but well, that's about it. I don't know, like, the step by step and like the electric wiring and stuff. I still don't know, like, necessarily how to do that. I'm sure it's just a simple, like, just thread it through everything, and drill holes where you need to before you erect all your walls. I'm sure it's just that easy, but it seems like it wouldn't be. So I don't know. I have a goal, but I'm just afraid that I'm not going to be motivated to see it through to the end. Because, and this is like the one thing in my life that I actually like need. Like, I don't need like farm life or anything like that. But like, I need my own place to be that is affordable. So the thing is, like, 40 grand can get me like some rundown house in like the countryside, like in a different state, but it's going to be a crappy house that's like on the verge of collapse. And it's going to be somewhere where like it's going to be in the middle of nowhere. I have like no means of being able to do anything, and I'm going to have wasted all my money on such a house. So it's yeah, sure, I own a house, but it's not going to be setting myself up for success at all. Whereas with something like this, if I'm able to do it successfully, and by the end of it I have a house and a truck to get to and from places, then I'm just going to be able to work, one day a week at a grocery store, and be able to pay for everything. So, be able to sustain my livelihood forever, essentially. So, if they cut off like food stamps or, government benefits or anything like that, then 2 days a week at the grocery store. But again, it's going to be a very minimal amount of work compared to what everyone else is doing. So, because everyone else is doing 5, and they're forced to do 5, and they're still unable to make ends meet and whatnot. So, but yeah, I'm gonna have to actually take this seriously. So, I would have to travel up there to check out the land itself, because I can't tell from the Google Maps what anything is. Like, I don't know if those like green blobs on the map are trees or if they're like bushes or whatever. And then I don't know, like, because the quality of the soil too would be, or like the quality of like the terrain, I mean, would be, an issue. And then it is near the mountains, so I'm actually considering if there are landslides nearby, because California gets a lot of earthquakes. We're on a fault line, so there's a lot of earthquakes here. So it just takes one, you know, earth-shattering earthquake to cause a landslide and bury me alive. So that would suck. So I gotta, that's something else I'd have to research. So, but yeah, it's 2 years. I should be able to do it. Technically, I mean, if the utilities are really the same price to get out there and they can be gone out there, then the water, electricity, and internet, then and then the zoning requirements don't require anything like super special. Like, oh, a professional needs to build, a licensed architect needs to build this or whatever, right? As long as nothing like that is required, then I should be good to go. I mean, like I can literally like buy the piece of land and then just hold on to it for a long time. $4,000, huh? The thing is, too, this is actually kind of hingent on or dependent on if I can get a job in the area. There's like three cities, or three. I guess you would call them city. I mean, they're kind of like towns in the general area. So I would need to find work. Another thing would be to research job postings. Right, we're in the Great Resignation now, so people are quitting their jobs and looking towards greener pastures. But I don't know if that's going to be the case in a couple of years, because I'm still going to need to work in order to pay this stuff off. But it's just 1 day a week is all that I should require. But if I can't find a job, or if all the jobs require like, oh, you got to be Monday through Friday sort of deal, and I say no, and they say, well, sorry, then I'm not going to be able to I'm not going to be able to sustain the livelihood, right? So that'll be an issue. A lot of jobs do that, where they'll say, "Oh yeah, we'll hire you, but you need to be available to work all of the time." And they expect that as a given, because oh, people work all the time, right? It's, oh, everyone wants to work full time because everyone has bills to pay. But I'm literally like, I'm doing all this to avoid that situation. So it's, another factor that you have to consider is the availability of jobs where you don't have to work full time, right? Because most people can't survive without working full time, means that there aren't that many jobs that aren't full time, right? So I don't know. I don't mind working my butt off now, but that's in the hopes that in the future I won't have to work at all, right? Or very minimally. So that's what it is, because I'm not. The thing is, if I buy a plot of land like this, and they all say like, "Oh yeah, we can give you utilities or whatever," then I can just hold on to it forever. Like, it doesn't. I'll forever be the owner of this little piece of forest on the outskirts of some no-name city in Northern California. Like, that's fine. I mean, technically, I could resell the piece of land, but you know, it's an investment where it's like, okay, I'm probably not going to get my money back for it. So if this doesn't work out, then I'm going to need to find another area to do all this with. But I guess I should draw up a blueprint for like an actual blueprint on how I'd want my house to be, because that's probably going to be important. They said the minimum requirements is 360 square feet, so I could make it 400. I can make my house 20 by 20. How would I structure it though? I don't even know where I'd put the front door, to be honest. Having the home theater set up seems very like you know, you're still in a house and you can retreat into your room sort of thing. And I don't necessarily like that, because the whole point of living on your own is that you're comfortable in the space that you're in. So what I could do actually instead is I could just have like a movable shutter like that goes sideways, and I could just have that surrounding the home theater area, the home theater room. So when I want to, I can actually just move the shutter and open it up. But if I make a shutter like that, it's gonna be a weird color for one of the walls in the home theater room. So that would be the only gripe. But I mean, it wouldn't really matter to me, to be honest. Would it? It'd be a little distracting. Ugh, I don't know. I don't think you guys know what I'm talking about. You guys know like how at like a school gymnasium they would have the stage, and they would like the stage would have the they're not curtains, but it was like curtains, but it was like this big metal movable set of curtains. It was like metal, and like it had handles on it, but it extended to cover everything, so it like blocked off, you know, the back half of the stage, or you could open it and it could reveal it all. I'm talking about something like that for one and a half of the walls. So if the home theater is in the corner, then I would is in the corner of the house. Then the wall that's there that separates it from the rest of the house, I would have a shutter that um, I would have that wall that it shares with the rest of the house be openable. That wall would be one of those stage curtains, or like a stage shutter or whatever. I guess I could make it a curtain, to be honest. Um, and then I could just go like that. So, and then it could just open up is what I mean. I could just open up. To be honest, I could have that shutter be there instead of a door, actually. So, like, because I'm thinking, like, how would this work with a door there? But I wouldn't have to. It's just, I would have the shutter be able to open up part way so that you could get into the room and then you close it. So it would be basically a sliding shutter door as you enter and leave the room. If you want to make it a blocked off room, but then like during the day, like let's say like I don't know, like I go out and my wife is waiting for me to come home, but she's playing video games or something, then you could keep the whole shutter thing open so that there's no wall, and the home theater is opened to the rest of the house, so that when I walk through the front door, I'm able to see her right there and she's able to see me like immediately, instead of having to enter and leave the room in order to be with each other. So, because that would be kind of lonely. So, yeah, I would have to draw up a blueprint. In my mind, it works, but at the same time there are little caveats that I would have if I lived in it. So, I'm just I'm just imagining like, okay, cuz I'm going to need to find a place for my cat. So, I'm imagining I have a truck, like a pickup truck, and I have my cat in the truck with me, driving up to this place or whatever. As like while the house is being built, sort of like a temporary um sort of deal. The cat's gonna have to stay in the truck or whatever. So I imagine like I have a cat box on the floor in the back seat of the truck, not in the trunk, but in the back seat. I have a cat box there, and as I'm driving in the truck, she's gonna be back there, and maybe she needs a tinkle or something, and she tries to go, and then I hit, she goes in the cat box and she tries to like use it, and then I'm driving and I hit a bump, and then I hit a bump in the road, and the truck jostles and it shakes, and Kiwi in the cat box in the back seat gets like tossed about as she's going. Oh my god. It would be terrible. That would be absolutely terrible. So she's pretty like she's pretty chill about like stuff like that, but or like driving, but it's if I go and live on site and build this house myself, she's gonna have to live in the back seat of the truck for like a couple months. And of course, I would keep the doors cracked open, and I would park the truck in some shade, so that she doesn't, get heat or suffocate or anything like that. But it'd be cruel. I do have like a cat cage contraption that's like huge. It's like a 3-tier cat cage, and the thing is the bottom tier is a platform that can actually hold a cat box and like a food and water bowl. So what I could do technically is have that cat cage, and then whenever I park somewhere, I can set up the this tiered catio thing next to the job site, and then she can be outside watching the outside and then watching me build the house. And she has all of her food and water and cat box needs fulfilled, and she's getting that fresh air as well. So I would probably do that. Like half of the effort that I'm gonna have to put in to move in this situation is gonna be put towards her. So I have two cats, Yoko and Kiwi. Yoko would not be able to handle that kind of journey and then those kind of living conditions during that because there's no stability in that. So, of course, during the night, I would put Kiwi back in the truck. Um, and I would probably sleep in the truck too, to be honest. I can just imagine, I'm gonna have to spend like even if I get everything going, building the house itself, I'm probably gonna have to spend like at least 2 months just kind of living homelessly while I build it. So it's not, you go on YouTube and you look at like people who, they built their own home or whatever. Most people will like drive back to their first house in order to sleep and rest up before they go and they go to their other piece of land and they build the second house. Like that's what most people do. So obviously I can't do that, right? Especially if the thing is like so far away, then you have to, while you're building it, you have to live on site, on like the construction site, which it's going to be a tent or the backseat of your car. That's all it is. I'm going to need a truck in order to transport building materials to and from wherever the heck I'm getting them. So I'm going to have to do all this while I have a cat in tow as well. So I was thinking about leaving Kiwi here in that situation and then just coming back to pick her up once I have everything done. But at that point, I don't think the relationship with my family is going to be good enough to where I'm going to be allowed back home. So yeah, I'll have to figure out an alternative. Or not an alternative, but I'm just going to have to do that. So Kiwi's going to get to watch me build a house. And all the loud machinery and tools that are involved with it. I want to look that up. I want to look up how much it's going to cost to do all this. My sickness is gone for the most part. Unfortunately, it's almost the end of the stream, so it's poor timing. But at least I was able to talk while doing this. All right. I'm going to put this back. Give me a second. All right, cool. So yeah, let's see here. Let me get a little more.
because I got stomach sick, I didn't have. I mean, this bowl of pasta has been my only meal, and I'm not in the condition to actually like eat any more than this. So, I mean, 1,000 calories is pretty much all I'm gonna get today. So, because of this. All because I had half a Pepsi. It's delicious. Kiwi. All right, cool. I could go solar panel hookup, but I don't think it's gonna be. I don't know how the amount of electricity I could get from it is going to be inconsistent. That's what I mean to say. So, typically, solar panels are best used for if you don't use a lot of electricity, and or if you have a backup sort of plan. So, like if you're already connected to the city's electricity, right? Like if a normal family, put solar panels on their roof, if one cloudy day during the winter they don't get enough energy from the solar panels, they're still hooked up to the electric company, and they're still able to get that, and they'll pay a little, they'll pay a few bucks for that day in electric bills, but at least they won't, at least their lights won't get shut off, or at least they'll still be able to play their PlayStations, right? So, and yes, I am saying PlayStations like a boomer. Even though I myself play one. What was I gonna say? Tiny house cost. How much do tiny house really cost? A reasonable 30 grand. That does not bode well. For young adults balancing high student loan and an increasing sense of wanderlust, this lifestyle is particularly appealing due to its lower costs and flexibility in location. I do not have high student loan debt or wanderlust. What I have is laziness. The average cost of a tiny home is $300 per square foot, compared to a traditional home's $150 per square foot. Tiny homes are overall cheaper to build or purchase. Why is it 300 square feet to build? Anyway, 400 square feet times $300 per square feet would put my cost at $120,000. That doesn't make any sense. There's no way that's applicable. How is it $300 per square foot? You may underestimate the job you're taking on by choosing to build yourself, as one small mistake can cost extra time and money to fix. Beyond the decision to buy or build, other factors that will affect your overall cost include the size of the house, whether it will be on wheels and foundation, the type of building materials used, the building permit costs in your area, access to utilities, and the type of amenities you choose to include. Because they're highly customizable, you'll have more control over keeping costs low than you would buying or building a traditional home. The reality is that most tiny home builders spend anywhere between 20 to 60 grand on materials alone, or more depending on your preferences or the supply of materials. Building permits average around $1,300 nationally, although larger floor plans and custom materials will raise that price. Tiny homes on wheels tend to be cheaper as well, as the foundation alone costs $4 to $7 per square foot, adding between $5,000 to $8,000 on the overall project price. Okay, where are you getting these numbers? You're doing $5,000 divided by 4 per square foot. Oh, you didn't calculate that right, but at the same time, okay, so how much does it cost? If building isn't the thing for you, there are pre-builts available. Buying pre-owned means sacrificing the level of control you have on how your space is set up. Tiny homes are often highly customized, so there may be additional expenses to adapt to the space to your needs. It is illegal for your tiny house to be placed on a friend or family member's land for free. What? Doesn't make any sense. Your tiny home will require access to water and electricity. Depending on location, you may be able to easily hook up. However, if your house is off-grid, you need to consider installing a septic system and renewable energy sources like solar panels. If the stuff you have in your full-sized home will not fit in your tiny home, you may need to buy new furnishings. You may need to. Oh my God, this post really is like, okay, what could possibly go wrong? And then oh, you gotta buy a storage unit for your stuff. Buying tiny home insurance can be difficult and costly. Do I need home insurance? No. Tiny homes are not guaranteed to appreciate in value. They can actually depreciate, especially if they're highly customized. These homes fall into a niche market, so it may be difficult to sell it. You know, my option number 2 is to just get like a van, like stick-built tiny homes are the most expensive. A list of the needed supplies. A construction loan is a short-term loan that covers the cost of custom home building. Once the home is built, the borrower must then apply for a mortgage to pay for the completed home. Whoa. So they'll give you money to build a home, and then the loan people then own the home you built, and then you have to apply for a mortgage to get your home back. Oh my god. Five tiny homes that are amazingly affordable. Well, okay, so the thing I was going to say is, basically what you can do is you can buy a step van. I mean, look at this, $1,000. So you can basically buy one of these and then deck out the inside. So what I could technically do is buy one of these, deck out the inside, because I could deck out the inside for like $5,000 or something like that. And then I could buy some cheapo plot of land, or basically, or I could just park this in a Walmart parking lot basically, and then I just live in it. And then you live in it and deal with the smallness of it, I guess. And then it would be a temporary thing while you look for something better, or you try to work for something better, or whatever. So, I mean, if worse comes to worse, I can buy something like this, and then you look at how nice that inside is, and it's like, okay, you could really, it already has the floor there too, so you could put, what you would do is you would put wooden pillars up along the walls, and then maybe on the floor as well if you want to do it on the floor, and the ceiling too, or the ceiling already has these pillars, so that's fine. Wooden pillars, insulation between the wooden pillars on the walls and between them on the ceiling, and then you would put wooden planks all the way along the inside. Of the thing, or whatever kind of walling you want, right? And so you do that, and then you have your base interior. While you're at it, you can add like counters and wooden platforms and platforms and stakes and stuff to make like counters and cabinets and stuff, and then you cover it all with like building material. And then you make sure your electricity is hooked up like that, and composting toilet, like a little space for a composting toilet, a sink that can be used as a bathroom sink and a kitchen sink. With just, you can use a sink with like a water pump, so like it's just a foot pump that pumps water into the sink whenever you want to use it. So something like that is just manual. And then and that would basically be it. You have like, you do a little thing for, you do something for like a mattress in there. This dude did it. You look at that, and then basically you take a crappy interior and you get it all out. Or and so this kind of van, it's like this, and then you add your you add your insulation, and then your fan mount. Congratulations. Yep, you made windows. Uh-huh. So see, he puts up this stuff is insulation. So he puts up the insulation, and then he's gonna cover that. Yeah, see, he covered it with just wooden boards, and then he made like a little thing here for his couch. But you could fashion that into like a mattress size deal. And then he's taking the other wall and he put a fridge there and whatnot. So, I mean, you can, if you don't do the advanced stuff like he's making windows and whatnot, like you don't need that. So you do need the fan at the top for ventilation. So, and then probably you want another thing on the bottom floor level for ventilation as well. So, but I mean, you could even put like you put insulation, but then you could also put like a whatchamacallit, a portable air conditioner in there, and then your portable AC will just blow your cool air using your electricity, and then you just put solar panels on the top in order to power it and whatever else you're doing. So, but yeah, and then you get this little setup. Hope you do. So you could easily take something like this and turn it into something like this. So, I mean, not easily, but you throw enough money and labor hours at it, and you could do this fairly quickly. I mean, you're probably not going to have, if you do it quickly, you're probably not going to have all these amenities that he has, like a couch and a stove and a fridge and things like that. But, you do what you have. I mean, you can at least put a microwave in there. You got a stove. Honestly, like, I would probably not buy a stove like this. I would probably get a propane stove. And then, as long as the ventilation on the roof is working, then it'll be totally fine. But yeah, the whatchamacallit. Yeah, I mean, if push comes to shove and all these, if all these naysayers or whatever are correct, and that I can't actually get building materials for cheap, then I'm gonna have to um what was I saying? Then yeah, I'm just gonna have to get a van and do that. I don't know how I'm gonna transition from the van to an actual livable space, but you know. Building materials, Home Depot, here we go. I would actually have to plan it all out. Lumber. Sure, 2x4s, here we go. Can you tell me the price? $11 for a 2x4. Fantastic. How many 2x4s do you need for a house? I mean, you just stack it all up. I can't imagine this being that expensive. I mean, this stupid website was saying like, or that stupid website, you know, according to what I calculated, they said my house would be $120,000 to build for the building materials. They gotta be really overestimating it. There's no way. There's actually no way. Wait, did that have a price to it? Click here to get a quote. No, just tell me how much it costs. I hate them. Like, they make it so complicated. They can't just put a price tag here. Step fan. Here you go. 18 inches. Oh my god, they're not. You know, we do. It's a barren inside. See, yeah, I could put insulation just up there, and then I could just put wooden boards to block it all off, and then yeah, I cut a hole in the top for a fan, and then I just need to make sure I get the electrical stuff done correctly. Composting toilet, space for that, space for a kitchen, mini fridge. Would I even need a mini fridge? Not really. It's parking a Walmart parking lot, right? And then you just go to Walmart every day for groceries. I would be homeless, so I'd apply so I'd qualify for food stamps. Probably general assistance too. So. Oh my god, it's freaking Bush truck again. What is wrong with them? View details. Oh my fucking god. I have to put in my information for every single truck that I want to get a quote on. Why would you need to give me a quote? The price of the truck shouldn't change depending on who buys it. You fucking racist. They're just like, oh, if they're invested this much to get a quote, then that means that they actually want to buy it. Or that'll convince them to buy it or whatever. It's ridiculous. Block. Alright. Wow, those are pricey. Okay. Price load high. $10,000. Oh boy. Wow, these are pricey. Holy crap. Why are these so expensive? Yeah, you can always look on Craigslist. Craigslist. Sure, Orange County, whatever. Step fan. The seats. 25,000, 10,000. These are expensive. Ding and dent van. What do you mean ding and dent van? Child support? What the hell? They just have a whole lot of these. 247,000 miles. Oh my god. For $9,000, really? The thing's gonna break down tomorrow. He freaking. Stuff's so expensive. Holy crap. I'm still gonna lose all my money to it, it looks like. Whoopie doo, this is ridiculous. Anyway, I'm gonna need to do research on that, but. Or not that, but this. I'd have to figure it out. Anyway, guys, that's gonna do it for me. I'm gonna get off. I researched this enough, so we're gonna bookmark this in interests. And yeah, I really like this picture. I think this would be ideal, but yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out. Oh yeah, I never looked up how much a portable air conditioner takes. Boom. Jacuzzi. But yeah, anyway, guys. Ooh, burp. That's gonna do it for me. I might stream tomorrow. Same time. So, but yeah, guys. Ah, jeez. That is gonna do it for me. I hope y'all enjoy the stream. I got to talk about my tiny homes and trying to calculate costs for them is very difficult. So, might continue tomorrow. Might actually play a game tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah. Oh, jeez. But yeah. I don't know if like once my if my summer gig starts and once it does, if I'm gonna be able to stream all that often. So but yeah, I should be able to like during the weekdays, I guess. But like after a certain time. But I mean it depends. But yeah. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, anyway guys. That's gonna do it for me. I hope you all had a fantastic past couple weeks. Hope you guys did some stuff. I don't know. But yeah. Guys, anyway, that's gonna do it for me. This is Big Pasta Gaming. You guys have been Little Pasta watching. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye bye everybody. Sayonara. Take care everyone. Hope you all get a good sleep tonight. Have a good day tomorrow. Take care everyone. Good night. Bye bye. Sayonara. Good night everyone.